Time and Narrative. Volume 3. Paul Ricoeur. Translated by Kathleen Blamey and David Pellauer. Part 4, Narrated Time. Introduction. Section 1, The Apoetics of Temporality. 1. The time of the soul and the time of the world, the dispute between Augustine and Aristotle. 2. Intuitive time or invisible time. Husserl confronts Kant. 3. Temporality, historicality, within timeness, Heidegger and the ordinary concept of time. Section 2, Poetics of Narrative, History, Fiction, Time. 4. Between lived time and universal time, historical time. 5. Fiction and its imaginative variations on time. 6. The reality of the past. 7. The world of the text and the world of the reader. 8. The interweaving of history and fiction. 9. Should we renounce Hegel? 10. Towards a hermeneutics of historical consciousness. Conclusions. Notes. Bibliography. Index. Part 4. Narrated Time. Introduction. This fourth part of Time and Narrative is aimed at as complete an explication as possible of the hypothesis that governs our inquiry, namely, that the effort of thinking which is at work in every narrative configuration is completed in a refiguration of temporal experience. Following our schematism of the threefold mimetic relation between the order of narrative, the order of action, and the order of life, this power of refiguration corresponds to the third and last moment of mimesis. This fourth part consists of 2 sections. The first is aimed at presenting an apoetics of temporality as what stands over against this power of refiguration. This apoetics generalizes the affirmation made in passing, in the course of our reading of Augustine, that there has never been a phenomenology of temporality free of every aporia, and that in principle there can never be one. This entry into the problem of refiguration by way of an apoetics of temporality calls for some justification. Others, desiring to attack directly what we might call the secondary narrativization of human experience, have legitimately approached the problem of the refiguration of temporal experience by narrative through the resources of psychology, 2. Sociology, 3. Genetic anthropology, 4. Or the resources of an empirical inquiry aimed at detecting the influences of historical and literary culture, insofar as the narrative component is dominant in it, on everyday life, on self-knowledge and knowledge of others, and on individual and collective action. But, if it were to be something more than banal observations, such a study on my part would have required means of psychosociological inquiry and analysis that I do not possess. Aside from this incompetence, I would justify the order I follow in this volume by the philosophical consideration that actually motivated it. If the notion of temporal experience is to be worthy of its name, we must not confine ourselves to describing the implicitly temporal aspects of the remolding of behavior by narrativity. We need to be more radical and bring to light those experiences where time as such is thematized, something that cannot be done unless we introduce a third partner into the discussion between historiography and narratology, the phenomenology of time consciousness. In fact, it is this consideration that has guided me ever since Part I, where I preceded my study of Aristotle's Poetics by an interpretation of the Augustinian conception of time. From that moment on, the course of the analyses in this fourth part was determined. The problem of the refiguration of temporal experience can no longer be confined within the limits of a psychosociology of the influences of narrativity on human behavior. We must assume the much greater risks of a specifically philosophical discussion, whose stake is whether and how the narrative operation, taken in its full scope, offers a solution not a speculative one, but a poetic one to the aporias that seemed inseparable from the Augustinian analysis of time. In this way, the problem of the refiguration of time by narrative finds itself brought to the level of a broad confrontation between an apoetics of temporality and a poetics of narrativity. This formulation makes sense only if, as a prior question, we do not confine ourselves to what we learn from Book 11 of Augustine's Confessions, but try to verify our thesis of the aporicity in principle of the phenomenology of time in terms of 2 canonical examples, Husserl's phenomenology of internal time consciousness and Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology of temporality. This is why an initial section will be entirely devoted to the aporetics of tempi or liti. It is not that this aporetics must, as such, be assigned to one or the other of the phases of the mimesis of action, along with its temporal dimension. Such an aporetics is the work of a reflective and speculative form of thinking that, in fact, was developed without any regard for a specific theory of narrative. Only the reply of a poetics of narrative as much historical as fictional to the aporetics of time draws this aporetics into the gravitational space of threefold mimesis, at the moment when this mimesis crosses the threshold between the configuration of time in narrative and its refiguration by narrative. In this sense, it constitutes, to use the expression I deliberately introduced earlier, an entry into the problem of refiguration. From this opening, as one says in playing chess, results the whole subsequent orientation of the problem of the refiguration of time by narrative. To determine the philosophical status of this refiguration requires an examination of the creative resources by which narrative activity responds to and corresponds to the aporetics of tempi or liti. The second section of this volume will be devoted to such an exploration. The 5 chapters of section 1 focus upon the main difficulty that the aporetics of tempi or liti will reveal, namely, the irreducibility of one to the other, even the occultation of one by the other, of a purely phenomenological perspective on time and an opposed perspective that, to be brief, I will call the cosmological one. My aim will be to discover what resources a poetics of narrative possesses for, if not resolving, at least making this aporia work for us. We shall be guided by the dissymmetry that occurs between historical narrative and fictional narrative when we consider their referential implications, along with the truth claim made by each of these two great narrative modes. Only historical narrative claims to refer to a real past, that is, one that actually happened. Fiction, on the contrary, is characterized by a kind of referring and a truth claim close to those I explored in my rule of metaphor. 5 This problem of relatedness to the real is unavoidable. History can no more forbid itself to inquire into its relationship to an actually occurring past than it can neglect considering, as was established in Part 2 of Time and Narrative, the relationship of explanation in history to history in narrative form. But if this problem is unavoidable, it may be reformulated in different terms than those of reference, which stem from a kind of investigation whose contours were established by Freya. The advantage of an approach that pairs history and fiction to confront the aporias of tempi or liti is that it leads us to reformulate the classical problem of referring to a past that was real, as opposed to the unreal entities of fiction, in terms of refiguration, and not vice versa. This reformulation is not limited to a change in vocabulary, inasmuch as it marks the subordination of the epistemological dimension of reference to the hermeneutical dimension of refiguration. The question of the relation of history to the past no longer appears, then, on the same level of investigation as does the question of its relation to narrative, even when the epistemology of historical knowledge includes within its field the relation of explanation to eyewitness testimony, documents, and archives, and when it derives from this relation François Simian's well-known definition of history as knowledge in terms of traces. The question of the meaning of this definition is posed by a second-order kind of reflection. History as a form of inquiry stops with the document as a given, even when it raises to the rank of document traces of the past that were not meant to serve as the basis for a historical narrative. The invention of documents, therefore, is still an epistemological question. What is no longer an epistemological question is the question about the meaning of the intention by which, in inventing documents, in the double sense of the word invent, history is conscious that it is related to events that really happened. The document becomes a trace for this consciousness, that is, as I shall make more explicit at the proper time, it is both a remains and a sign of what was but no longer is. It belongs to one form of hermeneutics to interpret the meaning of this ontological intention by which the historian, by taking a stand on documents, seeks to reach what was but no longer is. To put this question in more familiar terms, how are we to interpret history's claim, when it constructs a narrative, to reconstruct something from the past? What authorizes us to think of this construction as a reconstruction? It is by joining this question with that of the unreality of fictive entities that we hope to make progress simultaneously in the two problems of reality and unreality in narration. Let me immediately say that it is in terms of this framework that we shall examine the mediation brought about by reading between the world of the text and the world of the reader, announced at the end of Part I. It is along this path that we shall seek in particular for the true parallel to be given, on the side of fiction, to what we call historical reality. At this stage of reflection, the language of reference, still preserved in the rule of metaphor, will have been definitively surpassed. The hermeneutic of the real and the unreal goes beyond the framework assigned by analytic philosophy to the question of reference. The task of the following 5 chapters will be to reduce the gap between the respective ontological intentions of history and fiction in order to make sense of what, in Volume 1, I was still calling the interweaving reference of history and fiction, an operation that I take to be a major stake, although not the only one, in the refiguration of time by narrative. Point 6. In my introduction to the second section of this volume I shall justify the strategy followed for bringing the largest gap between the respective ontological intentions of the two great narrative modes into fusion in the concrete work of the refiguration of time. Here I will confine myself to indicating that it will be by interweaving the chapters devoted respectively to history, chapters 4 and 6, and to fiction, chapters 5 and 7, that step by step I shall construct the solution to the stated problem of interweaving reference, chapter 8. The final 2 chapters will be devoted to a broadening of the problem arising from a more intractable aporia than that of the discordance between the phenomenological and the cosmological perspectives on time, namely, the aporia of the oneness of time. Every phenomenology admits, along with Kant, that time is a collective singular, without perhaps really succeeding in giving a phenomenological interpretation of this axiom. So the question will be whether the problem, coming from Hegel, of a totalization of history does not respond, on the side of narrative, to the aporia of the oneness of time. At this stage of our investigation, the term history will cover not only recounted history, whether in the mode of history or in that of fiction, but also history as made and undergone by human beings. With this question, the hermeneutics applied to the ontological intention of historical consciousness will take on its fullest scope. It will definitively surpass, while prolonging, our analysis of historical intentionality in Part 2 of this work. Point 7. That analysis still had to do with the aims of historical research as a procedure for acquiring knowledge. The question of the totalization of history has to do with historical consciousness, in the twofold sense of our consciousness of making history and our consciousness of belonging to history. The refiguration of time by narrative will not have reached its end until this question of the totalization of history, in the broad sense of the term, will have been joined to that of the refiguration of time brought about conjointly by historiography and fiction. Rereading the analyses carried out in the 3 volumes of Time and Narrative leads me to express one final reservation. Have we exhausted the aporetics of time by examining the conflict between the phenomenological and the cosmological perspectives on time, and with the complementary examination of phenomenological interpretations of the axiom of the oneness of time? Have we not on several occasions come close to another aporia of time, more deeply rooted than the preceding ones, without having made it the object of any direct treatment? And is not this aporia a sign pointing toward the internal and external limits of narrativity, which would not be recognized without a final confrontation between the aporetics of time and the poetics of narrative? I have added a conclusion in the form of a postscript dealing with this reservation. Section I. The aporetics of temporality. I begin this last part by taking a position as regards the phenomenology of time, our third partner, along with historiography and fiction, in the 3-way conversation concerning mimesis. 3.1. We cannot avoid this requirement since our study rests on the thesis that narrative composition, taken in its broadest sense, constitutes a riposte to the aporetic character of speculation on time. This was not sufficiently established by the single example of Book 11 of Augustine's Confessions. What is more, our concern to reap the benefits of the central argument of the initial part of Augustine's valuable insight, that is, the discordant-concordant structure of time, did not permit us to take into account the aporias that are the price of this discovery. To underscore the aporias of the Augustinian conception of time, before turning to those that arise in some of his successors, is not to deny the greatness of his discovery. On the contrary, it is meant to indicate, in terms of an initial example, the striking fact about the theory of time that any progress obtained by the phenomenology of temporality has to pay for its advance in each instance by the ever higher price of an even greater aporicity. Husserl's phenomenology, which is the only one with good reason to claim the title of being a pure phenomenology, will more than verify this disconcerting law. Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology, despite its radical break with the internal consciousness of time, will not escape this rule either, but instead will add its own difficulties to those of its two illustrious predecessors. 1. The time of the soul and the time of the world. The dispute between Augustine and Aristotle. The major failure of the Augustinian theory is that it is unsuccessful in substituting a psychological conception of time for a cosmological one, despite the undeniable progress the psychology represents in relation to any cosmology of time. The aporia lies precisely in the fact that while the psychology can legitimately be added to the cosmology, it is unable to replace cosmology, as well as in the further fact that neither concept, considered separately, proposes a satisfying solution to their unresolvable disagreement. 1. Augustine did not refute Aristotle's basic theory of the primacy of movement over time, although he did contribute a lasting solution to the problem Aristotle left in abeyance concerning the relation between the soul and time. Behind Aristotle stands an entire cosmological tradition, according to which time surrounds us, envelopes us, and dominates us, without the soul having the power to produce it. I am convinced that the dialectic of intentio and distentio animi is powerless to produce this imperious character of time, and that, paradoxically, it helps conceal it. Where Augustine fails is precisely where he attempts to derive from the distension of the mind alone the very principle of the extension and the measurement of time. We must, in this respect, pay homage to him for never having wavered in his conviction that measurement is a genuine property of time, as well as for refusing to lend any credence to what will later become Bergson's major doctrine in his essay on the immediate data of consciousness, namely, that time becomes measurable through its strange and incomprehensible contamination by space. 2. For Augustine, our division of time into days and years, as well as our ability to compare long and short syllables, familiar to the rhetoric eons of antiquity, designate properties of time itself. 3. Distentio animi is the very possibility of so measuring time. Consequently, the refutation of the cosmological thesis is far from being a digression in Augustine's closely knit argument. Instead, it constitutes one indispensable link in this argument. Yet this refutation is, from the start, misdirected. I once heard a learned man say that time is nothing but the movement of the sun and the moon and the stars, but I did not agree, for by this overly simple identification of time with the circular movement of the two principal heavenly bodies, Augustine overlooks Aristotle's infinitely more subtle thesis that, without being movement itself, time is something that has to do with movement, tes kynsios. 5. In so doing, he is forced to see in the distension of the mind the principle for the extension of time. But the arguments by which he thinks he succeeds in doing so do not hold up. The hypothesis that all movement that of the sun, just like that of the potter's wheel or the human voice, may vary, hence accelerate, slow down, even stop altogether, without the intervals of time being altered in any way, is unthinkable, not only for a Greek, for whom sidereal movements are absolutely invariable, but for us today, even though we know that the movement of the earth around the sun is not absolutely regular, and even though we must continually extend our search for the absolute clock. Even the corrections that science continues to make in defining the notion of a day as a fixed unit for computing months and years attests that the search for an absolutely regular movement remains the guiding idea for any measurement of time. This is why it is simply not true that a day would remain what we call a day if it were not measured by the movement of the sun. It is true that Augustine was unable to abstain entirely from referring to movement in order to measure the intervals of time. But he tried to strip this reference of any constitutive role and to reduce it to a purely pragmatic function. As in Genesis, the stars are only lights in the sky that mark times, days, and years. Confessions, 11, 23-29. Of course, we cannot say when a movement begins and when it ends if we have not marked, notare, the place where a moving body starts from and the place where it arrives. However, Augustine notes, the question concerning how much time is needed for a body to complete its movement between 2 points cannot find a reply in the consideration of the movement itself. So the recourse to the marks that time borrows from movement leads nowhere. The lesson Augustine draws from this is that time is something other than movement. Time, therefore, is not the movement of a body. 24:31. Aristotle would have come to the same conclusion, but this would have constituted no more than the negative side of his main argument, namely, that time has something to do with movement, although it is not movement. But Augustine was unable to perceive the other side of his own argument, having limited himself to refuting the less refined thesis, the one where time is purely and simply identified with the movement of the sun, moon, and stars. As a result, he was forced to make the impossible wager that the principle of their measurement could be found in expectation and memory. Hence, according to him, we have to say expectation is shortened when what we are waiting for approaches and memory is extended when what we remember recedes. In the same way, when I recite a poem, as I move along through the present, the past increases by the same amount as the future diminishes. We must ask therefore what increases and what diminishes, and what fixed unit allows us to compare these variable durations. 6. Unfortunately, the problem of comparing successive durations is only pushed back one step. It is not clear what direct access we can have to these impressions that are assumed to remain in the mind, nor how they could provide the fixed measure of comparison that he has refused to accord to the movement of the stars. Augustine's failure to derive the principle for the measurement of time from the distension of the mind alone invites us to approach the problem of time from the other side, from that of nature, the universe, the world expressions that we are temporarily taking as synonymous, knowing that we will subsequently have to distinguish them, as we shall also do for their antonyms, which for the moment we are terming indifferently soul, mind, consciousness. We shall later show how important it is for a theory of narrative that both approaches to the problem of time remain open, by way of the mind as well as by way of the world. The aporia of temporality, to which the narrative operation replies in a variety of ways, lies precisely in the difficulty in holding on to both ends of this chain, the time of the soul and that of the world. This is why we must go to the very end of the impasse and admit that a psychological theory and a cosmological theory mutually occlude each other to the very extent they imply each other. In order to make apparent the time of the world, which the Augustinian analysis fails to recognize, let us listen to Aristotle, and also hear, behind him, the echoes of more ancient words, words whose meaning the Stagirite himself did not master. The three-stage argument leading to the Aristotelian definition of time in Book 4 of the Physics, 2:19-34, 35, needs to be followed through step by step. 7. This argument holds that time is related to movement without being identical with it. In this, the treatise on time remains anchored in the physics in such a way that the originality belonging to time does not elevate it to the level of a principle, an honor reserved for change alone, which includes local movement. 8. This concern not to tamper with the primacy of movement over time is evident in the very definition of nature at the beginning of Book 2 of the Physics. Nature is a principal arc or causatia of being moved and of being at rest in that to which it belongs. Primarily, in virtue of itself and not accidentally. 192b 21, 23. The fact that time, nevertheless, is not movement, 218b 21, 219a10, was stated by Aristotle before Augustine. 9. Change, movement, is in every case in the thing that changes, moves, whereas time is everywhere in everything equally. Change can be rapid or slow, whereas time cannot include speed, under the threat of having to be defined in terms of itself since speed implies time. In return, the argument holding that time is not without movement, which destroys Augustine's attempt to found the measurement of time in the distension of the mind alone, deserves our attention. Now we perceive movement more accurately, in perceiving movement and time together. And not only that but also, when some time is thought to have passed, some movement also along with it seems to have taken place, 219a3, 7. This argument does not place particular stress on the mind's activity of perception and discrimination, or, more generally, on the subjective conditions of time consciousness. The term that is stressed is movement. If there is no perception of time without the perception of movement, there is no possible existence of time itself without that of movement. The conclusion to this first phase of the overall argument confirms this. It is evident, then, that time is neither movement nor independent of movement, 219a2. This dependence of time with regard to change, movement, is a sort of primitive fact, and the task later will be to graft the distension of the soul in some way to the something that belongs to movement. The central difficulty of the problem of time results from this. For we do not at first see how the distension of the soul will be able to be reconciled with the time that is defined essentially as something that belongs to movement, 219a9, 10. The second phase in constructing the definition of time follows, namely, applying to time the relation of before and after, through the transfer of magnitude in general, passing by way of space and movement. Point 10. In order to lay the groundwork for this argument, Aristotle first posits the analogical relation that holds between the three continuous entities, magnitude, movement, and time. On the one hand, the movement goes with or better, obeys, akoluthei the magnitude, 219a10, and on the other, the analogy extends from movement to time, for time and movement always correspond with each other, 219a17. Point 11. Now, what is continuity if not the possibility of dividing a magnitude an infinite number of times? 12. As for the relation between before and after, it consists in a relation of order resulting from a continuous division such as this. Thus the relation between before and after is in time only because it is in movement, and it is in movement only because it is in magnitude. Since then before and after hold in magnitude, they must also hold in movement, these corresponding to those. But also in time the distinction of before and after must hold, for time and movement always correspond with each other, 219a15, 18. The second phase of the argument is completed. Time, we said above, has something to do with movement, but with what aspect of movement? With the before and after in movement. Whatever the difficulties in founding the before and after on a relation or order based on magnitude as such, and on the transfer by analogy from magnitude to movement and from movement to time, the point of the argument is not in doubt. Succession, which is nothing other than the before and after in time, is not an absolutely primary relation. It proceeds by analogy from an ordering relation that is in the world before being in the soul. Point 13. Once again we here come up against something irreducible. Whatever the mind contributes to the grasping of before and after. 14. And we might add, whatever the mind constructs on this basis through its narrative activity, it finds succession in things before taking it up again in itself. The mind begins by submitting to succession and even suffering it, before constructing it. The third phase of the Aristotelian definition of time is what is decisive for our purposes. It completes the relation between before and after by adding a numerical relation to it. And with the introduction of number the definition of time is complete, for time is just this number of motion in respect of before and after. 219b. Point 15. The argument, once again, rests on a feature of the perception of time, namely, the mind's ability to distinguish two endpoints and an interval. The soul, then, notes that there are two instants, and the intervals marked out by these instants can be counted. In a sense, the break formed by the instant, considered as an act of the intelligence, is decisive. For what is bounded by the now is thought to be time. We may assume this, 219a29. But the privilege accorded movement is not weakened in any way by this. If the soul is necessary in order to determine an instant more exactly, to distinguish and count two instants and to compare intervals on the basis of a fixed unit, this perception of differences is founded on the perception of the continuities of magnitude and movement, and on the relation of order between the before and after, which follows from the order of derivation between the three analogous continua. Hence Aristotle can specify that what is important for the definition of time is not counted but countable numbers, and this is said about movement before being said about time. 16 The result is that the Aristotelian definition of time, the number of motion in respect of before and after, 219b2, does not contain an explicit reference to the soul, despite drawing upon, at each phase of the definition, the operations of perception, discrimination, and comparison, which can only be those of the soul. Below we shall discuss at what cost the phenomenology of time consciousness that is implicit, if not in the Aristotelian definition of time, at least in the argumentation that leads up to it, can be brought to light, without thereby simply tipping the balance from Aristotle back to Augustine again. In truth, in one of the subsidiary treatises appended to his definition of time, Aristotle is the first to grant that the question of deciding whether if the soul did not exist time would exist or not is a question that may fairly be asked. 223-21, 22. Is not a soul, or better an intelligence, necessary in order to count, and first of all to perceive, discriminate, and compare? 17 To understand Aristotle's refusal to include any noetic determination in the definition of time, we must follow to the very end the requirements whereby the phenomenology of time, suggested by such noetic activity of the soul, is unable to displace the principal axis of an analysis that accords a certain originality to time, but only on the condition that it no longer question its general dependence with respect to movement. What are these requirements? They are the prerequisites already apparent in the initial definition of change and movement, that root it in physis, its source and its cause. It is physis that, by supporting the dynamism of movement, preserves the dimension of time over and above its human aspects. In order to restore its fullness to physis, we must be attentive to what Aristotle retains from Plato, despite the advance his philosophy of time represents in relation to that of his teacher. 18 Moreover, we must lend an ear to the invincible word that, coming to us from far beyond Plato, before all our philosophy, and despite all our efforts to construct a phenomenology of time consciousness, teaches that we do not produce time but that it surrounds us, envelopes us, and overpowers us with its awesome strength. In this connection, how can we fail not to think of Anaximander's famous fragment on the power of time, where the alteration of generation and corruption is seen to be subject to the arrangement of time? 19. An echo of this word coming from antiquity can still be heard in Aristotle in some of the minor treatises that the redactor of the Physics joined to the major treatise on time. In two of these appended treatises, Aristotle asks what it means to be in time, 220b32, 222a9, and what things are in time, 222b16, 223a15. He strives to interpret these expressions of everyday language in a sense that is compatible with his own definition. But we cannot say that he is completely successful in doing this. Certainly, he says, being in time means more than existing when time exists. It means being in number. And being in number means being contained, perikitai, by number, as things in place are contained by place, 221a17. At first sight, this philosophical exegesis of everyday expressions does not go beyond the theoretical resources of the previous analysis. However, the expression itself does go beyond the proposed exegesis. And what is at issue reappears, even more forcefully, a few lines further on in the following form: being contained by time, which seems to give time an independent existence, superior to the things that are contained in it, 221-28. As if carried along by the power of the words themselves, Aristotle admits that we can say that a thing, then, will be affected by time, 221-30, and he accepts the saying that time wastes things away, that all things grow old through time, and that people forget owing to the lapse of time, 221-31, 32.20. Once again, he sets himself to solving the enigma. For time is by its nature the cause rather of decay, since it is the number of change, and change removes what is, 221b1, 2. But does he succeed? It is strange that he returns to the same enigma a few pages later, under another heading: it is the nature of all change to alter things from their former condition ecstatiken. In time all things come into being and pass away, for which reason some called it the wisest of all things, but the Pythagorean Pairon called it the most stupid, because in it we also forget, and his was the truer view, 222b 16, 20. In one sense, there is nothing mysterious in this. Indeed, it is necessary to do something for things to happen and develop. If nothing is done, things fall to pieces, and we then willingly attribute this destruction to time itself. All that is left of the enigma is a manner of speaking. Still, time does not work even this change, but this sort of change too happens to occur in time, 222b 25, 26. But has this explanation removed time's sting? Only up to a point, for what does it mean to say that if an agent ceases to act, things fall apart? The philosopher may well deny that time as such is the cause of this decline, but immemorial wisdom seems to perceive a hidden collusion between change that destroys forgetting, aging, death, and time that simply passes. The resistance of this immemorial wisdom to philosophical clarity should make us attentive to two inconceivable elements that undermine the entire Aristotelian analysis of time. The first thing difficult to conceive is the unstable and ambiguous status of time itself, caught between movement, of which it is an aspect, and the soul that discerns it. Even more difficult to conceive is movement itself, as Aristotle himself confesses in Book 3 of the Physics, 201b 33. Does it not appear to be something indefinite, 201b 24, with respect to the available meanings of being and non-being? And is it not in fact undefinable, since it is neither power nor act? What do we understand when we characterize it as the fulfillment of what is potentially, as such, 201a 10, 11, 21? These aporias that conclude our brief incursion into the Aristotelian philosophy of time are not intended to serve as an indirect apology on behalf of Augustinian psychology. I maintain, on the contrary, that Augustine did not refute Aristotle and that his psychology cannot be substituted for, but can only be added to, a cosmology. Evoking the aporias proper to Aristotle is intended to show that he does not hold fast against Augustine owing to the strength of his arguments alone, but rather as a result of the force of the aporias undercutting his own arguments. For, over and above the anchoring of time in movement established by his arguments, the aporias these arguments run into indicate something about the anchoring of movement itself in physis, whose mode of being escapes the argumentative mastery that is so magnificently displayed in Book 4 of the Physics. Does this descent into the abyss, spurning the phenomenology of temporality, offer the advantage of substituting cosmology for psychology? Or must we say that cosmology is just as much in danger of blinding us to psychology as psychology is of blinding us to cosmology? This is the unsettling conclusion we are forced to draw despite our reluctance to take leave of the system-building approach. If, indeed, the extension of physical time cannot be derived from the distension of the soul, the inverse derivation is just as impossible. What prevents it is quite simply the conceptually unbridgeable gap between the notion of the instant in Aristotle's sense and that of the present as it is understood by Augustine. To be thinkable, the Aristotelian instant only requires that the mind make a break in the continuity of movement, insofar as the latter is countable. This break can be made anywhere. Any instant at all is equally worthy of being the present. The Augustinian present, however, as we can say today following Benveniste, is any instant designated by a speaker as the now of his utterance. It does not matter which instant is chosen, the present is as singular and as determined as the utterance that contains it. This differential feature has two consequences for our own investigation. On the one hand, from an Aristotelian point of view, the breaks by means of which the mind is able to distinguish two instants are enough to determine a before and an after solely by reason of the orientation of movement from its cause to its effect. In this way, I can say that event A precedes event B and that event B follows event A, but I cannot for all this affirm that event A is past and event B future. On the other hand, From an Augustinian point of view, the future and the past exist only in relation to a present, that is, to an instant indicated by the utterance designating it. The past is before and the future after only with respect to this present possessing the relation of self-reference, attested to by the very act of uttering something. It follows from this Augustinian point of view that the before and after, that is, the relation of succession, is foreign to the notions of present, past, and future, and hence to the dialectic of intention and distension that is grafted to these notions. This is the great aporia of the problem of time, at least before Kant. This aporia lies entirely within the duality of the instant and the present. Later we shall say in what way the narrative operation both confirms this aporia and brings it to the sort of resolution that we term poetic. It would be useless to search in the solutions Aristotle contributes to the aporias of the instant for an indication of a reconciliation between the cosmological instant and the lived present. For Aristotle, these solutions remain within the sphere of a thought shaped by the definition of time as something having to do with movement. If they underscore the relative autonomy of time with respect to movement, they never lead to its independence. The fact that the instant, the now, constitutes a basic component of the Aristotelian theory of time is clearly stated in the passage cited above. For what is bounded by the now is thought to be time. We may assume this. For it is indeed the now, the instant, that is the end of the before and the beginning of the after. And it is the interval between the two instants that is measurable and countable. In this respect, the notion of instant is perfectly assimilable to the definition of time as dependent on movement as regards its substratum. It expresses a potential break in the continuity that time shares with movement and with magnitude in virtue of the analogy between the three continua. The autonomy of time, with respect to its essence, as this is confirmed by the aporias of the instant, never calls this basic dependence into question, and this is echoed in the minor appended treatises dealing with the instant. How is it possible, we ask, that the instant is always in a sense the same and in a sense always other? 219b 22. The solution draws upon the analogy between the three continua, time, movement, and magnitude. Thanks to this analogy, the fate of the instant corresponds to that of what is carried along. This remains identical in its being, although it is different in definition. In this way, Coriscus is the same insofar as carried, but different when he is in the Lyceum and when he is in the marketplace. And the body which is carried along is different, insofar as it is at one time here and another there. But the now corresponds to the body that is carried along, as time corresponds to the motion, 219b 23. The aporia thus contains a sophism only accidentally. Nevertheless, the price to be paid is the absence of any reflection on the features that distinguish the instant from a point. 22. However, Aristotle's meditation on movement, as an act of that which exists potentially, does lead to an apprehension of the instant that, without announcing the Augustinian present, does introduce a certain notion of the present related to the becoming that constitutes the actualization of potentiality. A certain primacy of the present instant glimpsed in that of the moving body in act does appear to make the difference between the dynamism of the now and the purely static character of the point, obliging us to speak of the present instant and, by implication, of the past and the future. 23. We shall see more of this below. The second aporia concerning the instant raises an analogous problem. In what sense can we say that time is both made continuous by the now and divided at it? 220-5. The answer, according to Aristotle, requires nothing more than the simple relation of before and after any break in a continuum distinguishes and unites. Thus the twofold function of the instant as break and as connection owes nothing to the experience of the present and derives wholly from the definition of the continuum by its endless divisibility. Nevertheless, Aristotle was not unaware of the difficulty of maintaining here once again the correspondence between magnitude, movement, and time. Movement can stop, but time cannot. In this the instant corresponds to the point, but there is only a kind, pos, of correspondence, 220-10. Indeed, it is only as potential that the instant divides. But what is a potential division that can never move into act? It is only when we consider time as a line, at rest by definition, that the possibility of dividing time becomes conceivable. There must therefore be something specific in the division of time by the instant, even more so, in its power to assure the continuity of time. In a perspective such as Aristotle's, where the main accent is placed on the dependence of time with respect to movement, the unifying power of the instant rests on a dynamic unity of the body in motion that, although passing through a number of fixed points, remains one and the same moving body. But the dynamic instant that corresponds to the moving body's unity of movement calls for a specifically temporal analysis that goes beyond the simple analogy by virtue of which the instant in some way corresponds to a point. Is it not here that Augustine's analysis comes to the aid of Aristotle's? Must we not seek in the threefold present the principle of specifically temporal continuity and discontinuity? In fact, the terms present, past, and future are not foreign to Aristotle's vocabulary, but he wants to see in them just a determination of the instant and of the relation of before and after. Point 24. The present, for him, is only an instant that is situated. This is the sort of present instant that the expressions used in ordinary language, as discussed in chapter 13 of book 4 of the Physics, refer to. Point 25. These expressions can be easily reduced to the logical structure of the argument that claims to resolve the aporias of the instant. The difference between the undifferentiated instant and the instant as situated or present is, for Aristotle, of no more relevance, in this respect, than the reference of time to the soul. Just as only an enumerated time really requires a soul to distinguish and actually to count the instants, so, too, only a determined instant can be designated as a present one. The same reasoning, which recognizes only what is countable in movement, which can exist without the soul, also recognizes only the undifferentiated instant, that is, precisely insofar as its before and after is countable. 219b 26, 28. Nothing, therefore, in Aristotle requires a dialectic between the instant and the present, unless it is the difficulty, which he admits, of maintaining to the end the correspondence between the instant and the point, in its twofold function of division and unification. It is on this very difficulty that an Augustinian style of analysis of the threefold present could be grafted. Point 26. Indeed, for such an analysis only a present heavy with the recent past and the near future can unify the past and the future, which at the same time it distinguishes. For Aristotle, however, to distinguish the present from the instant and the past-future relation from the relation of before and after would be to threaten the dependence of time on movement, the single, ultimate principle of physics. It is in this sense that we were able to say that there is no conceivable transition between an Augustinian conception and an Aristotelian one. We must make a jump if we are to pass from a conception in which the present instant is simply a variant, in ordinary language, of the now, which belongs wholly to the physics, to a conception in which the present of attention refers first and foremost to the past of memory and the future of expectation. Not only must we make a jump to pass from one perspective on time to the other, it seems as though each is doomed to occlude the other. Point 27. And yet the difficulties peculiar to each perspective demand that these two perspectives be reconciled. In this respect, the conclusion to be drawn from our confrontation between Augustine and Aristotle is clear: the problem of time cannot be attacked from a single side only, whether of the soul or of movement. The distension of the soul alone cannot produce the extension of time, the dynamism of movement alone cannot generate the dialectic of the threefold present. Our ambition will be to show below how the poetics of narrative contributes to joining what speculation separates. Our narrative poetics needs the complicity as well as the contrast between internal time consciousness and objective succession, making all the more urgent the search for narrative mediations between the discordant concordance of phenomenological time and the simple succession of physical time. 2. Intuitive time or invisible time. Husserl confronts Kant. The confrontation between the time of the soul in Augustine and the time of physics in Aristotle has not exhausted the whole apparatics of time. All the difficulties inherent in the Augustinian conception of time have not yet been brought to light. Our interpretation of Book 11 of the Confessions has continually moved back and forth between bursts of insight and shadows of uncertainty. At times, Augustine exclaims, "Here I know. Here I believe." At other times he asks, "Did I actually just think I saw something? Do I really understand what I think I know? Is there some fundamental reason why time consciousness cannot go beyond this oscillation between certainty and doubt?" If I have chosen to question Husserl at this stage of our inquiry into the aporetic of time, it is because of the principal ambition that appears to me to characterize his phenomenology of internal time consciousness, namely, making time itself appear by means of an appropriate method and, in this way, freeing phenomenology of every aporia. This ambition of making time as such appear, however, runs up against the essentially Kantian thesis of the invisibility of time that, in the preceding chapter, appeared under the name of physical time and that returns in the Critique of Pure Reason under the name of objective time, that is, the time implied in the determination of objects. For Kant, objective time, the new figure of physical time in a transcendental philosophy, never appears as such but always remains a presupposition. The appearance of time, Husserl's lectures on internal time consciousness. The introduction to Husserl's phenomenology of internal time consciousness, along with subsections 1 and 2, clearly states his ambition of submitting the appearance of time as such to a direct description. Point 1. Time consciousness must thus be understood in the sense of internal, inners, consciousness. And in this single adjective are conjoined the discovery and the aporia of the entire phenomenology of time consciousness. The function of excluding, Ausschaltung, objective time is to produce this internal consciousness, which will be directly a time consciousness, the German language clearly expresses, by means of the compound noun, Zeitbewusstsein, the absence of any gap between consciousness and time. But what is actually excluded from the field of appearing under the name of objective time? Precisely world time, which Kant showed is a presupposition of any determination of an object. If the exclusion of objective time is pushed by Husserl to the very heart of psychology as the science of psychic objects too, this is in order to lay bare time and duration, this term being taken in the sense of interval, or lapse of time, appearing as such. Point 3. Far from limiting himself to collecting first impressions, ordinary experience, Husserl is critical of the testimony they present. He may well call datum the immanent time of the flow of consciousness, p. 23, but this datum by no means constitutes anything immediate, or rather, the immediate is not given immediately. Instead, what is immediate must be conquered at great cost, at the cost of suspending all transcendent presuppositions concerning existence, p. 22. Is Husserl capable of paying this price? We can answer this question only when we come to the end of section 3 of the Phenomenology of Internal Time Consciousness, which calls for an ultimate radicalization of the method of exclusion. It may be observed, nevertheless, that the phenomenologist cannot avoid admitting, at least at the start of his undertaking, a certain homonymy between the flow of consciousness and the objective flow of time, or, again, between the one after the other of immanent time and the succession of objective time, or, yet again, between the continuum of the one and that of the other, as well as between their respective multiplicities. In what follows, we shall continually encounter comparable homonymies, as though the analysis of immanent time could not be constituted without repeated borrowings from the objective time that has been excluded. The necessity for these borrowings can be understood if we consider that Husserl's aim is nothing less than to work out a heiltix of consciousness. Point 4. If this heiltix is not to be condemned to silence, among phenomenological data must be counted the apprehension officungen of time, the lived experiences in which the temporal in the objective sense appears, p. 24. These apprehensions are what allows discourse about the heiltix, the supreme wager of the phenomenology of internal time consciousness. Concerning these apprehensions, Husserl holds that they express features of order in sensed time and that they serve as a basis for the constitution of objective time itself. Point 5. We may wonder, however, whether, in order to bring the heiltix out of silence, these apprehensions do not have to borrow from the determinations of objective time that are known before its exclusion. Point 6. Would we use the expression sensed at the same time if we knew nothing of objective simultaneity, of temporal distance? If we knew nothing of the objective equality between intervals of time, 7. This question becomes particularly pressing when we consider the laws that, according to Husserl, govern the sense-temporal series. He in no way doubts that a priori truths, p. 29, belong to these apprehensions, which are themselves inherent in sense-time. And from these a priori truths derives the a priori of time, namely, 1. That the fixed temporal order is that of an infinite, two-dimensional series, 2. That two different times can never be conjoint, 3. That their relation is a non-simultaneous one, 4. That there is transitivity, that to every time belongs an earlier and a later, etc. So much for the general introduction, ibid. Husserl's wager, therefore, is that the temporal a priori is capable of being clarified by investigating time consciousness, by bringing its essential constitution to light and, possibly, by setting forth the content of apprehension and act characters pertaining specifically to time, to which content and characters the a priori laws of time are essentially due, ibid, his emphasis. The fact that the perception of duration never ceases to presuppose the duration of perception did not seem to trouble Husserl any more than did the general condition for all phenomenology, including that of perception, namely, that, without some prior familiarity with the objective world, the reduction of this world would itself lose its very basis. What is in question here is the general sense of this bracketing. It does not suppress anything at all, it is confined to the redirecting of our gaze, without losing sight of what is bracketed. The conversion to immanence, in this sense, consists in a change of sign, as is stated in Ideas, I. 32. This change of sign does not exclude our using the same words unity of sound, apprehension, etc. when our gaze moves from the sound that continues to its how 8. Nevertheless, the difficulty is compounded in the case of internal time consciousness inasmuch as phenomenology performs its reduction on a perception that has already been reduced from the perceived to the sensed, in order to dig ever deeper into the innermost layers of a hyltix from which the yoke of the noetic has been removed. And yet we see no other way to develop a hyltic investigation except by way of such a reduction within the reduction. The reverse side of this strategy, however, is the proliferation of homonymies, ambiguities in terminology, maintained by the persistence of the problematic of the perceived object under the erasure of intentionality ad extra. Whence the paradox of an enterprise based upon the very experience it subverts. This equivocal character seems to be the result not of an out-and-out failure of the phenomenology of internal time consciousness but of the aporias that are the ever greater price to pay for an increasingly more refined phenomenological analysis. Keeping these perplexities in mind, we now turn to the two great discoveries of the Husserlian phenomenology of time, the description of the phenomenon of retention and its symmetrical counterpart, protension, and the distinction between retention, or primary remembrance, and recollection, or secondary remembrance. In order to begin his analysis of retention, Husserl provides himself with the support of the perception of an object that is as insignificant as possible, a sound hence, something that can be designated by an identical name and that can be held to be actually the same, a sound. 9. This is something, therefore, that Husserl would like to consider not as a perceived object, placed before me, but as a sensed object. By reason of its temporal nature, the sound is no more than its own occurrence, its own succession, its own continuation, its own cessation. 10. In this respect, the Augustinian example of reciting a verse of the hymn Deus Creator Omnium, with its 8 syllables alternating between long and short, would present, if we understand Husserl correctly, an object too complex to be held within the immanent sphere. The same thing can be said, with regard to Husserl himself, about the example of a melody, which he wastes no time in setting outside the scope of the analysis. To this minimal object, a sound that continues, Husserl gives the strange name Zeitobjekt, which Gerard Grainel correctly translates as tempo object in order to stress its unusual character. 11. So the situation is as follows. On the one hand, objective time is assumed to have undergone reduction and time itself is to appear as lived experience. On the other hand, if the discourse on the hyltic is not to be reduced to silence, the support of something perceived is necessary. The third section will say, whether, In order to go to the very end of this process of exclusion, the residual objective side of the tempo object has to be bracketed. Until then, it is the tempo object as a reduced object that provides its telos to the investigation. And it is this tempo object that indicates what has to be constituted in the sphere of pure immanence, namely, duration, in the sense of the continuation of the same throughout the succession of other phases. We may deplore the ambiguity of this strange entity, yet we owe it an analysis of time that is straightway an analysis of duration in the sense of continuation, of continuance considered as such, Verhaeren als solkes, p. 43, and not simply of succession. Husserl's discovery here is that the now is not contracted into a point-like instant but includes a transverse or longitudinal intentionality, in order to contrast it with the transcendent intentionality that, in perception, places the accent on the unity of the object, by reason of which it is at once itself and the retention of the tonal phase that has just, so even, passed, as well as the protension of the immanent phase. It is this discovery that allows him to do away with any kind of synthetic function, even imagination, according to Brentano, added to a manifold. The one after the other, which, as we shall see below, is formulated in Kant, is of course essential for the appearing of tempo objects. By continuance, however, we are to understand the unity of duration, Dauereinheit, of the sound, assumed to be reduced to the status of a pure Heiltic datum, beginning of it. It begins and stops, and the whole unity of its duration, the unity of the whole process in which it begins and ends, proceeds to the end in the ever more distant past, p. 44. There can be no doubt the problem is that of duration as such. And retention, merely mentioned here, is the name of the solution that is sought. Hereafter, the art of phenomenological description resides in shifting attention from the sound that endures to the mode of its continuance. Once again, the attempt would be in vain if the pure Heiltic datum were amorphous and ineffable. In fact, I can call the consciousness of the sound at its beginning now, can speak of a continuity of phases as before Voren, and can speak of the whole duration as an expired duration, als abgelaufene Dauer, ibid. If the Heiltic is not to remain mute, we must take as a base, as does Augustine whenever he is combating the skeptics, the comprehension and communication of ordinary language, hence the received sense of words such as begin, continue, end, and remain, as well as the semantics of the verb tenses and the innumerable adverbs and conjunctions of time, still, as long as, now, before, after, during, and so forth. Unfortunately, Husserl does not stop to consider the irreducibly metaphorical character of the most important terms upon which his description is based: flow, fluss, phase, expire, ablaufen, proceed, rucken, sink back, zurücksinken, interval, streck, and in particular the pair living dead applied as oppositional terms to the productive point of the now, p. 45, and to the expired duration, once it has sunk back into emptiness. The very term retention is metaphorical in that it signifies holding fast. In this sinking back, I still hold it fast, have it in a retention, and as long as the retention persists the sound has its own temporality. It is the same and its duration is the same, p. 44. Despite Husserl's silence on this point, we can perfectly well admit, as concerns the rich vocabulary applied to the very mode of duration, that ordinary language offers unsuspected resources for Heiltic analysis, for the simple reason that people have never been limited to speaking only about objects but have always paid some attention, even if marginal and confused, to the modification of the appearing of objects while they are changing. Words are not always lacking. And when literal terms are missing, metaphor serves as a relay station, bringing with it the resources of semantic innovation. In this way, language offers apt metaphors for designating continuance in expiring duration. The very word retention is an unexcelled example of the relevance of ordinary language in its metaphorical usage. This mixture of boldness and timidity in the process of excluding calls for an appropriate discussion, which we shall pursue in our detour by way of Kant. The homonymies and the ambiguities it tolerates and perhaps even requires are the price to be paid for the inestimable discovery of retention. Indeed, this discovery proceeds from a reflection on the sense to be given to the word still in the expression the sound still resonates. Still implies both same and other. The sound itself is the same, but in the way that it appears, the sound is continually different, p. 45. The reversal in perspective from the sound to the mode of its appearing, der Ton in der Weise wie, ibid, brings the aspect of otherness into the foreground and transforms it into an enigma. The first feature that this otherness presents, which is discussed at length in 9, concerns the twofold phenomenon of the diminishing clarity of the perception of expired phases and the fading or increasing piling up of the retained contents. As the temporal object moves into the past, it is drawn together on itself and thereby also becomes obscure, p. 47. But what Husserl wants at all cost to preserve is the continuity in the phenomenon of passing away, of being drawn together, and of becoming obscure. The otherness characteristic of the change that affects the object in its mode of passing away is not a difference that excludes identity. It is an absolutely specific kind of alteration. Husserl's improbable wager is to have sought in the now a particular type of intentionality that is not directed toward a transcendent correlate but toward the now that has just expired. The entire advantage of this now is that it retains the now in such a way as to engender out of the now point of the phase presently passing away what Grainel calls the big now, le sens du temps, p. 55, of the sound in its whole duration. It is this longitudinal and non-objectifying intentionality that ensures the very continuity of the duration and preserves the same in the other. Even if it is true that I could not become aware of this longitudinal intentionality, generating continuity, without the guideline of some unitary object, it is indeed this intentionality, and not the objectifying intentionality surreptitiously introduced in Heiltic constitution, that ensures the continuation of the now point in the extended present of the unitary duration. If this were not the case, retention would not constitute a specific phenomenon worthy of analysis. Retention is precisely what holds together the now point, Jetpunkt, and the series of retentions that are connected to it. In relation to the now point, the object in its mode of appearing is always other. The function of retention is to establish the identity of the now point and the immanent non-point-like object. And retention poses a challenge to the very logic of the same and the other. This challenge is time. Every temporal being appears in one or another continually changing mode of running off, and the object in the mode of running off is in this change always something other, even though we still say that the object and every point of its time and this time itself are one and the same. Phenomenology of Internal Time Consciousness, p. 47. The paradox is not only in language even though we still say. The paradox is broader in the double sense that it is henceforth necessary to ascribe it to intentionality itself, depending on whether it designates the relation of consciousness to what appears in its modal setting or whether it designates the relation to what appears as such, the transcendent perceptual object, pages 47 to 48. This longitudinal intentionality marks the swallowing up of the serial aspect of the succession of nows, which Husserl calls phases, or points, in the continuity of the duration. We do know one thing about this longitudinal intentionality. With regard to the running off phenomenon, we know that it is a continuity of constant transformations which form an inseparable unity, not severable into parts which could be by themselves nor divisible into phases, points of the continuity, which could be by themselves, p. 48. What gets emphasized is the continuity of the whole or the totality of the continuous, which the term duration, Dauer, itself designates. That something persists in change, this is what enduring means. The identity that results from this is therefore no longer a logical identity but precisely that of a temporal totality. Point 12. The diagram included in 10 is intended only to help us visualize by means of a linear representation the synthesis of the otherness characteristic of simple succession and the identity of the continuance resulting from retention. Point 13. What is important in this diagram is not that the advance in time is illustrated by a line, OE, but that to this line the only one Kant considers must be added the diagonal line OE, which represents the movement downward into the depths of the past, and especially the vertical line E, which, in each point of the duration, joins the series of present instants to the downward movement. This vertical line represents the fusion of the present with its horizon of the past in the continuity of the phases. No line in itself represents retention, only the whole formed by these three lines presents a visual representation of retention. Husserl can thus state at the end of 10, the figure thus provides a complete picture of the double continuity of modes of running off, p50. The major drawback of this diagram is that it claims to give a linear representation of a nonlinear constitution. What is more, there is no way to draw the line of the advance of time while, simultaneously, presenting the successive nature of time and the position of every point of time on the line. To be sure, the diagram does enrich the linear representation by adding to it the slanted line of sinking down and the vertical line of the depth of each instant. In this way, the diagram as a whole, by completing the schema of succession, undercuts the privilege and the monopoly of succession in the figuration of phenomenological time. It remains true, however, that, by depicting a series of limit points, the diagram fails to provide a figure of the retentional implication of source points. In short, it fails to picture the identity of what is far away and what lies deep, through which the instants that have become other are included in a unique way in the thickness of the present instant. In truth, there is no adequate diagram of retention or of the mediation it performs between the instant and the duration. Point 14. In addition, the vocabulary Husserl uses to describe retention is no less inadequate than the diagram, which we should perhaps quickly put out of our minds. Husserl, in fact, attempts to characterize retention in relation to the originary impression by use of the term modification. The choice of this term is meant to indicate that the privileged status of the originary character of each new now extends to the series of instants that it retains in its depth despite their moving away. It follows that the line of difference is no longer to be drawn between the now point and all that has already run off and expired, but between the recent present and the past, properly speaking. This will have its full impact when the distinction between retention and recollection is made, which is the necessary counterpart to the continuity between initial impression and retentional modification. But even now it can be asserted that the present and the recent past mutually belong to each other, and that retention is an enlarged present that ensures not only the continuity of time but the progressively attenuated diffusion of the intuitive character of the source point to all that the present instant retains in itself or under itself. The present is called a source point, Quellpunkt, precisely because what runs off from it still belongs to it. Beginning is beginning to continue. The present itself is thus a continuity, and one constantly expanding, a continuity of pasts, p49. Each point of the duration is the source point of a continuity of modes of running off, and the accumulation of all these enduring points forms the continuity of the whole process. Point 15. The whole meaning of Husserl's polemic against Brentano lies here. There is no need to add an extrinsic connection, even that of imagination, to the series of nows to produce a duration. Every point contributes to this by expanding into a duration. Point 16. This expansion of a point source into a duration is what ensures the expansion of the originary character belonging to the impression characteristic of the point source to the horizon of the past. The effect of retention is not just to connect the recent past to the present, but to pass on its intuitive aspect to this past. Modification thus receives a second meaning. Not only is the present modified into the recent present, the originary impression itself passes into the retention. The tonal now is changed into one that has been constantly flowing. The impressional consciousness passes over into an ever-fresh retentional consciousness, p51. But the primal impression passes over into retention only in the form of gradually shading off. 17. To the series should also be referred, I think, the expression retention of retentions, as well as that of a continuous series of retentions pertaining to the beginning point, ibid. Each new now, by pushing the preceding present into the recent past, makes it a retention that has its own retentions. This second-order intentionality expresses the unceasing recasting of earlier retentions by more recent ones, which makes up temporal fading away. Each retention is in itself a continuous modification which, so to speak, bears in itself the heritage, urbi, of the past in the form of a series of shadings, ibid. Point 18. If Husserl's aim in forging the notion of modification is indeed to extend the benefit of the original character belonging to the present impression to the recent past, the most important implication is that the notions of difference, otherness, and negativity expressed by the no longer are not primary, but instead derive from the act of abstraction performed on temporal continuity by the gaze that stops at the instant and converts it from a source point into a limit point. A grammatical feature of the verb to be confirms this view. It is in fact possible to conjugate the verb to be in the past tense, and in the future tense, without introducing negation. Is, was, will be are entirely positive expressions that mark in language the priority of the idea of modification over that of negation, at least in the constitution of primary remembrance. Point 19. The same thing is true of the adverb still. Its use expresses in its own way the adhering of the just past to consciousness of the present. The notions of retention and intentional modification mean the same thing. Primary remembrance is a positive modification of the impression, not something different from it. In contrast to the representation of the past by images, primary remembrance shares with the living present the privilege of the originary, although in a continually weakening mode. The intuition of the past itself cannot be a symbolization Verbildlichung, it is an originary consciousness, p. 53, point 20. This does not exclude the fact that if in our thinking we stop the retentional flow, and if we isolate the present, the past and the present appear to exclude each other. It is then legitimate to say that the past is no longer and that past and now exclude each other. Something past and something now can indeed be identically the same but only because it has endured between the past and now, p. 57. This passage from was to is no longer, and the way in which one overlaps the other, expresses the twofold meaning of the present, on the one hand as source point, as initiating a retentional continuity, and on the other hand as a limit point, abstracted from the infinite division of the temporal continuum. The theory of retention contributes to showing that the no longer proceeds from the was and not the contrary, and that modification precedes difference. The instant, considered apart from its power to begin a retentional series, is merely the result of abstracting from the continuity of this process. Point 21. The distinction between primary remembrance and secondary remembrance, also called recollection, Wiedererinnerung, is the second properly phenomenological advance of the phenomenology of internal time consciousness. This distinction is the counterpart required by the essential characterization of retention, namely, the adhering of the retained past to the now point within a present that continues even while fading away. All that we understand by memory is not contained in this basic experience of retention. To speak in Augustinian terms, the present of the past means something other than the just past. What about that past that can no longer be described as the comet's tail of the present, that is, all our memories that no longer have a foothold, so to speak, in the present? To resolve the problem, Husserl once again gives a paradigmatic example that, without having the bare-bones simplicity of the single continuing sound, presents, at first sight anyway, an extreme simplicity. We remember a melody that we have heard recently, jüngst, at a concert. This example is simple in the sense that, since the event recalled is recent, our memory aims to do no more than to reproduce a tempo object. By this, Husserl no doubt thinks, all the complications connected to reconstructing the past, as would be the case for the historical past or even for far distant memories, are avoided. The example, however, is not entirely simple, since this time it concerns not a single sound but a melody that we can go over in our imagination by following the order of the first sound, then the second, and so on. No doubt, Husserl thought that his analysis of retention, applied to a single sound, could be transposed without major changes to the case of a melody, even though the composition of the latter was not taken into consideration in the discussion but only its manner of connecting up with the now point. In this way, he allows himself the possibility of starting directly from the case of melody in this new stage of his description in order to focus attention on another feature of such a simple example, the fact that such a melody is no longer produced but reproduced, no longer presented, in the sense of the extended present, but represented, representation or Vergegenwärtigung. Point 22. The presumed simplicity of the imagined example therefore concerns the wieder, implied in the expression recollection and in other related expressions that we shall come to below, in particular that of repetition, Wiederholung, which will occupy an important place in the Heideggerian analysis, and concerning which I shall later show its importance for a theory of narrated time. This is thus described as a phenomenon of term-by-term correspondence in which, by hypothesis, difference lies not in the content, it is the same melody produced and then reproduced, but in the mode of accomplishment. The difference then falls between the melody perceived and the melody quasi-perceived, between hearing and quasi-hearing. This difference signifies that corresponding to the now point is a quasi-present which, outside of its status as if, presents the same features of retention and protension, hence the same identity between the now point and its retentional train. The choice of a simplified example, the same melody recollected, has no other purpose than to permit this transfer into the order of as if of this continuity between impressional consciousness and retentional consciousness, and all of the analyses relating to it. Point 23. The result is that any moment in the series of present instants can be represented in imagination as a source point in the mode of as if. This quasi-source present will therefore possess a temporal halo, Zythof, p. 58, that will make it in each case the center of perspective for its own retentions and protensions. Below, I shall show that this phenomenon is the basis of historical consciousness, for which every past that is retained can be set up as a quasi-present endowed with its own retrospections and anticipations, some of which belong to the retained past of the actual present. The first implication of the analysis of secondary remembrance is to reinforce, by contrast, the continuity, within a broadened perception, between retention and impression, at the expense of the difference between the now point and the recent past. This struggle between the thread of rupture contained in the distinction, opposition, difference, and continuity between retention and impression is found in the earliest version of this subsection, dating from 1905.24. The meaning of this struggle is clear. If the difference were not included in the continuity, there would be no temporal constitution, properly speaking. The continuous passage from perception to non-perception, in the strict sense of these terms, is temporal constitution, and this continuous passage is the work of the apprehensions, which we said above belong to the same stratum as the Heiltic data. The oneness of the continuum is so essential to grasping tempo objects that it can be said that the true now of a melody comes only when the final note has sounded. It is then the ideal limit of the continuum of gradations constituting the tempo object taken as a whole. In this sense, the differences that Husserl calls the differences of time, Die Unterschied der Zeit, p. 62, are themselves constituted in and through the continuity unfolded by tempo objects in a lapse of time. There is no better way to stress the primacy of continuity with respect to difference, without which there would be no sense in speaking of either tempo object or lapse of time. It is precisely this continuous passage from the present to the past that is missing in the global opposition between presentation and representation. The as if is in no way assimilated to the continuous passage constituting presentation through the modification of the present into the recent past. Point 25. Thus the before and the after must be constituted in primary remembrance, that is, in broadened perception. The quasi-character of representation can only reproduce its sense but cannot produce it in an original manner. The union of impression and retention alone, prior to any quasi, holds the key for what Husserl, challenging Aristotle and Kant, calls the temporally creative acts of the now and the past, der Zeitschaffend jetzt und die Vergangenheitsakt, p. 64. Here we are indeed at the heart of the constitution of internal time consciousness. This primacy of retention finds further confirmation in the unbridgeable aspect of the break that separates representation from presentation. Only the latter is an original self-giving act. Not to be self-giving is precisely the essence of fantasy, p. 68. The once again has nothing in common with the still. What might mask this phenomenological difference is that major feature of retentional modification that, in fact, transforms the original or reproduced now into a past. But the continuous fading away characteristic of retention must not be confused with the passage from perception to imagination that constitutes a discontinuous difference. Nor is the decreasing clarity of representation to be confused with the progressive fading away of primary remembrance. These are two different types of lack of clarity and they must not be mistaken for each other. 21. It is the deep-rooted prejudice of the point-like present that continually gives rise to the illusion that the extension of the present is the work of the imagination. The gradual fading away of the present in retention is never the equivalent of a fantasy. The phenomenological gap is unbridgeable. Is this to say that recollection is called upon only to reinforce the primacy of retention in the constitution of time? It is not inconsequential that I can represent to myself an earlier lived experience. Our freedom of representation is not a negligible component in the constitution of time. Representation alone, according to Kant, can be compared to selbstaffection. Recollection, with its free mobility and its power of recapitulation, provides the stepping back of free reflection. Reproduction then becomes a free running through, Durchlaufen, that can give the representation of the past a variable tempo, articulation, and clarity. 26 This is why the phenomenon that seems on the whole to Husserl to be the most remarkable is that in which a coincidence, Deckung, occurs between the past that is simply retained in the aura of the present and reproduction that goes back over the past. Then the pastness Vergangenheit of the duration is given to me simpliciter as just is the regivenness Wiedergegebenheit of the duration, p. 66. Below we shall discuss what a reflection on the historical past can receive from this Wiedergegebenheit stemming from the coincidence between a past that is retained passively and a past that is represented spontaneously. The identification of one and the same temporal object seems to depend in large part on this return, Zurückkommen, in which the Nach of Nachleben, the Wieder of Wiedergegebenheit, and the Zurück of Zurückkommen coincide in the of recollection. But the I can recollect, cannot by itself ensure continuity with the past, which in the final analysis rests on the retentional modification that lies in the order of affection rather than in that of action. In any case, the free reiteration of the past in recollection is of such great importance for the constitution of the past that the phenomenological method itself rests on this power of repeating in the double sense of making something come back and of reiterating the most foundational experience of retention. This repeating follows the lines of similarity that make possible the gradual coincidence between the same succession as it is retained, then recollected. This coincidence itself precedes any reflective comparison, the resemblance between the retained and the recollected depending, for its part, on an intuition of resemblance and of difference. If coincidence plays such an important role in the analysis of recollection, this is because it is intended to compensate for the break between retention, which still belongs to the present, and representation, which no longer belongs to it. The question that haunts Husserl therefore is this: if the way in which recollection presentifies the past differs fundamentally from the presence of the past in retention, how can a representation be faithful to its object? This faithfulness must be that of an adequate correspondence between a present now and a past. 1.27. A new problematic is opened up by the distinction between imagination and recollection. This distinction had to be bracketed in the earlier analyses, which were centered on the difference between the retained past and the represented past. We even, unconcernedly, took as synonymous represented and imagined, as mentioned above. However, this question arises: how does the reproduced now come to represent something past? 28 But in another sense of the word represent that corresponds to what today we would call a truth claim. What is important is no longer the difference between recollection and retention but the relation to the past that passes through this difference. Recollection must now be distinguished from imagination by the positional value, Setzung, attached to recollection but absent from imagination. In truth, the notion of the coincidence between the reproduced past and the retained past foreshadows that of the positing of the reproduced now. However, the identity of the same content, despite the difference between once again and still, involved more than the intention directed at the current now that makes remembrance represent this content, in the sense that it posits it as having been. It is not enough to say that the flow of representations is constituted in just the same way as the flow of retentions, with the same play of modifications, retentions, and protensions. We must arrive at the idea of a second intentionality, p75, that makes it a representation of, second, in the sense that it is the equivalent of a replica, Gegenbild, of the transverse intentionality constituting retentions and generating the tempo object. In its form of a flow of lived experience, recollection does present the same features of retentional intentionality as does primary resemblance. In addition, it intentionally aims at this primary intentionality. This intentional reduplication of the intentionality characteristic of retention ensures the integration of recollection into the constitution of internal time consciousness, which might have been lost from sight as a result of our concern with distinguishing recollection from retention. Recollection is not only a present as if, it intends the present and, in this way, posits it as having been. Like the operation of coinciding, the operation of positing is essential to the understanding of the historical past, something we shall return to again below. To complete the insertion of recollection into the unity of the current of lived experience, we must also consider that memory contains intentions of expectation, the fulfillment of which leads to the present. In other words, the present is both what we are living and what realizes the expectations of a remembered past. In turn, this realization is inscribed in memory. I remember having expected what is now realized. This realization is henceforth part of the meaning of the remembered expectation. This feature is of great value to an analysis of the historical past. In this sense, the present is the actualization of the future of what is remembered. The realization, or lack of realization, of an expectation related to a remembered event acts upon the memory itself and retroactively gives a particular coloring to the reproduction. We shall return to and develop this theme at the appropriate moment. For now, let us simply say this: the possibility of turning to a memory and of citing in it the expectations that were or were not realized later, contributes to inserting the memory within the unitary flow of lived experience. We can now speak of a temporal series in which each event receives a different place. The sort of weaving together that we have described between retention and recollection indeed allows us to join them together in a single temporal course. Intending the place of a remembered event in terms of this single series constitutes a supplementary intentionality that is added to the internal order of recollection, held to reproduce that of retention. This intending of a place in the temporal series is what allows us to characterize, as past, present, or future, durations presenting different contents but occupying the same place in the temporal series and hence of giving a formal sense to the characteristic, past, present, or future. But this formal sense is not an immediate datum of consciousness. We do not deal with events as specifically past, future, and present except in relation to the second intentionality of recollection, in intending an event's place independently of its content and duration. This second intention is inseparable from the retroaction by which a recollection receives a new meaning from the fact that its expectations have found their actualization in the present. The abyss separating recollection and retentional consciousness is thus bridged through the intertwining of their intentions, without thereby doing away with the difference between reproduction and retention. There has to be a split in the intentionality of recollection that separates the place from the content. This is why Husserl calls the intending of place a non-intuitive, empty intention. The phenomenology of internal time consciousness strives here, through a complex interplay of superimposed intentionalities, to account for the pure form of succession. This form is no longer a presupposition of experience, as for Kant, but the correlate of the intentions directed toward the temporal series apart from the remembered contents. This series is thus intended as the obscure surroundings of what is currently remembered, comparable to the spatial background of perceived things. Henceforth, every temporal thing seems to stand out against the background of the temporal form in which it is inserted by the interplay of intentionalities we have described. We may be surprised that Husserl favored memory to such an extent at the expense of expectation. Several reasons seem to have contributed to this apparent imbalance. The first one has to do with Husserl's major preoccupation, which is to resolve the problem of the continuity of time without resorting to a synthetic operation like that of Kant or Brentano. The distinction between retention and recollection suffices to resolve the problem. Besides, the distinction between future and past supposes that a formal meaning has been given to the characteristic of being future or past. The double intentionality of recollection solves this problem, if we are prepared to introduce, through anticipation, expectation into memory itself as the future of what is remembered. Husserl, consequently, does not believe that he can treat expectation thematically, 26, until he has established the double intentionality of recollection, 25. It is in the temporal surroundings of the present that the future takes its place and that expectation can be integrated as an empty intention. More fundamentally, it does not seem that Husserl conceived of the possibility of dealing directly with expectation. It cannot be the counterpart of memory, which reproduces a present experience, both intentional and retentional. In this sense, expectation is productive in its own way. In the face of this production Husserl seems helpless, no doubt owing to the primacy of the phenomenology of perception, which the exclusion of objective time suspends without abolishing. Only Heidegger's philosophy, anchored directly in care and not in perception, will be able to do away with the inhibitions that paralyze the Husserlian analysis of expectation. Husserl conceives of expectation as little more than an anticipation of perception. It pertains to the essence of the expected that it is an about to be perceived, p. And when the expected perception occurs, hence becomes present, the present of the expectation has become the past of this present. From this angle, the question of expectation leads back to that of primary memory, which remains the major guideline of the phenomenology of internal time consciousness. Point 29. The insertion, Einordnung, of reproduction in the series of internal time thus adds a decisive rectification to the opposition between the quasi-character of reproduction and the originary character of the unity constituted by perception and retention. The more we stress the thetic nature of memory in order to oppose it to figurative consciousness, 28, the more we insert it into the same temporal current as retention. In contrast to this figurative consciousness, reproductions have the character of self-presentation, Selbstvergegenwärtigung, in the sense of what is past, p. 82. Even if we do not lose sight of the formal nature of this insertion, the characteristic of past, henceforth common to reproduction and retention, is inseparable from the constitution of internal time, as the unitary series of all lived experience. The thetic character of the reproduction of the past is the most effective agent of this aligning of secondary remembrance and primary remembrance under the aegis of the past. This is perhaps why reproduction is itself also called a modification, in the same way as retention. In this sense, the opposition between quasi and originary is far from being the last word concerning the relation between secondary and primary remembrance. It was first necessary to oppose them in order better to tie together retentional consciousness and impressional consciousness against Kant and Brentano. It was then necessary to bring them back together in order better to ensure their common insertion in the single temporal flow, however formal this unitary series might be. Nor should we forget that this formal character itself derives from the second intentionality of recollection, which preserves the concrete character of environmental intention, Umgebungsintention, p. 84, belonging to this formal series. The final question raised here concerns whether, as a counterpart to the bracketing of objective time, the phenomenology of internal time consciousness has contributed anything to the constitution of objective time. The success of this constitution would be the only verification of the well-foundedness of the initial procedure of reduction. We find in the phenomenology, at least in the final subsections, 30, 33, of section 2, no more than the beginning steps of this demonstration. Below, when we examine the third section of this work, we shall say why Husserl did not continue on in this direction. Inserting retention and reproduction, when the latter adds aesthetic character to the pure as if, in the series of internal time is the basis upon which time, in the objective sense of the word, is constructed as a serial order indifferent to the contents that fill it. The notion of a temporal position, Zeitstelle, is the key concept in this passing from the subjective to the objective or, to put it a better way, from the material of lived experience to its temporal form. This temporal position is what permits us to apply the characteristic of present, past, or future to materially different lived experiences. But if Husserl performs the reduction of time in one fell swoop, he nevertheless proceeds prudently in objectifying the formal aspects of temporality. He begins by opposing the formal objectivity of temporal positions to the material objectivity of the contents of experience. The two phenomena are actually the inverse of each other, and their contrast constitutes a good introduction to the problem that is posed. On one side, the same objective intention aiming at an identical object is preserved despite the modification that causes the impression, shoved aside by the newness of a new present, to lose its now character and to fade away into the past. On the other side, the same temporal position is attributed to the contents of lived experience, despite their material differences. It is in this sense that the extratemporal identity of the contents, in one case, and the identity of the temporal position of materially different contents, in the other, work to opposite effect. On the one hand, the same bestand but a temporal sinking away, on the other hand, the same temporal position but a different bestand. Husserl even speaks in this regard of an apparent antinomy, at the beginning of 31. It is in fact a question here of a contrasted individuation, by the identity of the object and by the identity of temporal position. It is by disentangling the identity of the temporal position from the identity of the object that we reach the problematic of objective time. This consists, in effect, in the devolution of a fixed position in time, p. 88. This operation poses a problem to the extent that it stands in contrast to the descent by which the present tone sinks back into the past. By this detour of the question of the identity of temporal position, we encounter an eminently Kantian problem. Time is motionless and yet it flows. In the flow of time, in the continuous sinking away into the past, there is constituted a non-flowing, absolutely fixed, identical objective time. This is the problem, p. 89. Retentional modification, it seems, allows us to understand the sinking back into the past but not the fixedness of the position in time. It does not seem that the identity of sense, in the flow of temporal phases, can supply the answer we are seeking, since it has been shown that the identity of content and the identity of place themselves form a contrast, and since we have admitted that the second is the key to the first. It seems that Husserl holds as an essential law that the sinking back of one and the same sound into the past implies a reference to a fixed temporal position. It is part of the essence of the modifying flux that this temporal position stands forth as identical and necessarily identical, p. 90. Of course, unlike what has to do with an a priori of intuition in Kant, the form of time is not superimposed on pure diversity, since the interplay of retentions and representations constitutes a highly structured temporal fabric. It remains nonetheless that this very interplay requires a formal moment that it does not seem capable of generating. In the final pages of section 2, Husserl strives to bridge this gap. He tries to demonstrate that the temporal position of an impression, one first present then become past, is not extrinsic to the very movement of fading back into the past. It is by modifying its distance with respect to the present that an event takes its place in time. Husserl himself is not entirely satisfied by his attempt to connect the temporal position to the sinking back as such, that is, to the increasing distance from the source point. With the preservation of the individuality of the temporal points in their sinking back into the past, we still do not have, however, consciousness of unitary, homogeneous objective time, p. 94. The preceding explanation is based upon retention alone, which involves only a limited temporal field. Instead it is recollection that must be appealed to and, more precisely, the power to transpose every instant, shoved back in the retention process, into a zero point, into a quasi-present, and to do this repeatedly. What is reproduced in this way is the positing of the 0 point as the source point for new cases of this sinking back, by a second-order distancing. Theoretically, this process is to be thought of as capable of being continued without limit, although in practice actual memory soon breaks down, p. 95. This statement is of the highest interest for the shift from the time of remembrance to historical time, which goes beyond the memory of each individual. A transition is assured by recollection, thanks to the transposition of any given point in the past into a quasi-present, and this is an endless process. The question remains, it seems to me, however, whether this imaginary extension of the temporal field, through the mediation of an endless series of quasi-instants, can take the place of a genesis of the one objective time with the one fixed order, ibid. The same requirement increases in strength, that is, the requirement for a linear order in which every temporal interval, no matter which, even the external continuity with the actual temporal field reproduced, must be a part of a unique chain, continuing to the point of the actual now, p. 96. Whenever we attempt to derive objective time from internal time consciousness, the relation of priority is inverted. Even every arbitrarily fantasied time is subject to the requirement that if one is able to think of it as real time, i.e., as the time of any temporal object, it must subsist as an interval within the one and unique objective time, ibid. Husserl takes refuge here behind some a priori temporal laws, the title of 33, that make the datum of temporal position something immediately evident, for example, the fact that two impressions have identically the same temporal position, ibid. It is part of the a priori essence of the state of affairs that these two impressions are simultaneous and involve one and the same now. It seems that Husserl hoped to obtain from the notion of temporal position, closely related to the phenomena of retention and recollection, the assurance of the constitution of objective time that would not presuppose in every case the result of the constituting operation. Point 30. The true sense of the Husserlian enterprise appears only in section 3. Here it is a matter of attaining, by going through the different degrees of constitution, the third level, that of absolute flux. The first level included the things experienced in objective time. This is what was bracketed at the start of the work and what he attempted to constitute at the end of section 2. The second level was that of the immanent unities, the order of tempo objects, and the subsequent analysis took place on this level. In relation to the third level, the unities that stand out here are still constituted unities. The third level is that of the absolute, temporally constitutive flux of consciousness, p. 98.31. Saying that all tempo objects should be considered as constituted unities is the consequence of the numerous presuppositions that the earlier analysis had temporarily to accept as given, that tempo objects endure, that is, preserve a specific unity throughout the continuous process of temporal modification, that changes in objects are more or less rapid with reference to the same duration. In contrast, if the absolute flux of consciousness has some sense, we must give up the attempt to base our construction on any sort of identity whatsoever, even that of tempo objects, and so must stop speaking as well of relative speed. Here we no longer have something that endures. We begin to see the audacity of this undertaking, taking as a basis only the modifications as such through which the continuity of shading, p. 99, constitutes a flux. We can also see the great difficulty in this. For all this, names are lacking, p. 100. Either we name the constituting the flux after what is constituted, the present phase, the continuity of pasts in retention, etc., or we rely on metaphors, flux, source point, springing up, sinking back, and so on. It was already difficult enough to go beneath the transcendent object and to remain on the level of appearing, that of the immanent object or the tempo object. The task is now to go beneath the immanent object and to place ourselves on the level where consciousness is flux, where all consciousness of is a moment of the flux. The question is whether we are not simply reduced to a mere shift in vocabulary, in which the same analyses, carried out once in terms of appearing, would be done a second time in terms of consciousness, perceptual consciousness, retentional consciousness, reproductive consciousness, etc. Otherwise, how would we know that immanent time is one, that it implies simultaneity, durations of unequal length, and a determinability according to before and after, p. 101. Three problems are posed: the form of the unity that connects the various fluxes into a single flux, the common form of the now, the origin of simultaneity, and the continuity of the modes of running off, the origin of succession. Concerning the unity of the flux, all we can say is that immanent time is constituted as one for all immanent objects and processes. Correlatively, the consciousness of time of immanent things is single in Alienheit, p. 102. But what distinct access do we have to this altogether, zusammen, this all at once, zugleich, this all embracing, by which the running off of any object and of any process constitutes a homogeneous, identical form of running off for the entire altogether, p. 103. The question is the same concerning the form of the now, identical for a group of primal sensations, and concerning the identical form of running off that transforms, without difference or distinction, any now consciousness into a consciousness of a before. Husserl limits himself to saying, but what does this mean? Here, one can say nothing further than, see, p. 103. It seems that the formal conditions of experience that Kant held to be presuppositions are considered simply as intuitions. The originality of the third level thus lies in bracketing the tempo objects and formalizing the relations among point source, retention, and protension, without regard for the identities, even the immanent ones, constituted here, in short, in formalizing the relation between the originary now and its modifications. Can this occur without appealing to some constituted objectivity? Husserl was not unaware of this problem. How is it possible to have knowledge wissen of a unity of the ultimate constitutive flux of consciousness? Pages 105-6. The answer is to be sought in a split in intentionality at the very heart of the phenomenon of retention. An initial intentionality is turned toward the tempo object, which, although immanent, is already a constituted unity. The second is turned toward the modes of originarity, retention, and recollection. We are therefore dealing with two analogous and contemporaneous processes. It is the one unique flux of consciousness in which the immanent temporal unity of the sound and also the unity of the flux of consciousness itself are constituted. p. 106. Husserl is not insensitive to the paradoxical character of this statement. As startling, if not at first sight even contradictory, as it may appear to assert that the flux of consciousness constitutes its own unity, it is still true, nevertheless, it is still within an eidetics that we can perceive the difference between a gaze directed toward what is constituted throughout the phases of running off, and a gaze that has shifted to the flux. All of the earlier analyses of retention, of the retention of retentions, etc., can then be re-examined in terms of this flux rather than in terms of some tempo object. In this, the intentionality of the self-construction of the flux itself is distinguished from the intentionality that, through the coinciding of phases, constitutes the sound as a tempo object. This double intentionality had, in fact, been foreseen as early as section 2, when the identity of the temporal position was distinguished from the identity of the content and, more fundamentally, when the mode of running off of the duration was distinguished from the unity of the tempo object that is constituted there. At the same time, we may wonder what real progress is made by passing to this third stage, if the two intentionalities are inseparable. Passing from the one to the other lies in a shift in our regard rather than in a clear bracketing as when we pass from the first stage to the second one. In this shift in regard, the two intentionalities continually refer back and forth to each other. Consequently, like two aspects of one and the same thing, there are in the unique flux of consciousness two inseparable, homogeneous intentionalities which require one another and are interwoven with one another. p. 109, his emphases, in other words, in order to have something that endures, there must be a flux that constitutes itself. To do this, the flux must appear in person. Husserl well perceived the aporia that is dawning on the horizon here, that of an infinite regress. Does not the flux's appearing in person require a second flux in which it appears? No, he says, reflection does not require this sort of doubling up, qua phenomenon it the flux constitutes itself, p. 109, translation modified. The enterprise of a pure phenomenology is completed with this self-constitution. Husserl claims the same self-evidence in its regard as his phenomenology grants to internal perception. There is even a self-evident consciousness of duration, p. 112, just as indubitable as that of immanent contents. The question remains, however, whether the self-evident consciousness of duration can be sufficient to itself without relying in any way on that of a perceptual consciousness. 2 points in Husserl's argument concerning the self-evidence of the duration deserve to be emphasized. The first concerns the self-evidence of the major feature of the flux, its continuity. In one and the same breath Husserl asserts the self-evidence of the unity of the flux and that of its continuity. The unity of the flux is an unbroken unity. The difference between two lapses of time is precisely a distinction, not a separation, verschieden, not geschieden, ibid. Discontinuity presupposes continuity, be it in the form of changeless duration or of continuous alteration, p. 113. This assertion deserves to be noted because of the way it echoes in the contemporary discussion about the discontinuity of paradigms or epistemes. For Husserl, there can be no doubt, discontinuity can be thought only against the background of continuity, which is time itself. But the question recurs, how do we know it, outside of the mixture of transcendent intentionality, toward the object, and longitudinal intentionality, toward the flux? It is not by chance that he is forced to draw support once again from the continuity of the unfolding of a tempo object, such as a sound. The argument must thus be understood in the following way. Discontinuity cannot be distinguished at one point in experience unless the continuity of time is attested to by some other experience that has no break. Difference can only be, so to speak, local, situated where the coincidence between originary consciousness and intentional consciousness is lacking. At the very most we can say that continuity and discontinuity are interwoven in the consciousness of the unity of the flux, as if the split arose out of continuity and vice versa. 32 However, for Husserl, continuity encompasses the differences. In every case, however, not merely in that of continuous acceleration, the consciousness of otherness, of difference, presupposes a unity, p. 114. The second point that must now draw our attention concerns the self-evidence of another major feature of the flux, the primacy of the present impression in relation to reproduction in the order of the originary. 33 In a sense we already know this. The entire theory of reproduction rests on the difference between the as if and the originarily present. Taking up the same problem once again on a more fundamental level is not without significance. At the price of a certain contradiction with the earlier analysis, which stressed the spontaneity and the freedom of reproduction, what is underscored now is its receptive and passive character. This comparison on the receptive level, adding to the term-by-term correspondence between reproduction and production, opens the way for an assertion carrying a much weightier implication, that representation is in its own way an impression and a present impression. In a certain sense, then, all lived experiences are known through impressions or are impressed, p. 116. 34 It is the conversion of the entire analysis from the second level to the fundamental level of consciousness that allows us to say that the return of a memory to the surface is a present return and, in this sense, an impression. The difference between reproduction and production is not abolished, but it loses its aspect of being a break. Representation presupposes primary consciousness in which we are impressionally aware of it, p. 117. The thesis of the continuity of the flux is at the same time reinforced by the omnipresence of impressional consciousness. The unity of the transcendent thing, level 1, is built upon that of thing appearances and immanent apprehensions, level 2. This, in turn, is founded upon the unity of impressional consciousness, level 3. An impression is to be grasped as a primary consciousness which has no further consciousness behind it in which we are aware of it, ibid. The hierarchy of object, level 1, thing appearance, level 2, and impression, level 3, refers to what is ultimate, the absolute flux. The immanent unities are constituted in the flux of multiplicities of temporal shading, p. 119. Time itself has finally to be considered on three levels: objective time, level 1, the objectified time of tempo objects, level 2, and immanent time, level 3. The primal succession of moments of appearance, by virtue of the time-founding retentions, and the like, constitutes appearance, altered or unaltered, as phenomenological temporal unity, p. 122. The question is whether the analogy between the constitution of immanent and transcendent unities reasserted in concluding, p. 121, does not condemn the entire enterprise to circularity. The phenomenology of internal time consciousness ultimately concerns immanent intentionality interwoven with objectifying intentionality. And the former, in fact, rests on the recognition of something that endures, which the latter alone can provide for it. This is, as we shall see, the very presupposition that Kant articulates in the series of his three analogies of experience under the titles of permanence, ordered succession, and reciprocal action. The invisibility of time, Kant. I do not expect that a return to Kant will provide a refutation of Husserl, any more than I demanded from Aristotle that he take the place of Augustine. To begin with, I want to find in Kant the reason for the repeated borrowings made by the phenomenology of internal time consciousness with respect to the structure of objective time, which this phenomenology claims not only to bracket but actually to constitute. In this regard, what the Kantian method refutes are not Husserl's phenomenological analyses themselves but their claim to be free of any reference to an objective time and to attain, through direct reflection, a temporality purified of any transcendent intention. In return, I intend to show that Kant himself is unable to construct the presuppositions concerning a time which itself never appears as such, without borrowing from an implicit phenomenology of time, which is never expressed as such because it is hidden by his transcendental mode of reflection. This twofold demonstration repeats on a different level what we observed above using the resources of Augustinian psychology and Aristotelian physics. In conclusion, we shall say what a modern dialectic, which sets into action the relation between subjectivity and objectivity, adds to the ancient dialectic, which sets into opposition to each other a time of the soul and a time of motion. What most obviously opposes Kant to Husserl is the assertion of the indirect nature of all assertions about time. Time does not appear. It is a condition of appearing. This style of reasoning, diametrically opposed to the Husserlian ambition to make time per se appear, is complete only in the analytic of judgment, and particularly in the analogies of experience. Nevertheless, the outlines of this argument can be found in the transcendental aesthetic. We would be mistaken to believe that, by assigning the status of a priori intuitions to space and time, Kant also conferred upon his assertion of this status an intuitive character. In this respect, ascribing time to inner sense must not lead us astray. Throughout the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, and to an even greater extent in the second edition, inner sense always falls short of the ability to constitute itself as a source of self-knowledge. 35 If some phenomenological implication can be made out here, it is to be found in the reference, which itself is never thematized, to the gamut. 36 The very first definition of intuition as an immanent relation to objects as given is linked up with the notion that the mind, gamut, is affected in a certain way, A19, B33. The definition that follows, the capacity, receptivity, for receiving representations Vorstellungen, through the mode in which we are affected by objects, is called sensibility. Sinnlichkeit is not without phenomenological overtones. In the same way, both external sense and inner sense rest on an Eigenschaft unseres Gemuts, A22, B37. However, the phenomenological core of the initial definitions in the aesthetic is quickly introduced in the distinction, an ancient one, to be sure, between matter, which becomes the manifold, and form, of which it is merely said that it must lie ready for the sensations a priori in the mind. Gamut, A20, B34. The method of double abstraction by which sensibility is first isolated from thought by means of the concept and, a second time, on the level of sensibility itself, when the form is separated from the manifold, makes no appeal to self-evidence but instead receives its indirect justification from the critique as a whole. In the transcendental aesthetic, this justification takes the form of an argument that is essentially a refutation. In this way, the question that opens the aesthetic, an eminently ontological one: what, then, are space and time? A23, B37, allows for just four possibilities: substances, accidents, real relations, or relations involving the subjective constitution of argument. The fourth solution follows from the elimination of the first three, on the basis of arguments taken from the ancients or from Leibniz. 37 This refutational style explains the form of reductio ad absurdum that the argument takes in favor of the fourth solution, that of Kant. If we depart from the subjective condition under which alone we can have outer intuition, namely, liability to be affected by objects, the representation of space stands for nothing whatsoever. A26, B42. And further on, concerning time, if we abstract from our mode of inwardly intuiting ourselves the mode of intuition in terms of which we likewise take up into our faculty of representation all outer intuitions, then time is nothing. A34. The non-intuitive character of the properties of time considered as an a priori intuition is particularly underscored by the priority given in the aesthetic to the study of space in relation to time. We can see why. Space affords a transcendental exposition that has no equal on the side of time, by reason of the weight of geometry, for which space constitutes a setting for possible constructions. It is because geometry is a science of relations that space can be neither a substance nor an accident, but rather a relation of externality. What is more, it is because geometry rests on properties that are not demonstrable analytically that propositions about space, and by analogy about time, must consist of synthetic and not analytic judgments. The constructive character of geometry and its axiomatic nature go hand in hand and tend to constitute a single argument. On the other hand, the intuitive nature of space is inseparable from arguments concerning proof by construction in geometry. 38. This is the core of the transcendental exposition of the concept of space, which is indisputably non-intuitive. I understand by a transcendental exposition errorderum the explanation of a concept as a principle from which the possibility of other a priori synthetic knowledge can be understood. A25, B40. The transcendental exposition of time is constructed exactly on the model of that of space, as this is summed up in this simple sentence from the second edition. Thus our concept of time explains the possibility of that body of a priori synthetic knowledge which is exhibited in the general doctrine of motion, and which is by no means unfruitful. B49. The metaphysical exposition that precedes the transcendental exposition rests on the rigorous parallel between the properties of space and time, and the argument offers, in both cases, a strictly refutational style. The first two arguments establish the non-empirical status of time and space. The first argument, which G. Martin has called Platonizing, establishes the non-empirical character of both time and space. We would not perceive two events as simultaneous or successive if the representation of time did not serve as the ground for the apprehension of these temporal predicates of perceptual experience. A new argument, more Aristotelian this time, owing to the fact that it establishes an order of preference, posits that time could be emptied of all its events, just as space can be emptied of all its contents, without for all that eliminating time itself. Its preeminence with respect to events is justified by this thought experiment. According to the third argument, space and time cannot be discursive concepts, that is, generic concepts. Just as we can represent to ourselves only a single space of which diverse spaces are no more than parts, not different kinds assembled under one concept, in the same way different times can only be successive. This axiom, positing the unidimensionality of time, is not produced by experience but instead is presupposed by it. The intuitive and non-discursive character of time results from this. If indeed different times are only parts of the same time, time does not behave as a genus in relation to different species, it is a collective singular. In the fourth argument, time, like space, is a given, infinite magnitude. Its infinity implies nothing other than the necessity of considering every determined time, every lapse of time, as a limitation of the one, unique time. Regardless of what we may say about the phenomenology implicit in this reasoning, and we shall return to this point in a moment, the main accent is placed on the presuppositional character of any assertion about time. This character is inseparable from the relational and purely formal status of time and space. More specifically, time is the formal a priori condition of all appearances whatsoever. It is immediate with respect to all internal phenomena and mediate for all external phenomena. This is why the discourse of the aesthetic is that of presupposition and not that of lived experience. The regressive argument always wins out over direct vision. This regressive argument, in turn, assumes the privileged form of an argument from absurdity. Time is nothing but the form of our inner intuition. If we take away from our inner intuition the peculiar condition of our sensibility, the concept of time likewise vanishes. It does not inhere in the objects, but merely in the subject which intuits them. A 37.39. That an inchoative phenomenology is both implied and repressed by the transcendental reasoning is attested to by a few remarks in the 1770 dissertation, remarks that are not mere replicas of the analysis of space 40. It is not an accident, in this regard, if in the dissertation the discussion of time, 14, precedes that of space. Even if the mode of argumentation by presupposition already prevails here, as will also be the case in the transcendental aesthetic, it retains a phenomenological cast, which our passage by way of Husserl makes all the more evident. Point 41. Thus the presupposition of a temporal order defined by the perception of all things as either simultaneous or successive is accompanied by the following comment. Succession does not engender, Gignet, the notion of time, but rather appeals to it, sed ad illum provocet. We understand what is meant by the word after, post, through the prior, previo, concept of time. This idea of an appeal addressed by experience to a prior concept deserves more thorough examination. It implies, according to J. N. Findlay, a vague vision of the indefinitely temporal order, p. 88. As for the second thesis of the dissertation, concerning the singularity of time, which will become the fourth and fifth arguments of the aesthetic, it too possesses a certain phenomenological cast. Do we not understand without any further argument that it is one thing for sensuous contents to be posited in time, in tempore posita, and another thing again to be contained under a general notion in the manner of a common mark, tanquam nota communi? We are thus inclined to say that this common mark, which is prior to all sensation, is itself intuitively apprehended insofar as this form of coordination is integrated into all sensuous contents and has to be filled with sensorial contents without being dependent on them. Point 42. And this experience of a horizon, which seems to support the argument for the pure nature of the intuition of time, is, in fact, phenomenologically speaking, neither a conceptual generality nor a determined sensuous content. Point 43. Taking this latent, or inchoative, phenomenology in the dissertation for our guide, let us return to the arguments concerning time presented in the transcendental aesthetic. Above we stressed only the symmetry between the transcendental properties of time and space. What is there to say about the dissymmetry between them? Can it be reduced to the difference between the sciences that are made possible by each of these forms? That is to say, finally, between sciences with a one-dimensional content and sciences with a three-dimensional content? Is there not implicit in the idea of succession the recognition of a specific feature, namely, the necessity that any progress of thought proceed phase by phase, fragment by fragment, without ever having the object in its entirety before its gaze at the same time? In order to compensate for the fragmentary character of all experience in time, is it not necessary to introduce the experience of a temporal horizon, underlying both the Platonic argument which holds that the idea of time precedes all temporal experience and the Aristotelian one which rests on the reflective experience of a time emptied of all its event contents? Even the idea that time is singular, that there is only one time of which all times are merely parts, not species, is this not guided by the experience of such a horizon, 44 a certain pre-understanding of its inclusive character, added to the fragmentary character of our temporal experience, seems in this way to accompany the axiomatic status of the transcendental aesthetic. Its function, according to the words of the dissertation, is to call for the concept of time, without having the power to generate it. The paradox of the critique, in sum, is that its particular argumentative mode has to hide the phenomenology implicit in the thought experiment that governs the demonstration of the ideality of space and time. This is confirmed in the analytic, where the main reason for the non-phenomenality of time per se is presented. For it is in the analytic that the necessity of the detour by way of the constitution of the object for any new determination of the notion of time is demonstrated. There is no point in expecting that the theory of the schematism will confer on time the appearing that was refused to it by the transcendental aesthetic. It is certainly true that the new determinations of time are related to the use of the schematism. For example, we speak of the time series, the time content, the time order, and lastly, the scope of time in respect of all possible objects, A145, B184. However, this transcendental determination of time acquires meaning only when it is supported by the initial a priori synthetic judgments, or principles, Grundsätze, that make the schemata explicit. These principles have no other function than to posit the conditions for the objectivity of the object. It follows from this that time cannot be perceived in itself, but that we have only an indirect representation of it through simultaneously intellectual and imaginative operations applied to objects in space. Time, once again, does not appear but remains a condition for objective appearing, and this is the theme of the analytic. In this respect, giving a figure to time by means of a line, far from constituting a basis extrinsic to the representation of time, is an integral part of its indirect way of manifesting itself in the application of a concept to the object by means of the imagination. In addition to this, the representation of time, on the level of schemata and principles, is always accompanied by a determination of time, that is, by a particular lapse of time, a determination that adds nothing to the presupposition of an infinite time of which all times are the successive parts. It is in the determination of particular successions that this indirect character of the representation of time becomes clearer. This twofold nature of the representation of time, at once indirect and determined, is the principal reason for the non-phenomenality of time on the level of the analytic. Hence Kant's warning concerning the schematism is extended to all the determinations of time corresponding to the schematism. These determinations share with the latter the fact of being a universal procedure verfahren of imagination in providing an image for a concept, A140, B179. But, for this very reason, they must, like the schema, stem from an art concealed in the depths of the human soul, whose real modes of activity nature is hardly likely ever to allow us to discover and to have open to our gaze, A141, B180, 81. Does not this solemn declaration contain a clear warning against any attempt to lift out new phenomenological features that these transcendental determinations of time may possess, which are part of the mediating function called, depending on the point of view, subsumption, application, or restriction? The paradox is that it is this very tie between time and the schema that moves us one step farther from an intuitive phenomenology of time. It is only in the operation of schematizing the categories that the corresponding temporal property is discovered. And the schematization of the categories, in turn, takes shape only through the principles axioms of intuition, anticipations of perception, analogies of experience, principles of modality, for which the schemata serve in each instance as abbreviated names. It is under this very restrictive condition that we can legitimately attempt to elicit some information concerning time as such. But let us first note that if this information enriches our notion of time as succession, it does so without ever involving the relation of a lived present to the past and the future through memory or expectation, or, as in Husserl's attempt, through retention and protension. The analogies of experience that discursively employ the schemata of substance, cause, and coexistence are the richest in observations concerning the transcendental determination of time as order. Even if, once again, these observations require a detour by way of a determined representation in a time which is itself determined, the general principle, we read in the first edition, is that all appearances are, as regards their existence, subject a priori to rules determining their relations to one another in one time, A 127. In one time, hence in a determined lapse of time. We must, therefore, connect these two expressions, the representation of a necessary connection in our perceptions, and their relation in one time. It is this detour by way of representation in a determined time that gives a meaning to the statement, one of the utmost importance for our principal argument, that time cannot be perceived in itself, A 183, B 226, but that we perceive only objects in time, ibid. This major reservation must not be lost sight of as we examine each of the analogies of experience. The most important of the remarks on time concerns the principle of permanence, the first analogy. It is the first time, in fact, that Kant observes that the three modes of time are duration, succession, and coexistence, A 177, B 219, to which correspond the three rules of all the relations of time in phenomena. Up to now we have spoken only of succession and coexistence, or simultaneity. Is permanence a mode similar to the other two? This does not seem to be the case. What does it mean to persist, not only for the existence of a phenomenon but for time itself? This feature is said, precisely, to designate time in general, A 183, B 226. In order that two phenomena be held to be successive or simultaneous, they must be given an underlying ground which exists at all times, that is, something abiding and permanent, of which all change and coexistence are only so many ways, modes of time, in which the permanent exists, ibid. We can see why above Kant spoke of three modes and not of three relations. Here we touch on something quite profound. For change does not affect time itself, but only appearances in time, ibid. But since time itself cannot be perceived, it is only by way of the relation between what persists and what changes, in the existence of a phenomenon, that we can discern this time that does not pass and in which everything passes. This is what we call the duration, Dauer, of a phenomenon, that is, a quantity of time during which changes occur in a substratum, which itself remains and persists. Kant stresses this point. In mere succession, hence without reference to permanence, existence only appears and disappears without ever possessing the slightest quantity. If time is not to be reduced to a series of appearances and disappearances, it must itself remain. This feature, however, can only be recognized by observing what remains in phenomena, which we determine as substance when we put into relation what remains and what changes. 45. The principle of permanence thus contributes a preciseness to the axiom in the aesthetic that there is just one time of which all other times are merely parts. To the oneness of time it adds the totality characteristic of time. But the permanence of substance, upon which this description is based, takes nothing away from the invisibility essential to time. Permanence remains a presupposition and indispensable something of our ordinary perception and of the apprehension by science of the order of things. The schema of substance is permanence of the real in time, that is, the representation of the real as a substrate of empirical determination of time in general, and so as abiding while all else changes, A 143, B 183. In a single move thought posits time as immutable, the schema as the permanence of the real, and the principle of substance. To time itself non-transitory and abiding, there corresponds in the field of appearance what is non-transitory in its existence, that is, substance, ibid. So there is a correspondence between the determination of time, immutability, the determination of appearances in accordance with the schema, the permanence of the real in time, and the principle that concerns the first instance, the principle of the permanence of substance. This is why there is no perception of time as such. The second analogy, called in the second edition, principle of the succession of time, in accordance with the law of causality, B233, confers on the notion of the order of time a well-known specification, tied to that of regular succession. There is no point in returning to the classic discussion concerning the synthetic character of causality. Point 46. However, it is important to separate out from this discussion the remarks that concern the very notion of the order of time. It is stated again that time cannot be perceived in itself, B233, point 47. This implies that I can know the transcendental determination of time itself resulting from a synthetic faculty of imagination, which determines the inner sense in respect of the time relation, B233, only by taking as a basis objective causal relations. I can do this only by making a distinction in my representations between two sorts of succession, one that rests on an objective relation between appearances, as in the observation of a boat sailing down a river, and another that admits of a subjective arbitrariness, as in the description of a house, a description that I can pursue in any direction. It is in this work of distinguishing between two kinds of succession, objective and subjective, that I glimpse obliquely, as an invisible presupposition, the transcendental determination of time as order. This work of distinguishing constitutes the core of the proof of the principle of production or of succession in time in accordance with the rule. Once again, the proof brings the arguments of the transcendental aesthetic to a close on the level of presuppositions. What causality sets into relief is not succession as such, but the possibility of making the division between a succession that would be a merely subjective play of my fancy, Einbildung, a mere dream, A202, B247, and a succession that gives meaning to the notion of event, Begebenheit, in the sense of something as actually happening, A201, B246. So the second analogy in fact depends on the sense of the word to happen, Geschiehen. Following the initial formulation of the second analogy, everything that happens, that is, begins to be, presupposes something upon which it follows according to a rule, A189. Before this is specified, we have only a succession without events. There are no events unless an ordered succession is observed in an object. It is therefore on the basis of the relational character of a Newtonian nature that I see the ordered character of time. The principle of coexistence or community, in the third analogy of experience, gives rise to similar remarks. I can indeed say, echoing in this the aesthetic, that coexistence is the existence of the manifold in one and the same time, B257. And further on, things are coexistent so far as they exist in one and the same time, B258. The coexistence of things, however, is perceived only through reciprocal action. It is thus not an accident that Kant repeats, once again, that time itself cannot be perceived, and we are not, therefore, in a position to gather, simply from things being set in the same time, that their perceptions follow each other reciprocally, B257. Only by presupposing a reciprocal action of things in relation to one another can coexistence, simultaneity, be revealed to be a relation of order. Only on this condition can these substances be empirically represented as coexisting, A212, B259. In conclusion, the three dynamic relations of inherence, consequence, and composition, by organizing appearances in time 48, determine, by implication, the three relations of temporal order that define duration as a quantity of existence, regularity in succession, and simultaneity in existence. It is not surprising therefore that time, which, already in the aesthetic, was attained only by argument and not by intuition, to which must be added the antinomies and the mutual reductio ad absurdum of thesis and antithesis, can receive further determination only by the detour of the Grundsätze, accompanied by their proofs or their clarifications. We may say that, through its transcendental determinations, time determines the system of nature. But time, in turn, is determined by the construction of the axiomatic system of nature. In this sense we can speak of a reciprocal determination of the axiomatic system constitutive of the ontology of nature and of the determination of time. This reciprocity between the process of constituting the objectivity of the object and the emergence of new determinations of time explains why the phenomenological description that these determinations could give rise to is systematically repressed by the critical argument. For example, the permanence of time, following the first analogy, tacitly appeals to the conviction that our power of pursuing ever further our exploration of time has as its counterpart, to use Findlay's expression, the integration of all the phases of this movement into a vast space-like map, p. 165, without which, as Kant himself notes, time would unceasingly vanish and begin anew at every instant. Does not the argument by reductio ad absurdum, as is always the case in Kant, also point to the empty place reserved for a phenomenology of retention and protension based, not on the notion of an instant, but on the experience of the lived present? The second analogy of experience poses an identical problem. What is ultimately at stake here is the irreversibility of time. Yet the meaning that we ascribe to the orientation of time is far from being exhausted by the transcendental proof given by Kant, to wit, the distinction in our imagination between two kinds of succession, one whose organization would be arbitrary because it would be purely subjective, the other whose orientation would be necessary because I could oppose to the representations of my apprehension, an object distinct from them, A 191, B 236. In order to distinguish between an arbitrarily reversible succession and a necessarily irreversible succession, have we available to us no more than the formal criterion of the causal relation, itself held to be a priori? Without going into the new problems posed by modern physics concerning the arrow of time, or into the crisis of the principle of causality, connected to that of the Kantian a priori as a whole, we may wonder whether the transcendental argument does not betray an unawareness of a distinction that was highlighted in our confrontation between Augustine and Aristotle, namely, the distinction between a succession of instants and the relation between a past and a future connected to a present that is the instant of its own utterance. In a theory of time in which succession has no point of reference other than the instant, the distinction between subjective succession and objective succession must, in fact, be based on a criterion external to succession as such, which Kant sums up in the opposition between the object of successive apprehensions and these apprehensions themselves as simply represented. However, it is only in relation to a present, irreducible to an instant that is indistinguishable from any other that the dissymmetry between past and future is itself revealed to be irreducible to the principle of order provided by causal regularity alone. In this sense, the notion of an event, that is, of something that happens, as this figures in the statement of the second analogy, also called a principle of production Ursagung, is also not exhausted by the notion of ordered succession. It can have two meanings depending on whether time is reduced to simple succession, that is, the relation of before and after of indistinguishable instants, or whether it rests on the irreversible relation between the before of the present or the past and the after of the present or the future. In this regard, the third analogy merely reinforces the duality of these two approaches. The simultaneity of indistinguishable instants based on reciprocal action, according to the Kantian principle of reciprocity or coexistence, is one thing; the contemporaneousness of two or several courses of experience, created by a reciprocity of an existential order, according to the innumerable modes of living together, is something else again. Widening the debate beyond the discussion of the analogies of experience, the phenomenologist willingly asserts that the determinations of time would not maintain their role of restriction in the use of the categories if they did not display their own specific phenomenological properties. Must not the determinations of time be comprehensible in themselves, at least implicitly, if they are to serve as means of discrimination with respect to the meaning of the categories, that is, with respect to their use value? The phenomenologist may draw some comfort from the following consideration. In the order of exposition, Kant goes from the category to the schema, then to the principle. In the order of discovery, is there not first the schematization of the category with its temporal determination, then, by abstraction, the category? Heidegger's reading of Kant follows this line. But this reversal of priority between the category and the schema/time pair changes nothing with respect to the more fundamental question that Kant poses to all phenomenology. In the pair schema/time, The correspondence between temporal determination and the development of the schema in its principle is what prevents the constitution of a pure phenomenology of this temporal determination. At the very most we can assert that the notion of the determination of time must contain the lineaments of an implied phenomenology, if in the reciprocity between temporalization and schematization the former is to contribute something to the latter. But this phenomenology cannot be disentangled without breaking the reciprocal connection between the constitution of time and the constitution of the object, a break that is consummated, precisely, by the phenomenology of internal time consciousness. Two important texts in the second edition of the Critique bring to light the ultimate reasons why a critical perspective and a phenomenological one cannot help but occlude each other. The first text seems, at first sight, to give the most support to a phenomenology freed from the tutelage of the Critique. It is the famous text on Selbstaffection that Kant placed in an appendix to the theory of figurative synthesis in 24 of the second Transcendental Deduction, B 152, 57. If we recall the framework of this discussion, Kant has just said that the application of categories to objects in general requires that the understanding as spontaneity is able to determine its inner sense, B 150. He takes this opportunity to settle definitively the problem of the relations between time and our inner sense. He does not hesitate to present the problem as a paradox, left in abeyance since 6 of the Aesthetic. The paradox is the following. If our inner sense in no way constitutes an intuition of what we are as a soul, hence as a subject in itself, but represents to consciousness even our own selves only as we appear to ourselves, not as we are in ourselves, B 152, 53, then we must say that we have no intuition of our acts themselves but only of the way in which we are internally affected by our acts. Only in this way do we appear to ourselves as an empirical object, just as external objects result from our being affected by things unknown in themselves. These two affections are strictly parallel, and the inner sense has nothing more to do with the power of apperception, which it has entirely dethroned. 49 Whence the paradox resulting from this drastic solution, how can we behave passively, lident, in relation to ourselves? The answer is ready. Affecting is still determining. By affecting myself, I determine myself, I produce mental configurations capable of being described and named. But how can I so affect myself by my own activity, if not by producing determined configurations in space? It is here that the detour by way of figurative synthesis is shown to be the necessary mediation between myself as affecting, unknown, and myself as affected, known. 50 It is therefore not surprising that the example of drawing the line returns precisely here, in the explanation of the paradox of Selbstaffection. The act of drawing a line along with that of describing a circle, or that of constructing a triangular figure is first of all one example among others of the determination of the inner sense by means of the transcendental act of the imagination. But it adds to the representation of the line, the circle, the triangle, an act of attention bearing on the act of the synthesis of the manifold whereby we successively determine inner sense, and in so doing attend to the succession of this determination in inner sense, B 154. In this way, the act of drawing a line certainly does not constitute the intuition of time but does cooperate in its representation. There is no confusion here between space and time, contrary to what Bergson thought, but the movement from the intuition, unobservable as such, of time to the representation of a determined time, through reflection on the operation of drawing a line. Among all the determinations of space, the line has the advantage of conferring an external character of representation, the outer figurative representation of time B 154. But the core of the argument is that the synthetic activity of the imagination has to be applied to space. Drawing a line, tracing out a circle, extending 3 perpendicular axes all starting from the same point so that, reflecting on the operation itself, we discover that time is implied here. By constructing a determined space I am conscious of the successive character of the activity of understanding. 51 But I know it only to the extent that I am affected by it. Thus we know ourselves as an object and not as we are insofar as we represent time by a line. Time and space mutually generate one another in the work of the synthetic imagination, we cannot obtain for ourselves a representation of time, which is not an object of outer intuition, except under the image of a line, which we draw, and that by this mode of depicting it alone could we know the singleness Einheit of its dimension, b. 156. It is in every case a question of determination whether of figures in space or of length of time or epoch. These are determinations that we produce together. The determinations of inner sense have therefore to be arranged as appearances in time in precisely the same manner in which we arrange those of outer sense in space, ibid. Of course, what is important to Kant in this argument is that self-affection is strictly parallel to affection from outside. So far as inner intuition is concerned, we know our own subject only as appearance, not as it is by itself, ibid. For us, although we are not interested here in the division into transcendental subject, absolute self, and phenomenological ego, but just in the new determinations of time that are revealed by Selbstaffection, this very roundabout investigation provides considerable food for thought. Not only is the unobservable character of time as such reaffirmed, but the nature of the indirect representation of time is made more specific. Far from being a matter of the contamination of time by space, the mediation performed by the spatial operations reveals in a single stroke the connection, at the very heart of the experience of time, between passivity and activity. We are temporally affected insofar as we act temporally. Being affected and producing constitute one and the same phenomenon. The understanding does not, therefore, find in inner sense such a combination of the manifold, but produces it, in that it affects the inner sense, b. 155. Kant was not wrong in calling the self-affecting of the subject by its own acts a paradox. 52. The ultimate warning against any attempt to make time as such appear can be read in the text Kant added to the second edition of the Critique following the second postulate of the theory of modality, the postulate of reality, under the title Refutation of Idealism, b. 274, 79. Regardless of the polemical reasons that motivated the urgency of this edition 53, the point of the argument is evident: our inner experience, which for Descartes is indubitable, is possible only on the assumption of outer experience, b. 275. It is noteworthy that Kant's thesis takes the form first of a theorem, then of a proof. The theorem states, the mere, but empirically determined, consciousness of my own existence proves the existence of objects in space outside of me, ibid. Let us be clear about what is at stake. It is a question of existence and of consciousness of my existence, in a non-categorical sense of existence, the opposite of that given in the transcendental deduction. Whereas the latter grants the I am of the I think only the status of an empirically undetermined existence, 24, here it is a matter of the empirically determined consciousness of my own existence. It is this determination that, as in the rest of the analytic, requires that we cease to juxtapose, as was the case in the aesthetic, time and space, and that we even abandon the effort to base the nominal definition of the schemata on the determinations of time alone. This determination requires, instead, that we closely connect determination in time and determination in space. This connection is no longer made, as it was in the analogies of experience, on the level of representation but on that of the consciousness of existence either of myself or of things, whatever the consciousness of existence can signify in a transcendental philosophy that nevertheless continues in its own way to be an idealism. The connection between space and time is thereby linked to the deepest level of experience, at the level of the consciousness of existence. The proof consists expressly in taking up again on this more radical level the argument of permanence, employed in the first analogy of experience on the level of the simple representation of things. The first analogy of experience, in effect, taught us that the determination of time as permanent is based on the relation that we bring about in external representation between what changes and what remains. If we transpose this argument from representation to existence, we must say that the immediate character of the consciousness of existence of other things outside me is proved by the non-immediate nature of the consciousness that we have of our existence as determined in time. If this argument bearing on existence can say anything distinct from the argument of the first analogy of experience bearing on representation, This can only be inasmuch as it subordinates affection by ourselves to affection by things. For, it seems to me, only our reflection on affected being is capable of being carried to the level of the consciousness of existence, both in us and outside us. It is at this radical level, reached only by a very indirect path 54, that the possibility of an intuitive phenomenology of internal time consciousness, tacitly admitted by Augustine and explicitly claimed by Husserl, is called into question. Our confrontation of Husserl and Kant has led us to an impasse comparable to the one revealed by our confrontation of Augustine and Aristotle. Neither the phenomenological approach nor the transcendental one is sufficient unto itself. Each refers back to the other. But this referral presents the paradoxical character of a mutual borrowing, on the condition of a mutual exclusion. On the one hand, we can enter the Husserlian problematic only by bracketing the Kantian problematic. A phenomenology of time can be articulated only by borrowing from objective time, which, in its principal determinations, remains a Kantian time. On the other hand, we can enter the Kantian problematic only on the condition of abstaining from all recourse to any inner sense that would reintroduce an ontology of the soul, which the distinction between phenomenon and thing in itself has bracketed. Yet the determinations by which time is distinguished from a mere magnitude must themselves be based on an implicit phenomenology, whose empty place is evident in every step of the transcendental argument. In this way, phenomenology and critical thought borrow from each other only on the condition of mutually excluding each other. We cannot look at both sides of a single coin at the same time. To conclude, let us say a word about the relation between the conclusion of this chapter and those of the preceding one. The polarity between phenomenology, in Husserl's sense, and critical philosophy, in Kant's, repeats, on the level of a problematic where the categories of subject and object, or more precisely of subjective and objective, predominate, the polarity between the time of the soul and the time of the world, on the level of a problematic introduced by the question of the being or non-being of time. The filiation relating Augustine and Husserl is easier to recognize. It is admitted and claimed by Husserl himself in the opening lines of the Phenomenology of Internal Time Consciousness. Hence we can see in the phenomenology of retention and in that of primary and secondary recollection a subtle form of the dialectic of the threefold present and of that of intentio/distentio animi, and even the phenomenological resolution of certain paradoxes in the Augustinian analysis. A connection between Kant and Aristotle is more difficult to perceive, or to accept. By asserting the transcendental ideality of space and of time in the aesthetic, is Kant not closer to Augustine than to Aristotle? Does not transcendental consciousness mark the fulfillment of a philosophy of subjectivity, for which Augustine had paved the way? Given this, how can Kantian time lead us back to the time of Aristotle? But this would be to forget the meaning of the transcendental in Kant, for its entire function lies in establishing the conditions of objectivity. The Kantian subject, we may say, is wholly taken up in making the object be there. The aesthetic already stresses the fact that the transcendental ideality of space and time has as its other side their empirical reality. And this reality is articulated by the sciences that are related to it. When the transcendental aesthetic proclaims that time and space inhere originarily in the subject, this cannot hide the other side of the problem and prevent us from asking the question, what sort of empirical reality corresponds to transcendental ideality? More fundamentally, what sort of object is structured by the categorical apparatus of the critique? The answer is contained in the analytic of principles. The objectivity of the object, which is guaranteed by the transcendental subject, is a nature for which physics is the corresponding empirical science. The analogies of experience provide the conceptual apparatus, whose network articulates this nature. The theory of modalities adds the principle of closure that excludes from the real any entity that falls outside this network. The representation of time is entirely conditioned by this network, by the very reason of its indirect character. It results from this that time, despite its subjective character, is the time of a nature whose objectivity is wholly defined by the categorical apparatus of the mind. It is by this detour that Kant leads us back to Aristotle, not, certainly, to the pre-Galilean physicist but to the philosopher who places time on the side of nature. Nature, after Galileo and Newton, is, to be sure, no longer what it was before them. But time has not ceased to be on the side of nature rather than on that of the soul. In truth, with Kant, the side of the soul is no more. The death of the inner sense, the assimilation of the conditions under which internal phenomena can be known objectively to the conditions to which external phenomena are themselves submitted, allows just one nature to be known. 55. Have we, then, actually moved as far as it may seem from the subordination of Aristotelian time to physics? Here again time has something to do with motion. Of course, a soul is required to count, but the numerable is first of all to be found in motion. This comparison suddenly places the relation between Kant and Husserl in a new light. The opposition between the intuitive character of Husserlian time and the invisible nature of Kantian time is not merely formal. It is material as well, the opposition between a time that, like the distentio animae in Augustine, requires a present capable of both separating and uniting a past and a future, and a time that has no point of reference in the present, because it is, in the final analysis, only the time of nature. Once again, each of the two doctrines discovers its field of application only by occluding the other. The price of the Husserlian discovery of retention and secondary remembrance is that nature is forgotten, yet succession is presupposed by the very description of the internal consciousness of time. But is not the price of critical philosophy a blindness reciprocal to that of Husserl? By tying the fate of time to a determined ontology of nature, has not Kant prevented himself from exploring properties of temporality other than those required by his Newtonian axiomatic system: succession, simultaneity, and permanence? Has he not shut off access to other properties resulting from the relations of the past and the future to the actual present? 3. Temporality, historicality, within timeness. Heidegger and the ordinary concept of time. Now that we are about to consider the Heideggerian interpretation of time in Being and Time, we must counter a biased objection that is leveled against any reading that would isolate Being and Time from Heidegger's later work, which, in the eyes of the majority of his disciples, constitutes at one and the same time the hermeneutic key to Being and Time, its critique, and even its denial. 1. This objection stresses 2 points. On the one hand, it states that to separate the temporality of Dasein from the understanding of being, which is truly revealed only in the works following Heidegger's reversal or turn, his care, is fatally to confine Being and Time to a philosophical anthropology that ignores its real intention. Heidegger himself perhaps saw the inevitability of this misunderstanding when he left Being and Time unfinished and abandoned the path of the analytic of Dasein. On the other hand, if we lose sight of the theme of the destruction of metaphysics, which, as early as Being and Time, accompanies the recovery of the question of being, we run the risk of misunderstanding the meaning of the critique aimed, on the level of phenomenology, at the primacy of the present, by failing to perceive the connection between this critique and that of the primacy accorded by metaphysics to vision and presence. We should not, I think, be intimidated by this warning. It is perfectly legitimate to treat Being and Time as a distinct work, because this is the way it was published. Once we propose a reading that respects its unfinished character, or even that stresses its problematic aspect. Being and Time deserves this sort of reading on its own merits and to pay proper tribute to it. Are we thereby forced into the error of an anthropological interpretation? It is, after all, the object of Being and Time to attempt an approach to the question of the meaning of being by way of an existential analysis that establishes the very criteria for approaching this question. Are we in danger of failing to apprehend the anti-metaphysical point of its phenomenological critique of the present and of presence? On the contrary, a reading that is not too quick to see a metaphysics of presence in a phenomenology of the present may become attentive to those features of the present that do not reflect the alleged errors of an intuitive metaphysics directed towards some intelligible world. To this apology, which is still too defensive, for a distinct reading of Being and Time, I would like to add an argument that is more directly related to the theme of my own investigation. If we do not allow Heidegger's later works to overpower the voice of being and time, we give ourselves an opportunity to perceive, on the level of this hermeneutic phenomenology of time, tensions and discordances that are not necessarily those that led to the incompletion of being and time, because they do not have to do with the overall relation of the existential analytic to ontology, but have to do rather with the meticulous, extraordinarily well-articulated detail of the analytic of Dasein. These tensions and discordances, as we shall see, can be related to those that have already caused difficulty in the two preceding chapters, can shed new light on them, and perhaps, can reveal their true nature, owing, precisely, to the kind of hermeneutic phenomenology practiced in being and time, restored through our reading to the autonomy its author conferred upon it. A hermeneutic phenomenology. As regards the aporias of time in Augustinian and Husserlian thought, we might say that being and time resolves them, or rather dissolves them, inasmuch as early as the introduction and division 1, the ground upon which these aporias took shape is left behind in favor of a new kind of questioning. How then can we still oppose a time of the soul, in Augustinian terms, to a time that would essentially have something to do with movement, hence be related to physics, after the manner of Aristotle? For one thing, the existential analytic has as its referent not the soul but Dasein, being there, that is, the being that we are. But, at the same time, Dasein is an entity which does not just occur among other entities. Rather it is ontically distinguished by the fact that in its very being, that being is an issue for it, being and time, p. 32. The relationship of Dasein in its being towards that being, ibid, which belongs to the constitution of the being of Dasein, is not presented as a simple ontic distinction between the psychological and the physical regions. What is more, for an existential analysis, nature cannot constitute an opposite pole, or much less an alien theme, in the consideration of Dasein, inasmuch as the world itself is something constitutive for Dasein, p. 77. As a result, the question of time, to which the second division of Part 1 of Being and Time, the only part published, is devoted, can come, following the thematic order of this work, only after that of Being in the World, which reveals the fundamental constitution of Dasein. The determinations related to the concept of existence, of my own existence, and to the possibility of authenticity and inauthenticity contained in the notion of mindness must be seen and understood a priori as grounded upon that state of being which we have called being in the world. An interpretation of this constitutive state is needed if we are to set up our analytic of Dasein correctly, p. 78. In fact, almost 200 pages are devoted to being in the world, to the worldhood of the world in general, as though it were first necessary to allow ourselves to be permeated by the sense of the surrounding world, before having the right, before being entitled to confront the structures of Dasein. As such, situation, understanding, explication, discourse. It is not without importance that, in the thematic order followed by being and time, the question of the spatiality of being in the world is posed not only before that of temporality but as an aspect of environmentally, hence of worldhood as such. How then could anything remain of the Augustinian aporia of a distentio animi robbed of cosmological support? The opposition between Augustine and Aristotle seems therefore to have been superseded by the new problematic of Dasein, which overturns the received notions coming from physics and psychology. Must not the same thing be said with respect to the Husserlian aporia of internal time consciousness? How could the slightest trace remain of the antinomy between internal time consciousness and objective time in an analytic of Dasein? Does not the structure of being in the world destroy the problematic of subject and object just as surely as it destroys that of the soul and nature? What is more, the Husserlian ambition of making time itself appear is discounted from the first pages of Being and Time by the assertion that being has been forgotten. If it is true that only as phenomenology is ontology possible, p. 60, phenomenology itself is possible only as hermeneutics, inasmuch as, owing to this forgetfulness, hiddenness is the first condition of any effort at finally showing something point to released from its tie to direct vision, phenomenology becomes part of the struggle against dissimulation. Covered upness is the counter-concept to phenomenon, p. 60. Beyond the dilemma of the visibility or invisibility of time, the path of a hermeneutical phenomenology opens up where seeing steps aside in favor of understanding or, to use another expression, in favor of a discovering interpretation, guided by the anticipation of the meaning of the being that we are, and bent on exposing, phrylogen, this meaning, that is, on freeing it from forgetfulness and hiddenness. This mistrust as regards any shortcut that would allow time itself to emerge within the field of appearing is evident in the strategy of postponement that marks the thematic treatment of the question of time. We must first pass through the long division one termed preparatory, vorbereitend, before we can reach the problematic of division 2, Dasein and temporality. And in division 2, the various stages that will be discussed below must be traversed before we reach, in 65, the first definition of time. This phenomenon has the unity of a future which makes present in the process of having been, we designate it as temporality, p. 374. We can, in this respect, speak of a retreat of the question of time in Heidegger. Is this to say that the attempt to escape the dilemma of direct intuition or indirect presupposition can lead only to a kind of hermeticism, considered as a form of mystification? This would be to neglect the labor of language that gives being and time a greatness that no subsequent work will eclipse. By a labor of language, I mean, first and foremost, the effort to articulate in an appropriate manner the hermeneutic phenomenology that ontology enlists in its own behalf. This is attested to by the frequent use of the term structure. In addition, I mean the search for basic concepts that can be used to support the proposed structuring. Being and time, in this respect, represents an immense construction site where the existentials that are to Dasein what categories are to other entities are formed. Point 3 If hermeneutic phenomenology can claim to escape the alternative of a direct, but silent, intuition of time or an indirect, but blind, presupposition of it, this is indeed thanks to the labor of language that makes the difference between interpreting, auslegen, 32, and understanding. Interpreting is, in fact, developing understanding, explicating the structure of a phenomenon as, als, this or that. In this way, we can bring to language, and hence to the level of assertion, Aussage, 33, the understanding that we always already possess of the temporal structure of Dasein. Point 4. I would like to summarize in a few pages the breakthrough this hermeneutic phenomenology brings about in the understanding of time, in relation to the discoveries that must be credited to Augustine and Husserl. Below, we shall have to admit how much greater a price must be paid for this audacious interpretation. To Heidegger, we owe three admirable discoveries. The first one says that the question of time as a whole is enveloped, in a manner that remains to be explicated, by the basic structure of care. The second one says that the unity of the three dimensions of time, future, past, and present is an ecstatic unity in which the mutual exteriorization of these ecstasies proceeds from their very entanglement with one another. Finally, the unfolding of this ecstatic unity reveals, in turn, a constitution of time that may be said to be layered, a hierarchization of the levels of temporalization, which requires distinct denominations, temporality, historicality, and within-timeness. We shall see how these three discoveries are interrelated and how the difficulties generated by the first discovery are taken up and multiplied by the second and third discoveries. Care and temporality. To connect the authentic structure of time to that of care is, immediately, to remove the question of time from the theory of knowledge and to bring it to the level of a mode of being that, 1. Retains the scar of its relation to the question of being, 2. Has cognitive, volitional, and emotional aspects, without itself being reduced to any one of these, or even being situated on a level where the distinction between these three aspects is pertinent. 3. Recapitulates the major existentials such as projection, thrownness into the world, and fallenness, and, 4. Provides a structural unity for these existentials that straight away posits the requirement of being a whole, ganz sen, that leads directly to the question of temporality. Let us pause and look at this last feature, which governs all that follows. Why is it necessary to get into the question of temporality by way of the question of the possibility of being a whole or, as we could also say, of being integral? At first sight the notion of care does not appear to require this, it even seems at odds with it. The very first temporal implication that is unfolded is indeed that of being ahead of itself, das Sikverweg, which includes no closure but, on the contrary, remains incomplete due, precisely, to Daseins potentiality for being, Seinskonnen. If the question of being a whole has, nonetheless, a certain privilege, this is insofar as the hermeneutic phenomenology of time has as its stakes the articulated unity of the three moments of the future, the past, and the present. Augustine made this unity arise from the present by means of triplification. 5 But the present, according to Heidegger, cannot assume this function of articulation and dispersion because it is the temporal category least apt to receive an originary and authentic analysis, by reason of its kinship with the fallen forms of existence, namely, the propensity of Dasein to understand itself in terms of things present at hand, vorhanden, and ready to hand, zuhanden, that are the object of its present care, of its preoccupation. Here already, what seems closest in the eyes of a direct phenomenology turns out to be the most inauthentic phenomenon, while the authentic is what is most concealed. If therefore we admit that the question of time is first of all the question of its structural wholeness, and if the present is not the modality appropriate for the search for totality, it remains for us to find in care's being ahead of itself the secret of its completeness. It is here that the idea of being towards the end, zum and sen, offers itself as the existential that bears the mark of its own internal closure. Being the end is remarkable in that it belongs, p. 276, to that which remains in abeyance and in suspension in Dasein's potentiality for being. The end of being in the world is death, pages 276-77, ending, as dying, is constitutive for Dasein's totality, p. 284.6. This entrance into the problem of time through the question of being a whole and this alleged connection between being a whole and being towards death pose an immediate difficulty, which will not be without effect on the other two phases of our analysis. This difficulty lies in the unavoidable interference, at the heart of the analytic of Dasein, between the existential and the existential. Let us say a word about this problem in its most general and most formal aspects. In principle, the term existential characterizes the concrete choice of a way of being in the world, the ethical commitment assumed by exceptional personalities, by ecclesiastical and other communities, by entire cultures. The term existential, on the other hand, characterizes any analysis that aims at explicating the structures that distinguish Dasein from all other beings and, therefore, that connect the question of the meaning of the being of the entity that we are to the question of being as such, to the extent that, for Dasein, the meaning of its being is an issue for it. But this distinction between the existential and the existential is obscured by its interfering with the distinction between the authentic and the inauthentic, which itself is caught up in the search for the primordial, ursprünglich. This latter overlapping is inevitable as soon as the degraded and fallen state of the concepts available to a hermeneutic phenomenology reflects the state of forgetfulness in which the question of being lies, and when this fallen state requires the labor of language referred to above. The conquest of primordial concepts is thus inseparable from a struggle against inauthenticity, which itself is practically identified with everydayness. But this search for the authentic cannot be carried out without a constant appeal to the testimony of the existential. Commentators, it seems to me, have not sufficiently stressed this core of the entire hermeneutical phenomenology of being and time. This phenomenology is continually obliged to provide an existential attestation for its existential concepts. 7 This is not due to the need to reply to some epistemological objection coming from the human sciences, despite the words criterion, assurance, certainty, guarantee. The need for attestation results from the very nature of that potentiality for being in which existence lies. Existence, in fact, is free, either for the authentic or the inauthentic, or even for some undifferentiated mode. The analyses of Division 1 had constantly relied on average everydayness and are therefore themselves confined to this indistinct, even frankly inauthentic, sphere. This is why a new demand is imposed. Existence means a potentiality for being, but also one which is authentic, p. 276. However, since an inauthentic being can well be less than whole, als unganzes, as is verified by the attitude of fleeing in the face of the possibility of death, it must be admitted that our existential analysis of Dasein up till now cannot lay any claim to primordiality, ibid. In other words, without the guarantee of authenticity, the analysis also falls short of ensuring primordiality. The necessity of basing existential analysis on existential testimony has no other origin. A striking example of this can be found at the beginning of Being and Time in the relation established between being a whole and being towards death. 8 Clear confirmation of this can then also be found in the testimony anticipatory resoluteness makes concerning the entire analysis. The reign of inauthenticity never ceases, in fact, to reopen the question of the criterion of authenticity. Conscience, Gewissen, is supposed to provide this confirmation of authenticity. 9 Chapter 2, which is devoted to this analysis, is entitled Dasein's attestation Bezugung of an authentic potentiality for being, and resoluteness, p. 312. This chapter, which again seems to postpone the decisive analysis of temporality, has an irreplaceable role. Ordinary language, in fact, has already said everything there is to say about death. Everyone dies alone, death is certain but its hour is uncertain, etc. Hence we have not finished with the gossip, deceit, dissimulation, and covering up that infect everyday discourse. This is why it is necessary to call upon nothing less than the attestation of conscience, and the appeal addressed, through its voice, by the self to itself, in order to establish being towards death at its highest level of authenticity. 10. So the testimony given by conscience about resoluteness belongs in an organic manner to the analysis of time as the totalization of existence. It places the seal of authenticity on the primordial. This is why Heidegger does not try to move directly from the analysis of care to that of time. Temporality is accessible only at the intersection point of the primordial, reached in part by the analysis of being towards death, and the authentic, established by the analysis of conscience. This is perhaps the most decisive reason for the strategy of postponement that we have opposed to the strategy of taking a shortcut adopted by Husserl, with its exclusion of objective time and the description of objects as minute as a sound that continues to resonate. Heidegger allows himself a series of delays before approaching temporality thematically. First, there is the long preparatory treatise, the entire first division of Being and Time, dealing with the analysis of being in the world and with the there of being there, of Dasein, which is crowned by the analysis of care. Next, there is the short treatise, the first 2 chapters of Division 2, that, by joining together the themes of being towards death and resoluteness in the complex notion of anticipatory resoluteness, assures the overlapping of the primordial by the authentic. To this strategy of postponement will correspond, after the thematic analysis of temporality, a strategy of repetition, announced in the introductory section to Division 2, 45. It will be the task of Chapter 4 of Division 2 to undertake a recapitulation of all the analyses of Division 1, in order to glean, after the fact, their temporal meaning. This recapitulation is announced in the following terms. The existential temporal analysis of this entity needs to be confirmed bewahren concretely. By thus recapitulating Wiederholung our preparatory fundamental analysis of Dasein, we will at the same time make the phenomenon of temporality itself more transparent. Durchsichtiger, pages 277-78. We can consider as an additional postponement the long recapitulation, Wiederholung, of Division 2 of Being and Time, pages 380-81, inserted between the analysis of temporality properly speaking, Chapter 3, and that of historicality, Chapter 4, with the clearly defined intention of finding in the reinterpretation in temporal terms of all the moments of being in the world covered in Division 1 a confirmation bewahren of its constitutive power seiner Konstitutiven Möglichkeit, p. 380. Chapter 4, dealing with the temporal interpretation of the features of being in the world, can thus be placed under the same heading of an attestation of authenticity as was the case in Chapter 2 with respect to the resolute anticipation. What is new here is that the sort of confirmation provided by this review of all the analyses of Division 1 is addressed to the modes derived from fundamental temporality, as is already indicated by the title of this intermediary chapter, Temporality and Everydayness. When we say everydayness, Alltäglichkeit, we say day, tag, that is, a temporal structure the meaning of which is put off until the final chapter of being and time. In this way, the authentic character of the analysis is attested to only by its capacity to account for the derived modes of temporality. Derivation is here the equivalent of attestation. The price to be paid, however, is now the lack, so feared and so strongly denied, of a distinction between the existential and existential. This lack of a distinction presents two major drawbacks. We can first of all ask whether the entire analysis of temporality is not tied to the personal conception that Heidegger has of authenticity, on a level where it competes with other existential conceptions, those of Pascal and of Kierkegaard or that of Sartre, to say nothing of that of Augustine. It is not, in fact, within an ethical configuration, strongly marked by a certain stoicism, that resoluteness in the face of death constitutes the supreme test of authenticity. More important, is it not within a categorical analysis, heavily influenced by the recoil effect of the existential on the existential, that death is held to be our utmost possibility, even our own most potentiality, inherent in the essential structure of care? I myself consider just as legitimate an analysis such as Sartre's, which characterizes death as the interruption of our potentiality for being rather than as its most authentic possibility. We can also ask ourselves whether this very peculiar existential mark, placed from the outset on the analysis of temporality, will not have extremely serious consequences on the effort to hierarchize temporality in the last two chapters of the division on Dasein and time. Despite the desire to derive historicality and within timeness from radical temporality, a new dispersion of the notion of time will, in fact, emerge from the incommensurability of mortal time, which temporality is identified with by the preparatory analysis, historical time, which historicality is supposed to ground, and cosmic time, which within timeness leads to. The perspective of a concept of time broken up in this way, which will reawaken the aporias Augustine and Husserl ran into, can become clearer only when the notion of derivation has itself been examined as it is applied to the interconnection of the three levels of temporalization. And it is by this examination that we shall conclude our own presentation. If we withdraw from mortality the capacity to determine by itself alone the level of radicalness on which temporality can be thought, we do not thereby weaken the mode of questioning that guides the investigation of temporality, Chapter 3. Quite the opposite. If the potentiality of Dasein to be a whole, or as we might say, its capacity for being integral, ceases to be governed solely by the consideration of being towards the end, the potentiality of being a whole can once again be carried back to the power of unification, articulation, and dispersion belonging to time. Point 11. And if the modality of being towards death seems instead to result from the recoil effect of the other two levels of temporalization, historicality and within timeness, on the most original level, then the potentiality for being constitutive of care can be revealed in its purest state, as being ahead of itself, as Sigverweg. The other features that, together, make up resolute anticipation are not weakened either, but are strengthened by the refusal to give a preference to being towards death. In this way, the attestation provided by the silent voice of conscience, and the guilt that gives this voice its existential force, is addressed to our potentiality for being in its barest form and its fullest scope. In the same way, throne being is just as fully revealed by the fact of being born one day, and in a particular place, as by the necessity of having to die. Fallenness is attested to no less by old promises that are not kept as by the fact of fleeing in the face of death. Indebtedness and responsibility, which are designated by the same word in German, should, themselves constitute a powerful appeal to every person to choose according to their own most possibilities, making them free for their task in the world, when care recovers its original impetus through carefreeness with respect to death. Point 12. So there is thus more than one existential way of accepting, in all its existential force, Heidegger's formula defining temporality. Temporality gets experienced in a phenomenally primordial way in Dasein's authentic being a whole, in the phenomenon of anticipatory resoluteness, p. 351, point 13. Temporalization, coming towards, having been, and making present. As we have said, it is only at the end of chapter 3 of Division 2, 65, 66, that Heidegger deals with temporality thematically in its relation to care. In these extremely dense pages, he attempts to go beyond the Augustinian analysis of the threefold present and farther than the Husserlian analysis of retention and protension, which, as we saw above, takes place in the same phenomenological space. Heidegger's originality lies in his effort to seek in care itself the principle of the pluralizing of time into future, past, and present. From this shift toward what is more primordial will result the promotion of the future to the place occupied up to now by the present, and a complete reorientation of the relations between the three dimensions of time. This will require that the very terms future, past, and present be abandoned, terms that Augustine never felt obliged to question, out of respect for ordinary language, despite his audacity in speaking of the present of the future, the present of the past, and the present of the present. What we are looking for, it is stated at the beginning of 65, is the meaning, sin, of care. It is a question not of vision but of understanding and of interpretation. Taken strictly, meaning signifies the upon which vorophin of the primary projection of the understanding of being. Meaning signifies the upon which das vorophin of a primary projection in terms of which something can be conceived in its possibility as als that which it is, p. 371, point 14. Between the internal organization of care and the threefold nature of time we find, therefore, a quasi-Kantian relation of conditionality. But the Heideggerian making possible differs from the Kantian condition of possibility in that care possibilizes all human experience. These considerations on possibilization, inherent in care, already announce the primacy of the future in the analysis of the articulated structure of time. The intermediary link in the reasoning is provided by the preceding analysis of resolute anticipation, itself resulting from the meditation on being towards the end and being towards death. This is more than the primacy of the future. It involves the reinscription of the term future, borrowed from everyday language, in the idiom appropriate to hermeneutic phenomenology. An adverb, more than a noun, serves as a guide here, namely, the Zeu in Sensumend and Sensumtod, which can be applied to the Zeu of the expression Zukunft, to come, coming towards. With this, come and to come also takes on a new aspect by joining the power of the verb to that of the adverb, in place of the substantive form the future. In care, Dasein aims at coming toward itself in accordance with its own most possibilities. Coming towards, Zukommen, is the root of the future. This letting itself come towards itself sich auf sich Zukommen lassen, is the primordial phenomenon of the future as coming towards Zukunft, p. 372. This is the possibility included in resolute anticipation. Anticipation vorlaufen makes Dasein authentically futural, and in such a way that the anticipation itself is possible only in so far as Dasein, as being, is always coming towards itself, that is to say, in so far as it is futural zukünftig in its being in general, p. 373, point 15. This new signification given to the future allows us to distinguish some overlooked relations of close mutual implication among the three dimensions of time. Heidegger starts with the implication of the past by the future, thereby postponing a consideration of their relation to the present, which was at the center of both Augustine's and Husserl's analyses. The passage from the future to the past no longer constitutes an extrinsic transition because having been appears to be called for by the future as coming towards, and in a sense, to be contained within it. There is no recognition in general without the recognition of debt and responsibility, Once resoluteness itself implies that we ourselves assume the fault and its moment of thrownness, Dwarfenheit. But taking over thrownness signifies being Dasein authentically as it already was in dem, we esje shan war, p. 373. The important thing here is that the imperfect tense of the verb to be was and the adverb that stresses it already are not separate from being, instead as it already was bears the mark of the I am, as one can say in German ich bin gewesen, I am as having been, ibid. It can then be said, as authentically futural, Dasein is authentically as having been, ibid. This summing up is in fact the turning back upon the self inherent in any act of taking responsibility. In this way, having been stems from coming towards. Having been, not the past, if by past we are to understand the past of past things that we oppose, on the level of given presence and things that are present at hand, to the openness of future things. Do we not take as self-evident the fact that the past is determined and the future open? This asymmetry separated from its hermeneutical context does not permit us to apprehend the intrinsic relation between the past and the future, however. Point 16. As for the present, far from engendering the past and the future by multiplying itself, as in Augustine, it is the mode of temporality possessing the most deeply concealed authenticity. There is, of course, a truth of everydayness in its dealings with things ready to hand and present at hand. In this sense, the present is indeed the time of concern. But it must not be thought of following the model of the presence at hand of the things of our concern, but rather as an implication of care. It is through the intermediary of the situation which is in each case offered to resoluteness that we can rethink the present in its existential mode. We must then speak of in presenting in the sense of making present rather than of being present. Point 17. Only as the present Gegenwart in the sense of making present, can resoluteness be what it is, namely, letting itself be encountered undisguisedly by that which it seizes upon in taking action, p. 374. Coming towards and turning back upon itself are thus incorporated in resoluteness, once the latter is placed in a situation by making it present, by in presenting it. Temporality is then the articulated unity of coming towards, having been, and making present, which are thereby given to be thought of together. This phenomenon has the unity of a future which makes present in the process of having been. We designate it as temporality, ibid. We see in what sense this kind of deduction of the three modes of temporality, from each other, corresponds to the concept of making possible mentioned above. Temporality makes possible ermöglicht the unity of existence, facticity, and falling, p. 376. This new status of making possible is expressed in the substitution of the verb for the nominal form. Temporality is not an entity at all. It is not, but it temporalizes itself, p. 377, point 18. If the invisibility of time as a whole is no longer an obstacle to thinking, once we think of possibility as making possible and of temporality as temporalizing, what remains just as obscure in Heidegger as it was in Augustine is the triplicity internal to this structural wholeness. The adverbial expressions the towards of coming towards, the already of having been, and the alongsideness of concern indicate on the very level of language itself the dispersion that undermines the unitary articulation from within. The Augustinian problem of the threefold present is simply carried over to temporalization taken as a whole. It seems that we can only point toward this intractable phenomenon, designated by the Greek term ekstatikon, and state that temporality is the primordial outside of itself außer sich in and for itself, p. 377, point 19. At the same time, it is necessary to complete the idea of the structural unity of time by adding that of the differences among its ecstasies. This differentiation is intrinsically implied by temporalization insofar as it is a process that gathers together in dispersing. Point 20. The passage from the future to the past and to the present is at one and the same time unification and diversification. Here, all at once, we see the enigma of the distentio animi reintroduced, although it is no longer based on the present. And for similar reasons, we recall, Augustine was careful to account for the extensible character of time that makes us speak of a long time or a short time. For Heidegger, too, what he considers to be the ordinary conception of time, that is, the succession of nows external to one another, finds a secret ally in the primordial exteriorization with regard to which the ordinary conception is but the expression of a leveling off. This leveling off is the leveling off of this aspect of exteriority. We shall be in a position to consider this leveling off only after we have spread out before ourselves the hierarchical levels of temporalization, temporality, historicality, and within timeness, inasmuch as what this leveling off actually affects is the mode whose derivation makes it the furthest removed from primordial temporality, within timeness. Nevertheless, it is possible to perceive in the usage of primordial temporality the principle of all the subsequent forms of exteriorization and of the leveling off that will affect it. The question then arises whether the derivation of the least authentic modes does not conceal the circularity of the entire analysis. Is derived time not already anticipated in the usage of primordial temporality? Historicality, Geschichtlichkeit. There is no way I can measure my debt as regards the ultimate contribution of Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology to the theory of time. The most valuable discoveries in it give rise to the most disconcerting perplexities. The distinction between temporality, historicality, and within timeness, which occupies the last two chapters with which being and time breaks off, it can be said, more than concludes, can be added to its two other remarkable discoveries, the recourse to care as that which makes temporality possible and the plural unity of the three ecstasies of temporality. The question of historicality is introduced by the formulation of a scruple, Bedenken, one which is now familiar to us. Have we indeed brought the whole of Dasein, as regards it authentically being a whole, into the forehaving Vorhabe of our existential analysis? p. 424.21 Temporality is lacking in one aspect that would make it a whole. This aspect is strecken, stretching along, between birth and death. But how could this have been considered in an analysis that has up to now disregarded birth and, along with it, the between birth and death? Now, this between the two is the very stretching along of Dasein. If nothing has been said of this earlier, it was out of the fear of falling back into the web of ordinary thinking concerning the things present at hand and ready to hand. What could be more tempting than to identify this stretching along with a measurable interval between the now of the beginning and that of the end? But, have we not, at the same time, neglected to consider human existence in terms of a concept, familiar to many thinkers at the beginning of this century, including Dilthey, that of the connectedness of life, Zusammenhang des Lebens, conceived of as an ordered sequence of experiences, or Leibniz, in time? It cannot be denied that something important is stated here, but something that is perverted by the defective categorization imposed by the ordinary representation of time. For indeed it is within the framework of simple succession that we place not only connectedness and sequence but also change and permanence, all of which, let us note, are concepts that hold the highest interest for narration. Birth then becomes an event of the past that no longer exists, just as death becomes a future event that has not yet taken place, and the connectedness of life a lapse of time framed by the rest of time. It will only be by connecting to the problematic of care the legitimate investigations centered on the concept of the connectedness of life that we shall be able to restore to the notions of stretching along, movement, Bewegtheit, and self-constancy, Selbstständigkeit, their ontological dignity, which the ordinary representation of time places in line with the constancy, change, and permanence of things present at hand. Reconnected to care, the between life and death ceases to appear as an interval separating two non-existent endpoints. On the contrary, Dasein does not fill up an interval of time but, by stretching along, constitutes its true being as this very stretching along, which envelopes its own beginning and its own end, and gives meaning to life as between. We could not find ourselves any closer to Augustine than in this observation. It is to indicate clearly this derivation of the stretching along of Dasein starting from primordial temporalization that Heidegger attempts to renew the meaning of the old German word Geschichten and to put it on an equal footing with the ontological problematic of between life and death. The choice of this word is apt inasmuch as Geschichten, historize in the English translation of being and time, is a verb homologous to Zeitigen, which indicates the temporalizing operation. In addition, thanks to its semantic kinship with the substantive form Geschichte, the verb Geschichten leads to the threshold of the epistemological question, so important to us, whether it is due to historiographical science that we think historically, or whether it is not because Dasein historizes itself that historical research has a meaning. Later we shall give this debate between the ontology of historicality and the epistemology of historiography the attention it fully deserves. For the moment, our problem is more radical. It concerns the nature of the derivation by which we pass from temporality to historicality on the ontological level. This is less of a one-way derivation than Heidegger seems to announce. On the one hand, historicality owes its ontological tenor to this derivation. Stretching along, movement, and self-constancy can be lifted out of their degraded representation only by referring the whole problematic of historicality to that of temporality. 22 We are even incapable of giving a satisfactory meaning to the relations between movement and self-constancy so long as we think of them in terms of the opposing categories of change and permanence. On the other hand, historicality adds a new dimension, an original, equiprimordial dimension to temporality, toward which all the ordinary expressions of cohesion, change, and self-constancy point despite their degraded state. If common sense did not have a certain preconception, the question of readjusting these expressions to the ontological discourse of Dasein would not even arise. We would not even ask the question of the historical becoming of Dasein, if we had not already raised, within the framework of inappropriate categories, the questions of change and self-constancy, akin to the question of Dasein stretching along between life and death. The question of self-constancy, in particular, imposes itself on our reflection as soon as we ask ourselves about the who of Dasein. We cannot avoid this question once the question of the self returns to the foreground with the question of resoluteness, which itself goes along with the self-reference of promising and guilt. 23. It is therefore quite true that although it is derived, the notion of historicality adds to that of temporality, on the existential level itself, those features signified by words stretching along, movement, and self-constancy. We must not forget this enrichment of the primordial by the derivative when we ask in what way historicality is the ontological ground of history, and, reciprocally, in what way the epistemology of historiography is a discipline grounded on the ontology of historicality. 24. We must now explore the resources provided by this innovative derivation, if we may call it so. Heidegger's main concern in this regard is to resist two tendencies found in all historical thinking. The first one consists in thinking of history straight away as a public phenomenon, for is history not the history of all people? The second leads to separating the past from its relation to the future and to construing historical thought as pure retrospection. These two tendencies go hand in hand, for it is indeed public history that we are trying to understand after the fact, in the mode of retrospection, even of retrodiction. To the first temptation, Heidegger opposes the primacy of the historicality of each factical Dasein in relation to all research concerning world history, in the sense that Hegel ascribes to this term. Dasein factically has its history, and it can have something of the sort because the being of this entity is constituted by historicality, p. 434. And it is indeed this first sense of the word history that is prescribed by an investigation that takes care as its guide and that sees in being towards death solitary and untransferable the touchstone for any authentic attitude toward time. 25. As for the second temptation, Heidegger confronts it head-on with the full weight of the preceding analysis, which gives priority to the future in the mutual genesis of the three temporal ecstasies. This analysis, however, cannot simply be continued in the same way, if we are to take into consideration the new features added by historicality, stretching along, movement, and self-constancy. This is why the movement of coming towards in the direction of having been must be rethought in such a way as to account for the reversal by which the past seems to regain priority over the future. The decisive moment in the argument is as follows. There is no impetus toward the future that does not turn back toward the condition of finding itself already thrown into the world. Now this returning back upon itself is not limited to returning to the most contingent and most extrinsic circumstances of our imminent choices. In a more essential manner, it consists in grasping hold of the innermost and most permanent possibilities held in reserve in what appears to constitute no more than the contingent and extrinsic occasion for action. In order to state this close relationship between anticipation and fallenness, Heidegger ventures to introduce the kindred notions of heritage, transfer, and transmission. The term heritage was chosen for its particular connotations. For everyone, in fact, fallenness being thrown presents the singular configuration of a lot composed of possibilities that are neither chosen nor fettering, but that are handed down and transmitted. In addition, a heritage is what can be received, taken over, assumed by someone. The French language, unfortunately, does not have the semantic resources of German to reconstitute the network of verbs and prefixes that knit together this idea of a heritage that is handed down, carried over, and assumed. 26. This key notion of a heritage that is handed down and assumed constitutes the pivot point of this analysis. It enables us to see how every turning backwards comes from a resoluteness that is, in its essence, turned toward the future. The distinction between the transmission of potentialities that are my own self, as having been, and the fortuitous transfer of a fixed set of circumstances, opens up in turn the path for an analysis that rests on the kinship between the three concepts that the semantics of German groups together, Schicksal, Geschick, and Geschichte, which we translate by fate, destiny, and history. The first term certainly reinforces the monadic character of the analysis, at least in its beginnings. What I hand down to myself, just as I receive myself as a heritage of potentialities. This is my fate. If indeed we construct all of our projects in light of being towards death, then all that is fortuitous falls away. What remains in our lot, that share that we are, in the destitution of our mortality? Fate, this is how we designate Dasein's primordial historizing, which lies in authentic resoluteness and in which Dasein hands itself down to itself sich. Überliefert, free for death, in a possibility which it has inherited and yet has chosen, p. 435. At this level, constraints and choices merge together, as do powerlessness and all-powerfulness in the overdetermined concept of fate. Is it true, however, that a heritage is handed down from the self to itself? Is it not always received from someone else? Yet being towards death, it seems, excludes everything that is transferable from one person to another. To which conscience adds the personal tone of a silent voice addressed from the self to itself. The difficulty is compounded when we pass from individual historicality to common history. It is then the notion of Geschick, common destiny, that is called upon to assure the transition, to make the leap. The abrupt passage from an individual fate to a common destiny is made intelligible by resorting to the existential category of Mitsein, being with, which is done only too infrequently in being and time. I say only too infrequently because, in the section devoted to Mitsein, 25, 27, it is for the most part the deteriorated forms of everydayness that are emphasized under the category of the they. And the conquest of the self always takes place against the background of this they, without taking into consideration the authentic forms of communion or mutual assistance. At least the recourse to being with at this critical point of the analysis does authorize us to link together Mitgeschihen and Geschihen, co-historicality and historicality. This is precisely what defines a common destiny. It is, in fact, noteworthy that Heidegger, continuing here his polemic against the philosophies of the subject and also those of intersubjectivity, contests the claim that the historicality of a community, a people, Volk, can be formed on the basis of individual fates. This is a transition as unacceptable as that which would conceive of being with one another as the occurring together Zusammenverkommen of several subjects, p. 436. Everything indicates that Heidegger here confines himself to suggesting the idea of a homology between communal destiny and individual fate, and to indicating the transfer of the same observations from one place to the other, the heritage of a ground of potentialities, resoluteness, etc. In so doing, he is prepared, if need be, to point to the empty place to be filled by categories more specifically suited to being with, struggle, combative obedience, loyalty. 27. Setting aside these difficulties, to which we shall return in a later chapter, the central line of the entire analysis of historicality begins from the notion of stretching along, Erskstrecken, follows the chain of the three semantically related concepts history, Geschichte, fate, Schicksal, and common destiny, Geschick, and then culminates in the concept of repetition, or recapitulation, Wiederholung. I should like to stress in particular the contrast between the initial term of stretching along and the final one of repetition. It coincides exactly with the Augustinian dialectic of distentio and intentio, which I have often transcribed into the vocabulary of discordance and concordance. Repetition, or recapitulation, is not a concept unknown to us at this stage of our reading of Being and Time. The analysis of temporality as a whole is, as we have seen, a repetition of the entire analytic of Dasein developed in Division 1. In addition, the dominant category of temporality has received, in Chapter 4 of Division 2, a specific confirmation in its ability to repeat, feature by feature, each of the moments of the analytic of Dasein. Now we find that repetition is the name given to the process by which, on the derived level of historicality, the anticipation of the future, the recovery of fallenness, and the moment of vision, Augenblicklich, in tune with its time reconstitute their unity. In one sense, the reciprocal engendering of the three ecstasies of temporality, beginning with the future, contained an outline of repetition. However, inasmuch as historicality brought with it new categories stemming from Geschichten, and especially inasmuch as the entire analysis is shifted from the anticipation of the future toward the recovery of the past, a new concept for relating the three ecstasies is required, based on the explicit theme of historicality, namely, the handing down of possibilities that are inherited and nevertheless chosen. Repeating is handing down explicitly, that is to say, going back into the possibilities of the Dasein that has been there, p. 437.28. The cardinal function of the concept of repetition is to re-establish the balance that the idea of a handed-down heritage tipped to the side of having been, to recover the primacy of anticipatory resoluteness at the very heart of what is abolished, over and done with, what is no longer. Repetition thus opens potentialities that went unnoticed, were aborted, or were repressed in the past. 29. It opens up the past again in the direction of coming towards. By sealing the tie between handing down and resoluteness, the concept of repetition succeeds at once in preserving the primacy of the future and in making the shift toward having been. This secret polarization between the heritage handed down and anticipatory resoluteness can even make repetition into a rejoinder, or wiederum, which can go so far as to be a disavowal, wider of the grip of the past on the present. 30. Repetition does even more. It puts the seal of temporality on the entire chain of concepts constitutive of historicality: heritage, handing down, taking over, history, co-historicizing, fate, and destiny, and brings historicality back to its origin in temporality. 31. The time seems to have come to pass from the theme of historicality to that of within-timeness, which, in fact, has been continually anticipated in the preceding analyses. We must, however, pause here and take into account a quarrel that is far from marginal in relation to the overall project of Being and Time. This quarrel concerns the status of historiography, and more generally of the Geisteswissenschaften, in other words, the human sciences, in relation to the existential analytic of historicality. The place this debate occupies in German thought, principally under the influence of Dilthey, is well known. It is also well known that this problem preoccupied Heidegger before he wrote Being and Time. In this sense, we could say that the refutation of the claim made by the human sciences to be constituted on an autonomous basis, equal to the natural sciences, belongs to the formative core of Being and Time, even though the thesis that the epistemology of the human sciences is wholly subordinated to the existential analytic seems to constitute only a sort of enclave, cf. 72, 75-77, within the general problematic of the derivation of the levels of temporalization. Rapidly stated, the reproach leveled at a simple epistemology of the human sciences, Dilthey being the most noteworthy craftsman in this regard, is that such an epistemology grants itself an unfounded concept of pastness, by failing to ground this concept in the having been of historicality, which makes intelligible its relation to coming towards and making present. 32. Whoever does not understand historizing, in the hermeneutical sense, does not understand historical, in the sense of the human sciences. 33. In particular, scholars do not understand what should be an enigma to them, that the past, which is no longer, has effects, exerts an influence, an action, working, on the present. This after effect, nachwirkend, which may be said to be declared only subsequently or after the fact, ought to surprise us. More precisely, our puzzlement should be directed to the notion of the remains of the past. Do we not say, of what remains of a Greek temple, that it is a fragment of the past, that it is still present? The paradox of the historical past in its entirety lies here. On the one hand, it is no longer; on the other, the remains of the past hold it still present at hand, voorhanden. The paradox of the no longer and the not yet returns with a vengeance. It is clear that the understanding of what is meant by remains, ruins, antiquities, old equipment, and so on escapes an epistemology that has no basis in Dasein. Its past character is not written on the face of a remainder, even when it has deteriorated. Quite the opposite, however transitory it may be, it has not yet passed away, it is not yet past. This paradox attests to the fact that there is no historical object except for a being that already possesses the sense of historizing. We then come back to the question, what were, at another time, the things that we now see before us, deteriorated and yet still visible? There is but a single solution. What is no longer is the world to which these remains belonged. But the difficulty seems only to be pushed farther back. For what does being no longer signify for the world? Is it not stated that the world is only in the manner of existing Dasein, which factically is as being in the world, p. 432? In other words, how can being in the world be conjugated in the past tense? Heidegger's reply leaves me puzzled. According to him, the paradox strikes only those beings that fall under the category of the voorhanden and the zohanden, concerning which we cannot understand how they can be past, that is, no longer yet still present. However, the paradox does not strike what involves Dasein, because Dasein escapes the only categorization for which the past poses a problem. A Dasein which no longer exists, however, is not past vergangen, in the ontologically strict sense, it is rather having been there de Joasen, ibid. The remains of the past are remains of the past because they were equipment that belonged to a world that has been, de Joasen, the world of a Dasein that has been there, ibid. Once this distinction has been made between past and having been, and once the past has been ascribed to the order of equipment, given and ready to hand, the path is clear for the well-known analysis of historicality, which we discussed above. We may nevertheless wonder whether historiography has found a grounding in historicality, or whether, instead, its own problems have been simply avoided. Certainly, Heidegger was not unaware of this difficulty, and we can agree with him when he says that what is past in historical remains is the world to which they belonged. But as a result, he was forced to shift his emphasis to the term world. It is the world of a Dasein that is said to have been there. By this shift of emphasis, the equipment we encounter in the world itself becomes historical, in a derivative sense. 34 In this way, Heidegger is led to forge the expression weltgeschichtlich, world historical, to designate those beings other than Dasein that are called historical, in the sense of historizing, due to their belonging to the world of care. Heidegger thinks that by this he has done away with the claims of Diltheyian epistemology. World historical entities do not first get their historical character, let us say, by reason of a historiological objectification, they get it rather as those entities which they are in themselves when they are encountered within the world, p. 433. What appears to me to be shunted aside here is precisely the problematic of the trace, in which the very characterization as historical in the existential sense of the term is based upon the persistence of a thing that is given and ready to hand, that is, of a physical mark capable of guiding a return toward the past. 35 Along with the trace, Heidegger also challenges the idea that increasing distance in time is a specific feature of history, making oldness per se the criterion of history. The notion of temporal distance too is set aside as having no primordial significance. According to Heidegger, every characterization as historical proceeds exclusively from the temporalizing of Dasein, with the reservation that the emphasis be placed on the side of the world in being in the world and that the encounter with equipment be incorporated into such being in the world. The only way of justifying the ontological priority of historicality over historiography would be, it seems to me, to show convincingly how the latter proceeds from the former. Here we run into the greatest difficulty for any thinking about time that refers every derivative form of temporality to one primordial form, the mortal temporality of care. This poses a major obstacle to any historical thinking. I cannot see how the repetition of possibilities inherited by each of us as a result of being thrown into the world can measure up to the scope of the historical past. Extending the notion of historizing to co-historizing, what Heidegger calls destiny, Geschick, provides, of course, a wider basis for having been. But the gap between having been and the past remains, insofar as what, in fact, opens the way for an inquiry into the past are visible remains. Everything still has to be done if this past indicated by the trace is to be integrated with the having been of a community with a destiny. Heidegger lessens the difficulty only by attributing to the idea of the source or origin, Herkunft, of the derivative forms the value, not of a gradual loss of meaning, but of an increase of meaning. This enrichment, as we shall see, owes a debt to what the analysis of temporality, which is nevertheless overly marked by its reference to the most intimate feature of existence, namely, our own mortality, has borrowed from the analyses made in Division 1 of Being and Time, where the emphasis was placed on the world pole of being in the world. This return in force of worldliness at the end of the work is not the least of the surprises to be found in the Heideggerian analytic of temporality. This is confirmed by what follows in the text in the passage from historicality to within timeness. The final sections, 75, 77, of the chapter on historicality, directed against Dilthey 36, are too ostensibly concerned with stressing the subordination of historiography to historicality to shed any new light on the inverse problem of the passage from having been to the historical past. The main emphasis is on the inauthenticity of the preoccupation that inclines us to understand ourselves in relation to the objects of our care and to speak the language of the they. To this, says Heidegger, we must obstinately reply, with all the seriousness of the hermeneutic phenomenology of care, that the historizing of history is the historizing of being in the world, p. 440, and that with the existence of historical being in the world, what is ready to hand and what is present at hand have already, in every case, been incorporated into the history of the world, ibid. That the historizing of equipment makes such entities autonomous deepens the enigma of pastness and of the past, for lack of any support in the historicality of being in the world, which includes the being of equipment. However, this autonomy, which gives a sort of objectivity to the processes that affect equipment, works, monuments, and the like, can be understood phenomenologically through the genesis of preoccupation starting from care, without being grasped historiologically, p. 441. The structures of fallenness, of everydayness, of anonymity, that stem from the analytic of Dasein are sufficient, Heidegger believes, to account for this misunderstanding by which we ascribe a history to things. The call to authenticity wins out over the concern to take the step from ontology to epistemology, even though the necessity to do so is not contested. 37. However, can we inquire into the existential source of historiology, p. 444, can we assert that it is rooted in temporality, without traversing the path that connects them in both directions? Within timeness, inner Zeitigkeit. Let us close the parenthesis of this long-standing quarrel concerning the ground of the human sciences and again take up our guideline of the problematic dealing with the levels of temporalization, which forms the heart of division 2 of being and time. By unfolding the new meanings that the phenomenological concept of time has acquired by passing from the level of pure temporality to that of historicality, have we given to temporality itself the concrete fullness that it has continually lacked since the start of our analyses. 38 Just as the analysis of temporality remains incomplete without the derivation which itself creates new categories that leads to the idea of historicality, so too historicality has not been completely thought out so long as it has not in turn been completed by the idea of within-timeness, which is, nonetheless, derived from it. 39. The chapter entitled Temporality and Within-Timeness as the Source of the Ordinary Conception of Time, p. 456, is, in fact, far from constituting a pale echo of the existential analysis of temporality. It too shows a philosopher with his back to the wall. Two distinct questions are raised: in what way is within-timeness, that is, all of the experiences through which time is designated as that in which events occur, still connected to fundamental temporality? In what way does this derivation constitute the origin of the ordinary concept of time? As closely related as they may be, these questions are distinct. One raises the problem of derivation, the other that of leveling off. What is at stake in both questions is whether the duality between the time of the soul and cosmic time, our chapter 1, and the duality between phenomenological time and objective time, our chapter 2, are finally overcome in an analytic of Dasein. Let us concentrate our attention on the aspects of within-timeness that recall its source, Herkenfeet, starting from primordial temporality. The pivotal expression used by Heidegger to indicate the double aspect of dependence and innovation with respect to the source is that of reckoning with Rechnung mit time, which has the advantage of announcing the leveling off by means of which the idea of reckoning, Rechnung, will win out in the ordinary representation of time and contain within itself traces of its phenomenological origin, which are still accessible to existential interpretation. 40 As we go over these traces, they will progressively reveal the originality of this mode of temporalization and, at the same time, pave the way for the thesis concerning the leveling off of within-timeness in the common representation of time, in that the most original features of within-timeness, apparently, are simply those that possess a more deeply concealed origin. With respect to an initial group of features, the source is easy to discern. Reckoning with is first of all to highlight the world time that was already mentioned in discussing historicality. World time moves to the foreground once we shift our emphasis to the mode of being of the things we encounter in the world, present at hand, voorhanden, ready to hand, zuhanden. One whole side of the structure of being in the world in this way reminds analysis that the priority accorded to being towards death was in danger of tipping the balance to the side of interiority. It is time to recall that if Dasein does not know itself in accordance with the categories of presence to hand and readiness to hand, Dasein is in the world only through the commerce it maintains with these things, and their categorization must not be forgotten in turn. Dasein exists alongside, bei, the things of the world, just as it exists with, mit, others. This being alongside, in turn, recalls the condition of thrownness that constitutes the reverse side of every project and underscores the primordial passivity against which all understanding stands out, an understanding that is always in a given situation. In fact, the dimension of being affected was never sacrificed in the earlier analyses to that of being projected, as the deduction of the three ecstasies of time amply demonstrated. The present analysis underscores the legitimacy of this demonstration. Shifting the emphasis to thrownness alongside has as its corollary the importance attributed to the third temporal ecstasis, upon which the analysis of time as the time of a project, hence as future, cast a sort of suspicion. Being alongside the things of our concern, is to live care as preoccupation, besorgen. With preoccupation, what predominates is the ecstasis of the present, or rather of in presenting, in the sense of making present, gegenartigen. With preoccupation, the present is finally given its due. Augustine and Husserl started from it, Heidegger ends up there. At this point, consequently, their analyses intersect. Heidegger by no means denies that, on this level, it is legitimate to reorganize the relations among the three ecstasies of time around the pivot point of the present. Only someone who says today can also speak of what will happen then and of what has to be done before, whether it is a matter of plans, of impediments, or of precautions. Only this being can speak of what, having failed or escaped attention, took place before and must succeed now. Simplifying a great deal, we can say that preoccupation places the accent on the present, just as primordial temporality placed it on the future and historicality on the past. However, as the deduction of each of the ecstasies of temporality from the others has shown, the present is understood existentially only last of all. We know why. By restoring the legitimacy of the within-the-world surroundings of Dasein, we risk yoking the understanding of Dasein once again to the categories of what is present at hand and what is ready to hand, categories under which, according to Heidegger, metaphysics has always tried to classify things, up to the distinction between the psychical and the physical. We are all the more in danger of doing just this when the swing of the scale that shifts the emphasis to the world of being in the world makes the things of our concern outweigh being in care. This is where the leveling off, which we shall discuss below, begins. After this group of descriptive features, whose source is relatively easy to uncover, the analysis moves to a group of three characteristics that are precisely those that the ordinary conception of time has leveled off. They therefore occupy a key position in the analysis, at the intersection point of the problematic of the source and the problematic of derivation, 80. Given the framework of the discussion that will follow, we cannot be too attentive to the innovation in meaning that gives this derivation a productive character. The three characteristics in question are named, datability, lapse of time, and publicness. Datability is connected to reckoning with time, which is said to precede actual calculation. It is likewise affirmed here that datability precedes the assigning of dates, in other words, actual calendar dating. Datability proceeds from the relational structure of primordial time, when it is referred to the present, forgetting the primacy of the reference to the future. Every event is datable, once it is located in relation to a now. We can then say either that it has not yet occurred and that it will occur later, then, or that it exists no longer and occurred earlier. In contrast to what we may believe, this relational structure, the same one on which the Augustinian analysis of the threefold present and the Husserlian analysis of retention-protension are based, is not understandable in and of itself. We must move from the now as absolute in some sense to the now that, to which are added the when and the before, in order to find the phenomenological meaning of this interplay of relations. In short, we must return to the being alongside that connects preoccupation to the things of the world. When we speak of time as a system of dates organized in relation to a point of time taken as an origin, we quite simply forget the work of interpretation by which we moved from making present, including all that it awaits and all that it retains, to the idea of an indifferent now. The task of hermeneutic phenomenology, in speaking of datability rather than of dates, consists in reactivating this work of interpretation that is concealed and is itself annihilated in the representation of time as a system of dates. 41 By reactivating this work, the existential analytic restores both the ecstatic character of the now, that is, its belonging to the network of coming towards, having been, and making present, and its character of having a horizon, that is, the reference of now that, to the entities encountered in the world by reason of the constitution of being alongside, which is characteristic of preoccupation. Dating always occurs in relation to the beings encountered by reason of the opening of the there. The second original feature of within-timeness is the consideration of the lapse of time, of the interval between a since then and an until, generated by the relations between now, then, and before, an interval that, in turn, produces a second-order datability, while during this lapse of time, things have their time, do their time, what we ordinarily call lasting or enduring. What we find again here is the stretching along, characteristic of historicality, but interpreted in the idiom of preoccupation. By being connected to datability, stretching along becomes a lapse of time. In turn, the notion of an interval, referred back to that of a date, produces the idea that we can assign a temporal extension to every now, to every then, to every before, as when we say during the meal, now, last spring, before, next fall, then. The question of the extension of the present, which is so troublesome for psychologists, finds its origin, and the origin of its obscurity, here. It is in terms of a lapse of time that we allow an amount of time, that we employ our day well or poorly, forgetting that it is not time that is used up, but our preoccupation itself, which, by losing itself among the things of its concern, loses its time as well. Anticipatory resoluteness alone escapes the dilemma, always having time or not having time. It alone makes the isolated now an authentic instant, a moment of vision, Augenblick, which does not claim to control things but contents itself with constancy, Ständigkeit. From this constancy comes the self-constancy, Selbstständigkeit, that embraces future, past, and present, and fuses the activity expended by care with the original passivity of a being thrown in the world. 42 The final original feature is that the time of preoccupation is a public time. Here again we are misled by false appearances. In itself, time has nothing public about it. Behind this feature is concealed everyday understanding, the average understanding of being with one another. Public time results then from an interpretation that is grafted on this everyday understanding which, in a sense, publicizes time, makes it public, to the extent that the everyday condition no longer reaches making present except through an anonymous and commonplace now. It is on the basis of these three features of within-timeness datability, lapse of time, and public time that Heidegger attempts to rejoin what we call time and to lay the groundwork for his final thesis concerning the leveling off of the existential analysis in the ordinary conception of time. 43 This is the time of preoccupation, but interpreted in terms of the things alongside which our concern makes us reside. In this way, reckoning and measuring, valid for things present at hand and ready to hand, come to be applied to this datable, extended, public time. For example, reckoning astronomical and calendar time arises from dating in relation to repeated occurrences of our environment. The anteriority that this reckoning appears to have in relation to the public datability of within-timeness can be explained once again by the thrownness that permeates care. 44 It is therefore insofar as we are affected that astronomical and calendar time appear autonomous and primary. Time then swings back to the side of beings other than the one that we are, and we begin to wonder, as did ancient thinkers, whether time is, or, as do modern ones, whether it is subjective or objective. The reversal that appears to give an anteriority to time in relation to care itself is the final link in a chain of interpretations that are but so many misinterpretations. First, the prevalence of preoccupation in the structure of care; next, the interpretation of the temporal features of preoccupation in terms of the things alongside which care stands; finally, forgetting this interpretation itself, which makes the measurement of time appear to belong to things present at hand and ready to hand themselves. The quantifying of time then appears to be independent of the temporality of care. The time in which we ourselves are is understood as the receptacle of things present to hand and ready to hand. What is particularly forgotten is the condition of thrownness, as a structure of being in the world. It is possible to catch sight of the moment when this is first forgotten, and of the reversal that results from it, in the relation that circumspection, another name for preoccupation, maintains with visibility and that visibility maintains with the light of day. 45 In this way, a sort of secret pact is concluded between the sun and care, in which light serves as the intermediary. We say, as long as daylight remains, for 2 days, for the past 3 days, in 4 days. If the calendar is the computation of days, the clock is that of hours and their subdivisions. But the hour is not tied in such a visible way to our preoccupation as the day is, and through this preoccupation to our thrownness. The sun does in fact appear on the horizon of things present at hand. The derivation of the hour is thus more indirect. Yet it is not impossible, if we keep in mind that the things of our concern are in part things ready to hand. The clock is the thing ready to hand that permits us to add a precise measurement to exact dating. In addition, this measurement completes the process of making time public. The need for such precision in measuring is inscribed in the dependence of preoccupation with respect to what is ready to hand in general. The analyses at the beginning of being and time devoted to the worldhood of the world have prepared us to seek in the structure of significance that connects our instruments together, and that connects all of them to our preoccupation, a reason for the proliferation of artificial clocks on the basis of natural ones. In this way, the connection between scientific time and the time of preoccupation becomes ever more tenuous and more deeply concealed, until the apparently complete autonomy of the measurement of time in relation to the fundamental structure of being in the world constitutive of care is affirmed. If hermeneutic phenomenology has nothing to say about the epistemological aspects of the history of the measurement of time, it does take an interest in the direction this history has taken in loosening the ties between this measurement and the process of temporalization in which Dasein is the pivot point. At the end of this emancipation, there is no longer any difference between following the course of time and following the movement of the hands on the face of a clock. Reading the hour on clocks that are more and more precise seems no longer to have any connection with the act of saying now, an act itself rooted in the phenomenon of reckoning with time. The history of the measurement of time is that of forgetting all the interpretations traversed by making present. At the end of this forgetting, time itself is identified with a series of ordinary and anonymous nows. 46. In this way, we have followed the derivation of within timeness. In other words, we have brought to light its origin, Herkenfeet, up to the point where the successive interpretations, quickly changed into misinterpretations, give time a transcendence equal to that of the world. 47. Before taking up the polemic leveled by the existential interpretation of within timeness against the ordinary representation of time, I want to acknowledge the advance that Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology has made over those of Augustine and Husserl. In one sense, the debate between Husserl and Kant is rendered obsolete in the same sense that the opposition between subject and object is. On the one hand, world time is more objective than any object, in that it accompanies the revelation of the world as world. As a result, it is no more tied to psychical beings than to physical ones. Time first shows itself in the sky, p. 471. On the other hand, it is more subjective than any subject because of its being rooted in care. The debate between Augustine and Aristotle appears even more obsolete. On the one hand, in contrast to Augustine, the time of the soul is also a world time, and its interpretation requires no refutation of cosmology. On the other hand, in contrast to Aristotle, it is no longer a troublesome question to ask whether time can exist if there is no soul to distinguish between two instants and to count the intervals. However, new aporias are born from this very advance in hermeneutic phenomenology. They are revealed by the failure of the polemic against the ordinary concept of time, a failure that, by a recoil effect, helps to bring to light the aporetic character of this hermeneutic phenomenology itself, stage by stage, and as a whole. The ordinary concept of time. Heidegger places his polemic against the ordinary concept of time under the heading of leveling off, never to be confused with the discussion of the source, even if this leveling off is induced by forgetting the source. This polemic constitutes a critical point, much more dangerous than Heidegger might have thought, preoccupied as he was during this period with another polemic over the human sciences. In this way, he can claim, without qualms, not to distinguish the scientific concept of universal time from the ordinary concept of time that he is criticizing. His argumentation directed against ordinary time makes no concessions. Its ambition is no less than a genesis without remainder of the concept of time as it is employed in all the sciences starting from fundamental temporality. This genesis is a genesis progressing by leveling off, taking its point of departure in within timeness, but one whose far-off origin lies in the failure to recognize the tie between temporality and being towards death. Starting from within timeness has the obvious advantage of making the ordinary concept of time first appear in greatest proximity to the last decipherable figure of phenomenological time. but, more importantly, it has the advantage of organizing the ordinary concept of time around the pivotal notion whose kinship with the principal characteristic of within-timeness is still apparent. This pivotal notion is the point like now. As a consequence, ordinary time can be characterized as a series of point-like nows, whose intervals are measured by our clocks. Like the hand moving across the face of the clock, time runs from one now to another. Defined in this way, time deserves to be called now time. The world time which is cited in this manner in the use of clocks, we call the now time Jetztzeit, p. 474. The genesis of the point like now is clear. It is merely a disguise of the making present that awaits and withholds, that is, the third ecstasis of temporality, which preoccupation brought to the fore. In this disguise, the instrument of measurement, which is one of the things ready to hand upon which we fix our circumspection, has eclipsed the process of making present that had made measurement desirable. Starting from here, the three major features of within-timeness are subjected to an identical leveling off. Datability no longer precedes the assigning of dates but rather follows it. The lapse of time, which itself arises from the stretching out characteristic of historicality, no longer precedes the measurable interval but rather is governed by it, and, above all else, the character of making public, founded in the being with relating mortals to one another, gives way to the allegedly irreducible characteristic of time, its universality. Time is held to be public because it is declared to be universal. In short, time is defined as a system of dates only because dating takes place on the basis of an origin that is an indistinguishable now. It is defined as a series of intervals. Universal time, in the end, is only the sequence, Folge, of these point-like nows, Jetztfolge. Other features of the ordinary concept of time only appear, however, if we retrace the genesis of a contemporary failure to recognize the most original temporality. As we know, phenomenology must be hermeneutic because what is closest to us is also what is most covered over. The features we are going to look at all have in common the fact that they serve as symptoms, in the sense that they allow us to glimpse an origin at the same time that they attest to the failure to recognize this origin. Consider the infinity of time. It is because we have erased from our thoughts originary finiteness, imprinted on time to come by being towards death, that we hold time to be infinite. 48 In this sense, infinity is but a fallen state of the finiteness of the future attested to by anticipatory resoluteness. Infinity is non-mortality, but what does not die is the they. Thanks to this immortality of the they, our thrownness among things present at hand and ready to hand is perverted by the idea that our lifespan is only a fragment of this time. 49. One indication that this is how things are is that we say of time that it flies. Is this not because we fly from ourselves, in the face of death, because the state of loss in which we sink, when we no longer perceive the relation between thrownness, fallenness, and preoccupation, makes time appear as a flight and makes us say that it passes away, verget? Otherwise, why would we notice the fleeing of time rather than its blossoming forth? Is this not something like a return of the repressed, by which our fleeing in the face of death is disguised as the fleeing of time? And why do we say that we cannot stop time? Is this not because our fleeing in the face of death makes us want to suspend the course of time, by an understandable perversion of our anticipation in its least authentic form? Dasein knows fugitive time in terms of its fugitive knowledge about its death, p. 478. And why do we consider time to be irreversible? Here again leveling off does not prevent some aspect of the originary from showing through. Would not a neutral stream of nows be able to be reversed? The impossibility of this reversal has its basis in the way public time originates in temporality, the temporalizing of which is primarily futural and goes to its end ecstatically in such a way that it is already towards its end, p. 478. Heidegger by no means denies that this ordinary representation is valid in its own right, to the very extent that it proceeds by leveling off the temporality of a thrown and fallen Dasein. This representation belongs, in its own way, to the everyday mode of Dasein and to the understanding that is appropriate to it. 50 The only thing unacceptable is the claim that this representation be held to be the true concept of time. We can retrace the process of interpretation and of misunderstanding that leads from temporality to this ordinary concept. The opposite route, however, cannot be traveled. My doubts begin precisely at this point. If, as I believe, human temporality cannot be constituted on the basis of a concept of time considered as a series of nows, is not the opposite path, from temporality and Dasein to cosmic time, in accordance with the preceding discussion, just as impracticable? In the preceding analysis, one hypothesis was excluded from the outset by Heidegger, that the process held to be a phenomenon of the leveling off of temporality was also, and simultaneously, the separating out of an autonomous concept of time, cosmic time, that hermeneutic phenomenology never completely follows through on and with which it never manages to come to terms. If Heidegger excludes this hypothesis from the beginning, it is because he never tries to vie with contemporary science in its own debate over time, and because he takes it for granted that science has nothing original to say that has not been tacitly borrowed from metaphysics, from Plato to Hegel. The role assigned to Aristotle in the genesis of the ordinary concept of time, p. 473, bears witness to this. Aristotle is supposed to be the first one guilty of this leveling off, confirmed by the entire subsequent history of the problem of time, through the definition given in Physics 4, 11, 218b 29, 219a 6, which we examined above. 51 His assertion that the instant determines time is said to have begun the series of definitions of time as a sequence of nows, in the sense of indistinguishable instants. Even given the highly debatable hypothesis that the entire metaphysics of time might be contained in nous in the Aristotelian conception of it. 52 The lesson we have drawn from our reading of the famous passage in Aristotle's Physics is that there is no conceivable transition either in one direction or the other between indistinguishable, anonymous instants and the lived-through present. Aristotle's strength lies precisely in the fact that he describes the instant as any instant whatsoever. And the instant is anonymous precisely in that it proceeds from an arbitrary break in the continuity of local motion, and more generally of change, and indicates the occurrence, lacking the quality of the present, in each movement of the imperfect act constituted by the act of power. Movement, change, belongs, as we have seen, to the principles of physics, which do not include in their definition a reference to a soul that discriminates and counts. What is essential, therefore, is, first, that time have something to do with movement, without ever measuring up to the constitutive principles of nature; next, that the continuity of time accompanies that of movement and of magnitude, without ever freeing itself entirely from them. The result is that, if the noetic operation of discrimination by which the mind distinguishes two nows is sufficient to distinguish time from movement, this operation is grafted onto the sheer unfolding of movement whose numerable character precedes the distinctions relative to time. The logical and ontological anteriority that Aristotle assigns to movement in relation to time seems to me to be incompatible with any attempt at derivation through the leveling off of so-called ordinary time, starting from the time of concern. Having something to do with movement and something to do with care seem to me to constitute two irreconcilable determinations in principle. World historicizing merely hides the gap between the present and the instant. I fail to understand either how or why the historicality of the things of our concern should free itself from that of our care, unless the world pole of our being in the world developed a time that was itself the polar opposite of the time of our care, and unless the rivalry between these two perspectives on time, the one rooted in the worldhood of the world, the other in the there of our way of being in the world, gave rise to the ultimate aporia of the question of time for thinking. This equal legitimacy of ordinary time and phenomenological time at the heart of their confrontation is confirmed with particular emphasis if, instead of just confining ourselves to what philosophers have said about time following Aristotle or not, we lend an ear to what the scientists and epistemologists most attentive to modern developments in the theory of time have to say. 53 The very expression ordinary time then appears ridiculous compared to the scope of problems posed to science by the Orientation, continuity, and measurability of time. 54 In light of this increasingly more technical work, I am led to wonder whether a single scientific concept can be opposed to the phenomenological analyses, which are themselves multiple, received from Augustine, Husserl, and Heidegger. If, first of all, following Stephen Thalmann and June Goodfield, we limit ourselves to classifying sciences according to the order of the discovery of the historical dimension of the natural world, we find that it is not only a progressive extension of the scale of time beyond the barrier of 6,000 years, assigned by a petrified Judeo-Christian tradition, that the natural sciences have imposed on our consideration, but also an increasing differentiation of the temporal properties characteristic of each of the regions of nature open to an ever more stratified natural history. 55 This feature, the extension of the scale of time from 6,000 to 6 billion years, is certainly not to be neglected if we consider the unbelievable resistance that had to be overcome for it to be recognized. If breaking this barrier of time was the source of so much consternation, this was because it brought to light a disproportion, easily translated in terms of incommensurability, between human time and the time of nature. 56 At first, it was the discovery of organic fossils in the final decades of the 17th century that, in opposition to a static conception of the Earth's crust, imposed a dynamic conception of geological change, whose chronology dramatically pushed back the barrier of time. With the acknowledgement of such geological changes and the explanation of their temporal sequence, the Earth acquires a history. 57 On the basis of material traces, fossils, strata, faults, it became possible to infer the succession of the epochs of nature, to borrow the title used by Buffon. The science of stratification, invented at the beginning of the 19th century, decisively transformed geology into a historical science, on the basis of inferences made from the witness of things. This historical revolution, in turn, opened the way, through the intermediary of paleontology, for a similar transformation in zoology, crowned in 1859 by Darwin's great work Origin of Species. We can only dimly imagine the enormous mass of received ideas that was to be dislodged by the simple hypothesis of an evolution of species, to say nothing of the degree of probability of the theory as such, whether we consider the mode of acquisition, or of transmission, or of accumulation of specific variations. What is important for our discussion is that, with Darwin, life acquires a genealogy. 58 For the Darwinian or neo-Darwinian biologist, time is indistinguishable from the very process of descent, marked by the occurrence of favorable variations and sealed by natural selection. The whole of modern genetics is inscribed within the major assumption of a history of life. This idea of a natural history was further to be enriched by the discoveries of thermodynamics, and, above all, by the discovery of subatomic processes, in particular, quantum processes on the other end of the great chain of beings. To the extent that these phenomena are in turn responsible for the formation of heavenly bodies, we can speak of stellar evolution. 59 To account for the life cycle assigned to individual stars and galaxies, a genuine temporal dimension was thereby introduced into astronomy, one that authorizes us to speak of the age of the universe counted in light years. However, this first feature, the breaking of the temporal barrier accepted for thousands of years and the fabulous extension of the scale of time, must not mask a second feature, one of even greater philosophical significance, namely, the diversification in the meanings attached to the term time in the regions of nature we have just referred to and in the sciences that correspond to them. This phenomenon is masked by the previous one to the extent that the notion of a scale of time introduces an abstract factor of commensurability that takes into account only the comparative chronology of the processes considered. The fact that this alignment along a single scale of time is ultimately misleading is attested to by the following paradox. The length of time of a human life, compared to the range of cosmic time spans, appears insignificant, whereas it is the very place from which every question of significance arises. 60 This paradox suffices to call into question the presumed homogeneity of time spans projected along a single notion of a natural history, whence our constant use of quotation marks in this context. Everything occurs as if, through a phenomenon of mutual contamination, the notion of history had been extrapolated from the human sphere to the natural sphere, while, in return, the notion of change, specified on the zoological level by that of evolution, had included human history within its perimeter of meaning. Yet, before any ontological argument, we have an epistemological reason for refusing this reciprocal overlapping of the notions of change, or evolution, and history. This criterion is the one we expressed in Part 2 of the study, namely, the narrative criterion, itself patterned on that of praxis, every narrative being ultimately a mimesis of action. On this point, I unreservedly ascribe to Collingwood's thesis drawing a line between the notions of change and evolution on the one hand, and history on the other. 61 In this respect, the notion of the testimony of human beings concerning events of the past and the testimony of the vestiges of the geological past does not go beyond the mode of proof, that is, the use of inferences in the form of retrodiction. Misuse begins as soon as the notion of testimony is severed from the narrative context that supports it as documentary proof in service of the explanatory comprehension of a course of action. It is finally the concepts of action and narrative that cannot be transferred from the human sphere to the sphere of nature. This epistemological hiatus is, in turn, but the symptom of a discontinuity on the level that interests us here, that of the time of the phenomena considered. Just as it seemed impossible to generate the time of nature on the basis of phenomenological time, so too it now seems impossible to proceed in the opposite direction and to include phenomenological time in the time of nature, whether it is a question of quantum time, thermodynamic time, the time of galactic transformations, or that of the evolution of species. Without deciding anything about the plurality of temporalities appropriate to the variety of epistemological regions considered, a single distinction and altogether negative one is sufficient, that between a time without a present and a time with a present. Regardless of the positive aspects included in the notion of a time without a present, one discontinuity is of the utmost importance to our discussion of phenomenological time, the very one that Heidegger tried to overcome by gathering together under the heading of ordinary time all the temporal varieties previously aligned under the neutral concept of the scale of time. Whatever the interferences between the time with a present and the time without a present, they presuppose the fundamental distinction between an anonymous instant and a present defined by the instance of discourse that designates this present reflexively. This fundamental distinction between the anonymous instant and the self-referential present entails that between the pair before/after and the pair past/future, the latter designating the before/after relation as it is marked by the instance of the present. 62. The outcome of this discussion is that the autonomy of time with respect to movement, to employ a vocabulary that is Kantian as well as Aristotelian, constitutes the ultimate aporia for the phenomenology of time, an aporia that only the hermeneutical conversion of phenomenology could reveal in its radically. For it is when the phenomenology of time reaches those aspects of temporality that are most deeply hidden, even though they are closest to us, that it discovers its external limit. For someone who is attracted wholly to the polemic that Heidegger has undertaken, by designating ordinary time the universal time of astronomy, the physical sciences, biology, and, finally, the human sciences, and by attributing the genesis of this alleged ordinary time to the leveling off of the aspects of phenomenological time, for this sort of reader being and time appears to end in failure, the failure of the genesis of the ordinary concept of time. This is not, however, how I should like to conclude. This failure, in my opinion, is what brings the aporetic character of temporality to its peak. It sums up the failure of all our thinking about time, and first and foremost that of phenomenology and of science. But this failure is not without value, as the rest of this work will attempt to show. And even before it refuels our own meditation, it reveals something of its fruitfulness insofar as it serves to uncover what I will call the work of the aporia active within the existential analysis itself. I will group my remarks on this work of the aporia around 4 poles. 1. It is first of all the ordinary concept of time that, from the outset, exerts a sort of attraction-repulsion on the whole existential analysis, forcing it to unfold, to distend itself, to stretch itself out until it corresponds, by an ever-increasing approximation, to its other which it cannot generate. In this sense, as it were, the external aporia that develops in the concept of time, due to the disparity among perspectives on time, is what provokes, at the very heart of the existential analysis, the greatest effort at internal diversification, to which we owe the distinction between temporality, historicality, and within-timeness. Without being the origin of this diversification, the scientific concept acts as a sort of catalyst for it. The admirable analyses of historicality and within-timeness then appear as an almost desperate effort to enrich the temporality of care, centered first on being for death, with ever more worldly features, so as to offer an approximate equivalence of sequential time within the limits of existential interpretation. 2. In addition to the constraint exerted from outside by the ordinary concept of time on the existential analysis, we can speak of a mutual overlapping between one mode of discourse and the other. This borderline exchange takes on the extreme forms of contamination and conflict, with the whole parade of intellectual and emotional nuances that can be produced by these interferences of meaning. Contamination has more particularly to do with the overlappings on the level of within-timeness. These phenomena of contamination are what serve to legitimate the idea that the border was crossed as a result of leveling off alone. We anticipated this problem when we discussed the relations between the three major phenomena of datability, lapse of time, publicness, and the three conceptual features of actual dating, the measurement of intervals by fixed units of duration, and simultaneity, which serves as a criterion for all cohistoricality. 63 In all these cases, we may speak of an overlapping of the existential and the empirical. 64 Between thrownness and fallenness, which constitute our fundamental passivity with regard to time, and the contemplation of the stars, whose sovereign revolution is not subject to our mastery, a complicity is established, one so close that the two approaches become indiscernible to feeling. This is attested to by the expressions world-time and being in time, which compound the strength of both discourses on time. In return, the effect of conflict, stemming from the interference between our two modes of thinking, can be more easily distinguished at the other end of the scale of temporality. It is the conflict between the finitude of mortal time and the infinity of cosmic time. In truth, it was to this aspect that ancient wisdom was most attentive. Elegies on the human condition, ranging in their modulations from lamentation to resignation, have never ceased to sing of the contrast between the time that remains and we who are merely passing. It is only the they that never dies. If we hold time to be infinite, is this only because we are concealing our own finitude from ourselves? And if we say that time flies, is this simply because we are fleeing the idea of our being towards the end? Is it not also because we observe in the course of things a passage that flees us, in the sense that it escapes our hold, to the point of being unaware, as it were, even of our resolution to pay no attention to the fact that we have to die? Would we speak of the shortness of life, if it did not stand out against the immensity of time? This contrast is the most eloquent form that can be taken by the twofold movement of detachment whereby the time of care, on the one hand, tears itself away from the fascination with the carefree time of the world and, on the other hand, astronomical and calendar time frees itself from the goad of immediate concern and even from the thought of death. Forgetting the relation between the ready to hand and concern, and forgetting death, we contemplate the sky and we construct calendars and clocks. And suddenly, on the face of one of them, the words memento mori stand out in mournful letters. One forgetfulness erases another. And the anguish of death returns once more, goaded on by the eternal silence of infinite spaces. We can thus swing from one feeling to the other, from the consolation that we may experience in discovering a kinship between the feeling of being thrown into the world and the spectacle of the heavens where time shows itself, to the desolation that unceasingly reemerges from the contrast between the fragility of life and the power of time, which is more destructive than anything else. 3. In turn, the difference between these two extreme forms of a borderline exchange between the two perspectives on time makes us attentive to the polarities, the tensions, even the breaks inside the domain explored by hermeneutic phenomenology. If the derivation of the ordinary concept of time by means of leveling off appeared problematical, the derivation by means of their source, which ties together the three figures of temporality, also deserves to be questioned. We have not failed to emphasize, at the transition from one stage to the next, the complexity of this relation to the source, which is not confined to a gradual loss of authenticity. By their supplement of meaning, historicality, and within timeness add what was lacking in the meaning of fundamental temporality for it to be fully primordial and for it to attain its wholeness, its Ganzt. If each level arises from the preceding one by reason of an interpretation that is at the same time a misinterpretation, a forgetting of the source, it is because the source consists not in a reduction but in a production of meaning. The world-time through which hermeneutic phenomenology approaches astronomical and physical science is revealed by a final surplus of meaning. The conceptual style of this creative source leads to a certain number of consequences that accentuate the aporetical character of the part dealing with temporality in being and time. First consequence, when the accent is placed on the two endpoints in this increase in meaning, being towards death and world-time, we discover a polar opposition, paradoxically concealed throughout the hermeneutical process directed against all concealment, mortal time on the one side, cosmic time on the other. This fault line, which runs through the entire analysis, in no way constitutes a refutation of it, it merely makes the analysis less sure of itself, more problematic in a word, more aporetic. Second consequence, if, from one temporal figure to the next, there is both a loss of authenticity and an increase in primordiality, could not the order in which these three figures are examined be reversed? In fact, within timeness is continually presupposed by historicality. Without the notions of datability, lapse of time, and public manifestation, historicality could not be said to unfold between a beginning and an end, to stretch along in this in-between, and to become the co-historizing of a common destiny. The calendar and the clock bear witness to this. And if we follow historicality back to primordial temporality, how could the public character of the historizing fail to precede in its own manner the most radical temporality, inasmuch as its interpretation itself comes out of language, which has always preceded the forms of being towards death reputed to be untransferable? Even more radically, does not the ausercich of originary temporality indicate the recoil effect of the structures of world-time on those of originary temporality through the intermediary of the stretching along characteristic of historicality? 65. Final consequence, if we are attentive to the discontinuities that mark the process of the genesis of meaning throughout the section on time in being and time, we may ask whether hermeneutic phenomenology does not give rise to a deep-rooted dispersion of the figures of temporality. By adding to the break, on the level of epistemology, between phenomenological time on the one hand and astronomical, physical, and biological time on the other, the split between mortal time, historical time, and cosmic time attests in an unexpected way to the plural, or rather pluralizing, vocation of this hermeneutic phenomenology. Heidegger himself paves the way for this interrogation when he states that the 3 degrees of temporalization are equiprimordial, expressly taking up again an expression he had earlier applied to the 3 ecstasies of time. But if they are equiprimordial, the future does not necessarily have the priority that the existential analysis of care confers on it. The future, the past, and the present each has a turn to predominate when we pass from one level to another. In this sense, the debate between Augustine, who starts from the present, and Heidegger, who starts from the future, loses much of its sharpness. What is more, the variety of functions assumed by our experience of the present warns us against the arbitrary restrictions of a too one-sided concept of the present. Despite the one-way filiation that Heidegger proposes, moving from the future toward the past and toward the present, and also despite the apparently univocal descending order governing the source of the least authentic figures of temporality, the process of temporalization appears at the end of the section on time to be more radically differentiated than it seemed to be at the start of the analysis. For it is in fact the differentiation of the 3 figures of temporalization, temporality, historicality, and within timeness that displays and makes more explicit the secret differentiation by virtue of which the future, the past, and the present can be called the ecstasies of time. For the attention paid to the aporias that are at work in the section on temporality in being and time warrants our casting one last look at the place of historicality in the hermeneutic phenomenology of time. The position of the chapter on historicality between the chapter on fundamental temporality and the one on within timeness is the most obvious indication of a mediating function that far surpasses the convenience of a didactic exposition. The range of this mediating function is equal to that of the field of aporias opened up by the hermeneutic phenomenology of time. By following the order of the questions raised above, we may first ask ourselves whether history is not itself constructed on the fracture line between phenomenological time and astronomical, physical, and biological time. In short, whether history is not itself a fracture zone. But if, as we have also suggested, the overlappings of meaning compensate for this epistemological break, is not history the place where the overlappings due to the contamination and the conflict between the two orders of thinking are most clearly manifested? On the one hand, the exchanges due to contamination appear to us to predominate on the level of within-timeness between the phenomena of datability, lapse of time, and publicness as they are brought out by the existential analysis, and the astronomical considerations that govern the construction of calendars and clocks. This contamination cannot help but affect history to the extent that it gathers together the characteristics of historicality and those of within-timeness. On the hand, exchanges due to conflict appear to us to predominate on the level of primordial temporality, as soon as being towards death is cruelly contrasted with the time that envelopes us. Here again, history is indirectly involved to the extent that, in it, the memory of the dead clashes with the investigation of institutions, structures, and transformations that are stronger than death. However, the median position of the historical between temporality and within-timeness is more directly a problem when we pass from the borderline conflicts between phenomenology and cosmology to the discordances within phenomenological hermeneutics itself. What are we to say, finally, about the position of historical time, set between mortal time and cosmological time? It is in fact when the continuity of the existential analysis is questioned that historicality becomes the critical point of the entire undertaking. The greater the distance between the compass points marking the two poles of temporalization, the more the place and role of historicality become problematical. The more we inquire into the differentiation that disperses, not just the three major figures of temporalization, but the three ecstasies of time, the more the site of historicality becomes problematical. From this perplexity springs a hypothesis: if within-timeness is the point of contact between our passivity and the order of things, then might historicality not be the bridge that is erected within the phenomenological field itself between being towards death and world-time? It will be the task of the chapters that follow to clarify this mediating function by taking up once more the three-cornered conversation among historiography, narratology, and phenomenology. At the end of these three confrontations I would like to draw two conclusions. The first one has been anticipated a number of times, the second may have remained unperceived. Let us first say that, if the phenomenology of time can become one privileged interlocutor in the three-way conversation we are about to undertake among phenomenology, historiography, and literary narratology, this is a result not just of its discoveries but also of the aporias it gives rise to, which increase in proportion to its advances. Let us next say that in opposing Aristotle to Augustine, Kant to Husserl, and everything scholarship ties to the ordinary concept of time to Heidegger, we have undertaken a process that is no longer that of phenomenology, the process the reader may have expected to find here, but rather a process that is one of reflective, speculative thought as a whole in its search for a coherent answer to the question, what is time? If, in stating an aporia, we emphasized the phenomenology of time, what emerges at the end of this chapter is a broader and more balanced insight, namely, that we cannot think about cosmological time, the instant, without surreptitiously appealing to phenomenological time and vice versa. If the statement of this aporia outruns phenomenology, this aporia thereby has the great merit of resituating phenomenology within the great current of reflective and speculative thought. This is why I did not title this first section of this volume the aporias of the phenomenology of time, but rather the aporetics of temporality. Section 2. Poetics of narrative. History, fiction, time. The time has come to test out the major hypothesis of Part 4, namely, that the key to the problem of refiguration lies in the way history and fiction, taken together, offer the reply of a poetics of narrative to the aporias of time brought to light by phenomenology. In our sketch of the problems placed under the aegis of Mimesis III, we identified the problem of refiguration with that of the interweaving reference between history and fiction, and said that human time stems from this interweaving in the milieu of acting and suffering. Point 1. In order to respect the dissymmetries between the respective intentions of history and fiction, we shall take up these intentions in terms of a resolutely dichotomous apprehension of them. Therefore it is first to the specificity of the reference of historical narrative, then to that of fictional narrative, that we shall attempt to do justice in the first 2 chapters of this second section of Part 4. It is necessary to proceed in this way so the conjunction between history and fiction in the work of the refiguration of time will preserve its paradoxical aspect to the very end. My thesis here is that the unique way in which history responds to the aporias of the phenomenology of time consists in the elaboration of a third time, properly historical time, which mediates between lived time and cosmic time. To demonstrate this thesis, we shall call on procedures of connection, borrowed from historical practice itself, that assure the resinscription of lived time on cosmic time, the calendar, the succession of generations, archives, documents, and traces. For historical practice, these procedures raise no problem. Only their being brought into relation with the aporias of time, by reflection on history, makes the poetical character of history appear in relation to the difficulties of speculation. To this reinscription of lived time on cosmic time, on the side of history, corresponds, on the side of fiction, a solution opposed to the same aporias in the phenomenology of time, namely, the imaginative variations that fiction brings about as regards the major themes of this phenomenology. So, in chapters 4 and 5, the relation between history and fiction, as regards their respective power of refiguration, will be marked by an opposition between them. However, the phenomenology of time will be the common standard of measure without which the relation between fiction and history would remain absolutely undecidable. Next, in chapters 6 and 7, we shall take a step in the direction of the relation of complementarity between history and fiction, by taking as our touchstone the classical problem of the relation of narrative, be it historical or fictional, to reality. Restating this problem and its solution will justify the change in terminology which has led us henceforth to prefer the term refiguration to that of reference. Approached from the side of history, the classical problem of reference was, in effect, knowing what is meant when we say that historical narrative refers to events that really happened in the past. It is precisely the signification attached to the word reality, when applied to the past, that I hope to revive. We shall already have begun to have done so, at least implicitly, by tying the fate of this expression to the invention, in the twofold sense of creation and discovery, of the historical third time. However, the kind of security that the reinscription of lived time on cosmic time gives rise to vanishes as soon as we confront the paradox attached to the idea of a past that has disappeared yet once was real. This paradox was carefully set aside in our study of historical intentionality in Volume 1 thanks to an artifice of method. Point 2. Confronted with the notion of an event, we chose to separate the epistemological criteria of the event from its ontological ones, so as to remain within the boundaries of an investigation devoted to the relation between historical explanation and configuration by implotment. It is these ontological criteria that return to the front rank with the concept of a real past. Indeed, this notion is supported by an implicit ontology, in virtue of which the historian's constructions have the ambition of being reconstructions, more or less fitting with what one day was real. Everything takes place as though historians knew themselves to be bound by a debt to people from earlier times, to the dead. It is the task of philosophical reflection to bring to light the presuppositions underlying this tacit realism, which does not succeed in abolishing the most militant forms of constructivism of most historians who reflect upon their epistemology. We shall give the name standing for, or taking the place of, to the relations between the constructions of history and their vis-a-vis, that is, a past that is abolished yet preserved in its traces. The paradox attached to this notion of standing for, or taking the place of, suggested to me submitting the naive concept of a real past to the test of some leading kinds freely suggested by Plato's sophist, the same, the other, and the analogous. Let me immediately say that I do not expect the dialectic of standing for to resolve the paradox that affects the concept of a real past, only that it should render problematic the very concept of reality applied to the past. Does there exist, on the side of fiction, some relation to the real that we could say corresponds to that of standing for? At first sight, it seems as though this relation has to remain without a parallel on the side of fiction inasmuch as the characters, events, and projected plots of fictional narratives are unreal. Between the real past and unreal fiction, the abyss seems unbridgeable. A closer investigation cannot stay at the level of this elementary dichotomy between real and unreal, however. In Chapter 6, we shall learn at the price of what difficulties the idea of a real past may be preserved, and what dialectical treatment it has to undergo. The same thing applies, symmetrically, to the unreality of fictive entities. By calling them unreal, we merely characterize these entities in negative terms. But fictions also have effects that express their positive function of revelation and transformation of life and customs. Therefore it is through a theory of effects that we shall have to pursue our inquiry. We covered half this path when, at the end of Volume 2, we introduced the notion of a world of the text, in the sense of a world we might inhabit and wherein we can unfold our own most potentialities. Point 3 But this world of the text still constitutes just a form of transcendence in immanence. In this regard, it remains part of the text. The second half of our path lies in the mediation that reading brings about between the fictive world of the text and the actual world of the reader. The effects of fiction, effects of revelation and transformation, are essentially effects of reading, for it is by way of reading that literature returns to life, that is, to the practical and effective field of existence. Therefore it is along the pathway of a theory of reading that we shall seek to determine the relation of application that constitutes the equivalent of the relation of standing for in the domain of fiction. The last step in our investigation of the interweavings of history and fiction will lead us beyond the simple dichotomy, and even the convergence, between the power of history and that of fiction to refigure time, that is, it will bring us to the heart of the problem that, in Volume 1, I designated by the phrase the interwoven reference of history and fiction. Point 5 For reasons that have been indicated a number of times already, I now prefer to talk of an interwoven refiguration to speak of the conjoint effects of history and fiction on the plane of human acting and suffering. To reach this final problematic, we must enlarge the space of reading to include everything written, historiography as well as literature. A general theory of effects will be the result, one that will allow us to follow to its ultimate stage of concretization the work of refiguring praxis through narrative, taken in its broadest sense. The problem then will be to show how the refiguration of time by history and fiction becomes concrete thanks to the borrowings each mode of narrative makes from the other mode. These borrowings will lie in the fact that historical intentionality only becomes effective by incorporating into its intended object the resources of fictionalization stemming from the narrative form of imagination, while the intentionality of fiction produces its effects of detecting and transforming acting and suffering only by symmetrically assuming the resources of historicization presented it by attempts to reconstruct the actual past. From these intimate exchanges between the historicization of the fictional narrative and the fictionalization of the historical narrative is born what we call human time, which is nothing other than narrated time. Chapter 8 will underscore how these two interweaving movements mutually belong to each other. The question has yet to be raised concerning the nature of the process of totalization that still allows us to designate time so refigured by narrative as a collective singular reality. This question will be the issue in the last two chapters of narrated time. The question will be to know what, on the side of narrative, whether fictional or historical, answers to the presupposition of the oneness of time. A new sense of the word history will appear at this stage, one that exceeds the distinction between historiography and fiction, and one that takes as its best synonyms the terms historical consciousness and historical condition. The narrative function, taken in its full scope, covering the developments from the epic to the modern novel, as well as those running from legends to critical history, is ultimately to be defined by its ambition to refigure our historical condition and thereby to raise it to the level of historical consciousness. This new meaning of the word history at the end of our inquiry is attested to by the very semantics of the word, which has designated for at least 2 centuries, in a great many languages, both the totality of the course of events and the totality of narratives referring to this course of events. This double sense of the word history in no way is the result of some regrettable ambiguity of language, rather it attests to another presupposition, underlying the overall consciousness we have of our historical consciousness, namely, that, like the word time, the term history also designates some collective singular reality, one that encompasses the 2 processes of totalization that are underway at the level of historical narrative and at that of actual history. This correlation between a unitary historical consciousness and an equally indivisible historical condition thus becomes the final issue at stake in our inquiry into the refiguration of time by narrative. The reader will no doubt have recognized the Hegelian accent in this formulation of the problem. This is why I did not think it possible to forego the obligation of examining the reasons for passing through Hegel along with the even stronger reasons for finally renouncing his position. This will be the object of our penultimate chapter. If it is necessary, as I believe, to think of our historical condition and historical consciousness as a process of totalization, we need also to say what kind of imperfect mediation between the future, the past, and the present is capable of taking the place of Hegel's total mediation. This question stems from a hermeneutics of historical consciousness, that is, from an interpretation of the relation that historical narrative and fictional narrative taken together stand in, with regard to each of us belonging to actual history, whether as an agent or a sufferer. This hermeneutics, unlike the phenomenology and personal experience of time, aims at directly articulating on the level of common history the 3 great ecstasies of time, the future under the sign of the horizon of expectation, the past under the sign of tradition, and the present under the sign of the untimely. In this way, we can preserve the impetus Hegel gave to the process of totalization, without giving in to the temptation of a completed totality. With the interplay of references among expectation, tradition, and the untimely upheaval of the present, the work of refiguring time by narrative is completed. I shall reserve for the concluding chapter the question whether the correlation between narrative and time is just as adequate when narrative is taken in terms of its function of totalization in the face of the presupposition of the oneness of time as when it is considered from the point of view of the interweaving of the respective referential intentions of historiography and fiction. This question will arise out of a critical reflection on the limits encountered by my ambition of responding to the aporias of time by a poetics of narrative. 4. Between lived time and universal time. Historical time. In the current state of the discussion about a philosophy of history, it is usually taken for granted that the only choice is between speculation regarding universal history, in a Hegelian form, or an epistemology of the writing of history, as in French historiography or English language analytic philosophy of history. A third option, arising from our rumination on the aporias of the phenomenology of time, consists in reflecting upon the place of historical time between phenomenological time and the time phenomenology does not succeed in constituting, which we call the time of the world, objective time, or ordinary time. History initially reveals its creative capacity as regards the refiguration of time through its invention and use of certain reflective instruments such as the calendar, the idea of the succession of generations and, connected to this, the idea of the threefold realm of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors, finally, and above all, in its recourse to archives, documents, and traces. These reflective instruments are noteworthy in that they play the role of connectors between lived time and universal time. In this respect, they bear witness to the poetic function of history insofar as it contributes to solving the aporias of time. However, their contribution to the hermeneutics of historical consciousness only appears at the end of a reflective inquiry that no longer stems from the epistemology of historical knowledge. For historians, these connectors are, as I said, just intellectual tools. They make use of them without inquiring into their conditions of possibility, or rather, their conditions of significance. These conditions are revealed only if we relate the functioning of these connectors to the aporias of time, something historians as historians need not consider. What these practical connectors of lived and universal time have in common is that they refer back to the universe, the narrative structure I described in part 2 of this work. This is how they contribute to the refiguration of historical time. Calendar time. The time of the calendar is the first bridge constructed by historical practice between lived time and universal time. It is a creation that does not stem exclusively from either of these perspectives on time. Even though it may participate in one or the other of them, its institution constitutes the invention of a third form of time. This third form of time, it is true, is in many ways only the shadow cast over historians' practice by a vastly larger entity which can no longer appropriately be designated by the name institution, and even less by that of invention. This entity can only be designated broadly and in an approximate fashion by the title mythic time. Here we are bordering upon a realm that I said we would not enter when I took as the starting point of our investigation into narrative first epic and then historiography. The split between these two narrative modes has already occurred when our analysis begins. Mythic time takes us back before this split, to a point in the problematic of time where it still embraces the totality of what we designate as, on the one hand, the world and, on the other hand, human existence. This mythic time was already present in outline in Plato's conceptual labors in Is Timaeus as well as in Aristotle's Physics. We have also referred to its presence in Anaximander's well-known aphorism. Point 1. We rediscover this mythic time at the origin of the constraints that preside over the constituting of every calendar. We must move back, therefore, before the fragmentation into mortal time, historical time, and cosmic time, a fragmentation that has already taken place when our meditation begins, in order to recall, as myth does, the idea of a great time that envelopes, to use the word still preserved by Aristotle in his Physics, all reality. Point 2. The primary function of this great time is to order the time of societies and of human beings who live in society in relation to cosmic time. This mythic time, far from plunging thought into a night where all cows are black, initiates a unique, overall scansion of time, by ordering in terms of one another cycles of different duration, the great celestial cycles, biological recurrences, and the rhythms of social life. In this way, mythic representations contributed to the institution of calendar time. Point 3. Still less should we neglect, in speaking of mythic representation, the conjunction between myth and ritual. Point 4. Indeed, it is through the mediation of ritual that mythic time is revealed to be the common root of world time and human time. Through its periodicity, a ritual expresses a time whose rhythms are broader than those of ordinary action. By punctuating action in this way, it sets ordinary time and each brief human life within a broader time. Point 5. If we must oppose myth and ritual, we may say that myth enlarges ordinary time and space, whereas ritual brings together mythic time and the profane sphere of life and action. It is easy to see what reinforcement my analysis of the mediating function of calendar time receives from the sociology and the history of religions. Yet at the same time, we do not want to confuse these two approaches, taking a genetic explanation as equivalent to understanding a meaning, at the price of doing injustice to both of them. Mythic time concerns us as regards certain expressly limiting conditions. Of all its functions, which are perhaps heterogeneous ones, we shall retain only its speculative function bearing on the order of the world. And from the relay station of rituals and festivals, we shall retain only the correspondence they set up, on the practical level, between the order of the world and that of ordinary action. In short, we shall retain from myth and ritual only their contribution to the integration of ordinary time, centered upon the lived experience of active, suffering individuals, into the time of the world outlined by the visible heavens. It is the discernment of the universal conditions of the institution of the calendar that guides our use of information gathered by the sociology and the comparative history of religions, in exchange for the empirical confirmation that these disciplines bring to the slow discerning of the universal constitution of calendar time. This universal constitution is what makes calendar time a third form of time between psychic time and cosmic time. To sort out the rules of this constitution, I will take as my guideline what Émile Benveniste says in his essay Le language et l'expérience humaine 6. The invention of calendar time seems so original to Benveniste that he gives it a special name, chronicle time, as a way of indicating, through the barely disguised double reference to time, that in our view of the world, as in our personal existence, there is just one time, this one, p70. Note as well the reference to both the world and personal existence. What is most important for a reflection that might be called transcendental in order to distinguish it from genetic inquiry is that in every form of human culture and in every age, we find in one way or another an effort to objectify chronicle time. This is a necessary condition of the life of societies as well as of the life of individuals in a society. This socialized time is that of the calendar, p71. There are three features common to every calendar. Together they constitute the computation of, or division into, chronicle time. 1. A founding event, which is taken as beginning a new era, the birth of Christ or of the Buddha, the Hijra, the beginning of the reign of a certain monarch determines the axial moment in reference to which every other event is dated. This axial moment is the 0 point for computing chronicle time. 2. By referring to the axis defined by the founding event, it is possible to traverse time in two directions, from the past toward the present and from the present toward the past. Our own life is part of the events our vision passes over in either direction. This is why every event can be dated. 3. Finally, we determine a set of units of measurement that serve to designate the constant intervals between the recurrence of cosmic phenomena, ibid. Astronomy helps us determine, although not to enumerate, these cosmic intervals. For example, the day as based on measuring the interval between the rising and setting of the sun, the year as a function of the interval defined by one complete revolution of the sun and the seasons, the month as the interval between two conjunctions of the moon and the sun. In these three distinctive features of calendar time, we can recognize both an explicit relationship to physical time, which was recognized in antiquity, and implicit borrowings from lived time, which were not very well thematized before Plotinus and Augustine. The relationship of calendar time to physical time is not difficult to see. Calendar time borrows from physical time those properties that Kant as well as Aristotle saw in it. It is, as Benveniste puts it, a uniform, infinite continuum, segmentable at will, p70. Drawing upon Kant's analogies of experience, as well as Aristotle's physics, I would add that insofar as physical time is segmentable at will, it is the source of the idea of an instant in general, stripped of any meaning as the present moment. And as connected to movement and causality, it includes the idea of a direction in the relations of before and after, but pays no attention to the opposition between past and future. It is this directional aspect that allows an observer to regard time in two directions. In this sense, the two-dimensional aspect of observing time presupposes the single direction of the course of events. Finally, as a linear continuum, physical time allows for measurement, that is, it includes the possibility of establishing a correspondence between numbers and equal intervals of time, which are related to the recurrence of natural phenomena. Astronomy is the science that furnishes the laws for such recurrences, through an increasingly exact observation of the periodicity and regularity of astral movement, in particular of the sun and the moon. But if the computation of calendar time is based 8-7 upon astronomical phenomena that give meaning to the idea of physical time, the principle governing the division of calendar time is not reducible to either physics or astronomy. As Benveniste rightly says, the features common to every calendar proceed from the determination of the 0 point of some computation. The borrowing here is from the phenomenological notion of the present as distinct from the idea of any instant in general, which itself is derived from the segmentable character of physical time owing to its status as a uniform, infinite, linear continuum. If we did not have the phenomenological notion of the present, as the today in terms of which there is a tomorrow and a yesterday, we would not be able to make any sense of the idea of a new event that breaks with a previous era, inaugurating a course of events wholly different from what preceded it. The same thing applies as regards the bidirectionality of calendar time. If we did not have an actual experience of retention and protension, we would not have the idea of traversing a series of events that have already occurred. What is more, if we did not have the idea of a quasi-present, that is, the idea that any remembered instant may be qualified as present, along with its own retentions and protensions, in such a way that recollection, which Husserl distinguished from mere retention or the recent past, become a retention of retentions, and if the protensions of this quasi-present did not interweave with the retentions of the actual present, we would not have the notion of a traversal in two directions, which Benveniste very aptly speaks of as from the past toward the present or from the present toward the past, p. 70. There is no present, and hence neither past nor future, in physical time as long as some instant is not determined as now, today, hence as present. As for measurement, it is grafted onto the experience Augustine describes so well as the shortening of expectation and the lengthening of memory, and whose description Husserl takes up again with the help of metaphors such as falling away, flowing, and receding, which convey the qualitative differences between near and far away. However, physical time and psychological time provide only the dual basis of chronicle time. This form of time is a genuine creation that surpasses the resources of both physical and psychological time. The axial moment from which the other characteristics of chronicle time are derived is not just an instant in general, nor is it a present moment, even though it does encompass both these things. It is, as Benveniste says, such an important event that it is taken as giving rise to a new course of events, p. 71. The cosmic and psychological aspects of time get a new significance from this axial moment. On the one hand, every event acquires a position in time, defined by its distance from the axial moment, a distance measured in years, months, days, or by its distance from some other moment whose distance from the axial moment is known, for example, 30 years after the storming of the Bastille. On the other hand, the events of our own life receive a situation in relation to these dated events. They tell us in the proper sense of the term where we are in the vast reaches of history, what our place is in the infinite succession of human beings who have lived and of things that have happened, p. 72, his emphasis. We can thus situate the events of interpersonal life in relation to one another. In calendar time, physically simultaneous events become contemporary with one another, anchor points for all the meetings, the mutual efforts, the conflicts that we can say happen at the same time, that is, on the same date. It is also as a function of such dating that religious or civil gatherings can be called together ahead of time. The originality that the axial moment confers on calendar time allows us to declare this the form of time external to physical time as well as to lived time. On the one hand, every instant is a possible candidate for the role of axial moment. On the other hand, nothing about any particular calendar day, taken by itself, says whether it is past, present, or future. The same date may designate a future event, as in the clauses of a treaty, or a past event, as in a chronicle. To have a present, as we have also learned from Benveniste, someone must speak. The present is then indicated by the coincidence between an event and the discourse that states it. To rejoin lived time starting from chronicle time, therefore, we have to pass through linguistic time, which refers to discourse. This is why any date, however complete or explicit, cannot be said to be future or past if we do not know the date of the utterance that pronounces it. The externality attributed to the calendar in relation to physical time and lived time expresses the specificity of chronicle time and its mediating role between the other two perspectives on time on the lexical plane. It cosmologizes lived time and humanizes cosmic time. This is how it contributes to reinscribing the time of narrative into the time of the world. These are the necessary conditions that all known calendars satisfy. They are brought to light by a transcendental reflection that does not exclude our taking up a historical or a sociological inquiry into the social functions the calendar exercises. Furthermore, so as not to substitute a kind of transcendental positivism for a genetic empiricism, I have tried to interpret these universal constraints as creations exercising a mediating function between two heterogeneous perspectives on time. Transcendental reflection on calendar time thereby finds itself taken up into our hermeneutic of temporality. The succession of generations, contemporaries, predecessors, and successors. The second mediation suggested by historians' practice is that of the succession of generations. With it, the biological basis of the historical third time succeeds the astronomical one. In return, the idea of a succession of generations finds its sociological projection in the anonymous relationship between contemporaries, predecessors, and successors. To use Alfred Schutz's apt formula. 8 If the idea of a succession of generations enters the historical field only when it is put in terms of the network of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors, the same idea, conversely, indicates the basis for this anonymous relationship among individuals considered in terms of its temporal dimension. My goal is to disengage from this complex of ideas the new temporal operator that draws its significance from its relation to the major aporia of temporality, to which it replies on another level than that of the calendar. The Heideggerian analytic of Dasein gave us the opportunity to formulate this aporia in terms of an antinomy between mortal and public time. 9 The notion of a succession of generations provides an answer to this antinomy by designating the chain of historical agents as living people who come to take the place of dead people. It is this replacement of the dead by the living that constitutes the third time characteristic of the notion of a succession of generations. Recourse to the idea of a generation in the philosophy of history is not new. Kant made use of this notion in his idea for a universal history with a cosmopolitan intent, 1784. 10 It appears precisely at the turning point from the teleology of nature, which disposes human beings towards sociability, to the ethical task that requires the establishment of a civil society. What will always seem strange, Kant says in discussing his third thesis, is that earlier generations appear to carry out their laborious tasks only for the sake of later ones, to prepare for later generations, a step from which they in turn can raise still higher the building that nature had in view, that only the most recent generations should have the good fortune to live in the building on which a long sequence of their forefathers, though certainly without any intention of their own, worked, without being able themselves to partake of the prosperity they prepared the way for. p. 31. There is nothing surprising about this role played by the idea of a generation. It expresses how the ethico-political task is anchored to nature, and it connects the notion of human history to that of the human species, which Kant takes for granted. The enrichment that the concept of a generation brings to the concept of actual history, therefore, is greater than we might have suspected. Indeed, the replacement of the generations underlies in one way or another historical continuity and the rhythm of tradition and innovation. Hume and Comte enjoyed imagining what a society or a generation would be, either as replacing another society or generation all at once, instead of doing so by continually replacing the dead with the living, or as something that would never be replaced because it was eternal. According to Karl Mannheim, these two thought experiments, implicitly or explicitly, have always served as a guide in evaluating the phenomenon of the succession of generations. 11. How does this phenomenon affect history and historical time? From a positive if not positivist point of view, the idea of a generation expresses several brute facts about human biology: birth, aging, death. One result of these is another fact, that of the average age for procreation, let us say 30 years, which, in turn, assures the replacement of the dead by the living. This measurement of the average duration of life is expressed in terms of the units of our regular calendar: days, months, years. But this positive point of view, linked to just the quantitative aspects of the notion of a generation, did not seem sufficient to the interpretative sociologists Dilthey and Mannheim, who were especially attentive to the qualitative aspects of social time. 12 They asked what we have to add to the undeniable facts of human biology in order to incorporate the phenomenon of generations into the human sciences. We cannot derive a general law concerning the rhythms of history directly from a biological fact, for example, that youth are progressive by definition and older people conservative, or that the 30-year figure for the replacement of generations automatically determines the tempo of progress in linear time. In this sense, the simple replacement of generations, in quantitative terms whereby we count 84 generations between Thales and the time when Dilthey was writing, is not equivalent to what we mean by a succession, Falge, of generations. Dilthey, who came first, was particularly interested in those characteristics that make the concept of a generation an intermediary phenomenon between the external time of the calendar and the internal time of our mental lives. Point 13. He distinguishes two uses of the term. On the one hand, that individuals belong to the same generation; on the other, the succession of generations, a phenomenon that has to be interpreted in terms of the preceding one if it is not to be reducible to the purely quantitative phenomena derived from the notion of an average lifespan. According to Dilthey, contemporaries who have been exposed to the same influences and marked by the same events and changes belong to the same generation. The circle he outlines is thus wider than that of the we relation but narrower than that of anonymous contemporaneity. This form of belonging together is a whole that combines something acquired and a common orientation. When set within time, this combination of influences received and influences exercised explains what accounts for the specificity of the concept of a succession of generations. This is a chain or a series arising out of the interlacing of the transmission of what is acquired and the opening of new possibilities. Karl Mannheim undertook to refine this notion of belonging to the same generation by adding to its biological criteria a sociological criterion of a dispositional kind, which included disinclinations as well as propensities to act, feel, and think in a certain way. All contemporaries, in fact, are not submitted to the same influences, nor do they all exercise the same influence. Point 14. In this sense, the concept of a generation requires us to distinguish the kind of belonging together that comes from the localization of belonging to an age class, Verwandtleichrung, from merely belonging to a concrete social group, in order to designate those more subtle affinities that are undergone more than they are intentionally and actively sought. And we must characterize the connection between generations, Generationszusammenhang, by pre-reflective participation in a common destiny as much as by real participation in its recognized directive intentions and formative tendencies. The notion of a succession of generations, which is the real object of our interest here, ends up enriched by the precisions applied to the notion of belonging to the same generation. Already for Dilthey, this notion constitutes an intermediary structure between physical externality and the psychic internality of time, and makes history a whole bound together by continuity, p. 38. So we rediscover on the intermediary level of the succession of generations the historical equivalent of the interconnectedness, Zusammenhang, taken in the sense of a motivational connection, that is the major concept of Dilthey's comprehensive psychology. Point 15. Mannheim, in turn, saw how social dynamics depended upon the modes of interconnecting the generations, taken at the level of potential localizations in social space. Some fundamental features of this successive interconnection were the focus of his attention. First, the constant arrival of new bearers of culture and the continual departure of others, two features that, taken together, create the conditions for a compensation between rejuvenation and aging. Next, the stratification of age classes at a given moment. The compensation between rejuvenation and aging thus takes place in each temporal division of the period defined arithmetically through the average lifespan. A new concept, an enduring concept, of a generation follows from this combination of replacement, which is successive, and stratification, which is simultaneous. Whence the character of what Mannheim called the dialectic of the phenomena included in the term generation not just the confrontation between heritage and innovation in the transmitting of the acquired culture but also the impact of the questions of youth on older people's certainties, acquired during their own youths. Upon this retroactive compensation, this remarkable reciprocal action, rest, in the final analysis, the continuity in the change of generations, along with all the degrees of conflict this change gives rise to. The idea of the realm of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors, introduced by Alfred Schutz, constitutes, as I have said, the sociological complement to the idea of the succession of generations, which, in return, gives the former term a biological basis. What is important about this is how it allows us to discern the significance of the anonymous time that is constituted at the turning point between phenomenological and cosmic time. The great merit of Alfred Schutz's work is his having considered simultaneously the work of both Edmund Husserl 16 and Max Weber 17, and to have drawn an original sociology from social existence in its anonymous dimension. The major interest of a phenomenology of social existence lies in exploring the transitions leading from the direct experience of the we to the anonymity characteristic of the everyday social world. In this sense, Schutz interweaves the genetic phenomenology and the phenomenology of intersubjectivity, which were poorly tied together in the work of Husserl. Phenomenological sociology, for Schutz, is largely a genetic constitution of anonymity, instituted on the basis of an underlying instituting intersubjectivity from the we, as directly experienced, to the anonymous, which mostly escapes our awareness. The progressive enlargement of the sphere of direct interpersonal relationships to include anonymous relationships affects every temporal relation between past, present, and future. In fact, the direct relationship of the I to the thou and to the we is temporally structured from its very beginning. We are oriented, as agents and sufferers of actions, toward the remembered past, the lived present, and the anticipated future of other people's behavior. Applied to the temporal sphere, the genesis of the meaning of anonymity will therefore consist in deriving from the triad of present, past, and future, characteristic of the direct interpersonal relationship, the triad of the realm of contemporaries, the realm of predecessors, and the realm of successors. It is the anonymity of this threefold realm that provides the mediation we are seeking between private and public time. As regards the first figure of anonymous time, the realm of contemporaries, the originary phenomenon is that of a simultaneous development of several temporal streams. The simultaneity or quasi-simultaneity of the other self's consciousness with my own, Schutz, p. 143, is the most basic presupposition of the genesis of meaning of the historical field. Here Schutz proposes a particularly apt expression: we share a community of time, we are growing old together, p. 163. Simultaneity is not something purely instantaneous. It brings into relationship two enduring individuals. If, with Spinoza, we understand duration as the indefinite continuance of existence, point 18, one temporal stream accompanies another, so long as they endure together. The experience of a shared world thus depends on a community of time as well as of space. Upon this simultaneity of two distinct streams of consciousness is built up the anonymous contemporaneity characteristic of everyday social existence, a contemporaneity that extends well beyond the field of interpersonal, face-to-face relations. The genius of Schutz's phenomenology is that it traces out the transitions leading from growing old together to this anonymous contemporaneity. If, in the direct we relation, the symbolic mediations are weakly thematized, the passage to anonymous contemporaneity indicates an increase in them in inverse proportion to the decrease in immediacy. Point 19 Interpretation thus appears as a remedy for the increasing loss of immediacy. We make the transition from direct to indirect social experience simply by following the spectrum of decreasing vividness, p. 177. This mediation includes Max Weber's ideal types. When I am they-oriented, I have types for partners, p. 185. In fact, we only reach our contemporaries through the typified roles assigned to them by institutions. The world of mere contemporaries, like that of our predecessors, is made up of a gallery of characters who are not and who never will be individuals. At best, the post office employee, for example, reduces to a type, a role which I respond to while expecting her to distribute the mail correctly. Contemporaneity here has lost its aspect of being a shared experience. Imagination entirely replaces the experience of mutual engagement. Inference has replaced immediacy. The contemporary is not given in a pre-predicative mode. Point 20. The conclusion as regards our own inquiry is that the very relation of contemporaneity is a mediating structure between the private time of individual fate and the public time of history, thanks to the equations encompassing contemporaneity, anonymity, and understanding based on ideal types. My mere contemporary is one whom I know coexists with me in time but whom I do not experience immediately, p. 181.21. It is regrettable that Schutz does not pay as much attention to the world of predecessors as he does to the world of contemporaries. 22. There are a few comments, however, that do allow us to take up again what was said above concerning the succession of generations. In fact, the frontier is not so easy to trace as it might seem between individual memory and that past before any memory which is the historical past. Absolutely speaking, my predecessors are those people none of whose experiences are contemporary with my own. In this sense, the world of predecessors is one that existed before my birth, and I cannot influence it by any form of interaction taking place in a common present. Nevertheless, there does exist a partial overlapping between memory and the historical past that contributes to the constitution of an anonymous time, halfway between private time and public time. The canonical example in this regard is that of a narrative received from the mouth of one of our ancestors. My grandfather might have told me during my youth of events concerning people whom I could never have known. Here the frontier that separates the historical past from individual memory is porous, as can be seen in the history of the recent past, a slippery genre to be sure, which blends together the testimony of surviving witnesses and documentary traces detached from their authors. 23. An ancestor's memory partly intersects with his descendants' memories, and this intersection is produced in a common present that itself can present every possible degree, from the intimacy of a weir relationship to the anonymity of a newspaper clipping. In this way, a bridge is constructed between the historical past and memory by the ancestral narrative that serves as a relay station for memory directed to the historical past, conceived of as the time of people now dead and the time before my own birth. If we proceed along this chain of memories, history tends to become a weir relationship, extending in continuous fashion from the first days of humanity to the present. This chain of memories is, on the scale of the world of predecessors, what the retention of retentions is on the scale of individual memory. But it must also be said that a narrative told by an ancestor already introduces the mediation of signs and thus leans toward the side of the silent mediation of the document and the monument that makes knowledge of the historical past something completely different than a giant-sized memory, just as the world of contemporaries is distinguished from the weir relationship through the anonymity of its mediations. 24. This feature authorizes the conclusion that the stream of history includes anonymous events, p. 231. To conclude, I would like to draw two consequences from the connecting role that the idea of a succession of generations, joined to that of the network of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors, plays between phenomenological time and cosmological time. The first has to do with the place of death in the writing of history. In history, death bears an eminently ambiguous signification that mixes together the intimacy of each person's death and a reference to the public character of the replacement of the dead by the living. These two references meet in the idea of anonymous death. Under the saying "they die," the historian recognizes death obliquely and only to go immediately beyond it. Death is so intended, for example, in the sense that the replacement of generations is the euphemism by which we signify that the living take the place of the dead. Thanks to this oblique intention, the idea of a generation is the insistent reminder that history is the history of mortals. But death is also thereby superseded. For history, there are only roles always left in escheat and then assigned to new actors. In history, death, as the end of every individual life, is only dealt with by allusion, to the profit of those entities that outlast the cadavers of people, nation, state, class, civilization. Yet death cannot be eliminated from the historian's field of attention if history is not to lose its historical quality. 25. Thus we have the mixed, ambiguous notion of anonymous death. Is this not an unbearable concept? Yes, if we deplore the inauthenticity of the they. No, if we discern in the anonymity of death the very mark of that anonymity, not just postulated but established by historical time at the sharpest point of the collision between mortal and public time. Anonymous death is, as it were, the central point of the whole conceptual network that includes the notions of contemporaries, predecessors, successors, and, as a background to them, a succession of generations. The second, even more noteworthy consequence will not take on its full meaning until it is helped along by the following analysis of the trace. It has less to do with the biological side of the idea of the succession of generations than with the symbolic side of the related idea of the realm of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors. Ancestors and successors are others, infused with an opaque symbolism whose figure comes to occupy the place of an other, wholly other, than mortals. 26 One thing that bears witness to this is the representation of the dead, not just as absent from history, but as shadows haunting the historical present. Another thing is the representation of future humanity as immortal, as can be seen in numerous Enlightenment thinkers. For example, in Kant's idea for a universal history with a cosmopolitan intent, 1784, the commentary already partially cited earlier on the third thesis ends with the following affirmation, which we are asked to accept no matter how puzzling this is. It is nonetheless equally as necessary once one assumes that one species of animal should have reason and that as a class of rational beings each member of which dies, while the species is immortal it is destined to develop its capacities to perfection. 27 This representation of an immortal humanity, which Kant here raises to the rank of a postulate, is the symptom of a deeper symbolic function through which we intend a more human other, whose lack we fill through the figure of our ancestors. The icon of the immemorial, along with that of our successors, the icon of hope. It is this symbolic functioning that the notion of a trace has to make more clear. Archives, documents, traces. The notion of a trace constitutes a new connector between the temporal perspectives that speculation arising out of phenomenology, especially Heideggerian phenomenology, dissociates. A new connector, perhaps the final one. In fact, the notion of a trace becomes thinkable only if we can succeed in discovering in it what is required by every one of those productions of the historian's practice that reply to the aporias of time for speculation. That the trace, for historical practice, is such a requirement can be shown if we examine the thought process that begins with the notion of archives, moves on to that of a document, and, among documents, eyewitness testimony, and then reaches its final epistemological presupposition, the trace. Our reflection on historical consciousness will begin its own second-order investigation from this final requirement. What do we mean by archives? If we open the Encyclopaedia Universalis and the Encyclopaedia Britannica to this term archives, in the former we read, archives are constituted by the set of documents that result from the activity of an institution or of a physical or moral person. 28 The latter says that the term archives designates the organized body of records produced or received by a public, semi-public, institutional, business or private entity in the transaction of its affairs and preserved by it, its successors or authorized repository through extension of its original meaning as the repository for such materials. 29. These two definitions and their development in these two encyclopedia articles allow us to isolate three characteristics. First, the reference to the notion of a document, or record. Archives are a set, an organized body of documents. Next, comes the relationship to an institution. Archives are said, in the one case, to result from institutional activity, in the other, they are said to be produced by or received by the entity for which the documents in question are the archives. Finally, putting documents produced by an institution, or its juridical equivalent, into archives has the goal of conserving or preserving them. The Encyclopaedia Universalis adds in this regard that, unlike libraries, archives constituted of gathered together documents, are only conserved documents, although it modifies this distinction by adding that some discrimination is unavoidable what should be conserved, what thrown away, even if this choice is made only in terms of the presumed usefulness of the documents, and hence of the activity they stem from. The Encyclopaedia Britannica says, in a similar sense, that conservation makes archives an authorized deposit through the stipulations that spell out the definition of the goals of the institution under consideration. Therefore the institutional character of archives is affirmed 3 times. Archives constitute the documentary stock of an institution. It is a specific activity of this institution that produces them, gathers them, and conserves them. And the deposit thereby constituted is an authorized deposit through some stipulation added to the one that sets up the entity for which the archives are archives. A sociological interpretation might legitimately be grafted to this institutional character, denouncing, if the need should arise, the ideological character of the choice that presides over the apparently innocent operation of conserving these documents and that betrays the stated goal of this operation. However, this is not the direction in which our investigation leads us. Instead, we must turn toward the notion of a document, or record, contained in the initial definition of archives and to the notion of a trace implicitly contained in the notion of a deposit. In the notion of a document, the accent today is no longer placed on the function of teaching, which is conveyed by the etymology of this word. It is derived from the Latin dicere, and in French there is an easy transition from enseignement, teaching, to renseignement, information. Rather, the accent is placed on the support. The warranted document provides for a history, a narrative, or an argument. This role of being a warrant constitutes material proof, what in English is called evidence, for the relationship drawn from a course of events. If history is a true narrative, documents constitute its ultimate means of proof. They nourish its claim to be based on facts. Point 30. Criticism of this notion of a document may take place on several levels. At an elementary epistemological level, it has become banal to emphasize that any trace left by the past becomes a document for historians as soon as they know how to interrogate its remains, how to question them. In this respect, the most valuable traces are the ones that were not intended from our information. Historians' interrogations are guided by the theme chosen to guide their inquiries. This first approach to the notion of a document is a familiar one. As I said in Part 2, in Volume 1, the search for documents has continued to annex zones of information more and more distant from the type of documents lying in already constituted archives, that is, documents that were conserved because of their presumed usefulness. Anything that can inform a scholar, whose research is oriented by a reasonable choice of questions, can be a document. Such critical inquiry at this first level leads to the notion of involuntary testimony. Mark blocks witnesses in spite of themselves. Rather than calling into question the epistemological status of documents, it enlarges their field. 31. A second level of criticism for the notion of a document is contemporaneous with the quantitative history discussed in Volume 1. The relationship between documents and monuments has served as the touchstone of this criticism. As Jacques-Lie Goff reminds us in an insightful article in the Encyclopædia Einaudi, archives were for a long time designated by the term monument. 32. For example, the Monumenta Germaniae Historica, which date from 1826. The development of positivist history at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th centuries marked the triumph of the document over the monument. What makes a monument suspect, even though it often is found in situ, is its obvious finality, its commemoration of events that its contemporaries, especially the most powerful among them, judged worthy of being integrated into the collective memory. Conversely, the document, even though it is collected and not simply inherited, seems to possess an objectivity opposed to the intention of the monument, which is meant to be edifying. The writings in archives were thus thought to be more like documents than like monuments. For criticism directed against ideology, which prolongs the criticism mentioned above concerning the setting up of archives, documents turn out to be no less instituted than monuments are, and no less edifying as regards power and those in power. A criticism is born that takes as its task to discover the monument hiding behind the document, a more radical form of criticism than the critique of authenticity that assured the victory of the document over the monument. This new form of criticism directs its attack against the conditions of historical production and its concealed or unconscious intentions. In this sense, we must say with Lie Goff that once its apparent meaning is demystified, the document is a monument. p. 46. Must we, then, give up seeing in contemporary historiography, with its data banks, its use of computers and information theory, its constituting of series, using the model of serial history, an enlargement of our collective memory, 33 This would be to break with the notions of a trace and the testimony of the past. However difficult the notion of a collective memory may be, particularly when it does not openly carry its credentials with it, to reject it would be to announce the suicide of history. In fact, the substitution of a new science of history for our collective memory rests upon an illusion about documents that is not fundamentally different from the positivist illusion it thinks it is combating. The data in a data bank are suddenly crowned with a halo of the same authority as the document cleansed by positivist criticism. The illusion is even more dangerous in this case. As soon as the idea of a debt to the dead, to people of flesh and blood to whom something really happened in the past, stops giving documentary research its highest end, history loses its meaning. In its epistemological naivete, positivism at least preserved the significance of the document, namely, that it functions as a trace left by the past. Cut off from that significance, the datum becomes truly insignificant. The scientific use of data stored in and manipulated by a computer certainly gives birth to a new kind of scholarly activity. But this activity constitutes only a long methodological detour destined to lead to an enlargement of our collective memory in its encounter with the monopoly exercised over speech by the powerful and the clerisy. For history has always been a critique of social narratives and, in this sense, a rectification of our common memory. Every documentary revolution lies along this same trajectory. If therefore neither the documentary revolution nor the ideological critique of the document/monument reaches the actual basis of the function of the document as informing us about the past and enlarging the scope of our collective memory, the source of the authority of the document, as an instrument of this memory, is the significance attached to the trace. If archives can be said to be instituted, and their documents are collected and conserved, this is so on the basis of the presupposition that the past has left a trace, which has become the monuments and documents that bear witness to the past. But what does it mean to leave a trace? Here historians put their trust in common sense, and, we are about to see, they are not wrong in doing so. 34 Litra gives as the first sense of the word trace, vestige that a human being or an animal has left on the place where it passed. 35 Then he notes the more general usage, any mark left by a thing. Through generalization, the vestige becomes a mark. At the same time, the origin of a trace is extended from a human being or an animal to anything whatever. On the other hand, the idea of being past has disappeared. All that remains is the remark that the trace is left behind. Here is the heart of the paradox. On the one hand, the trace is visible here and now, as a vestige, a mark. On the other hand, there is a trace, or track, because earlier a human being or an animal passed this way. Something did something. Even in language as we use it, the vestige or mark indicates the pastness of the passage, the earlier occurrence of the streak, the groove, without showing or bringing to appearance what passed this way. Note the apt homonymy between past et repassé, in the sense of having passed a certain place, and past et repassé, in the sense of having happened. This is not surprising. Augustine's Confessions have made us familiar with the metaphor of time as a passage, the present as an active transit and a passive transition. Once the passage has taken place, the past falls behind. It passed this way. And we say that time itself passes. Where then is the paradox? In the fact that the passage no longer is but the trace remains. Recall Augustine's perplexity over the idea of the vestigial image as something that remains, mene, in the mind. Historians confine themselves to this pre-understanding familiar to ordinary language, which J. L. Austin so admired because he saw in it a storehouse for the most appropriate forms of expression. 36 More precisely, historians stand halfway between the initial definition of a trace and its extension to a thing. People from the past left these vestiges. However, they are also the products of their activities and their work, hence they are those things Heidegger speaks of as subsisting and at hand, tools, dwellings, temples, tombs, writings, that have left a mark. In this sense, to have passed this way and to have made a mark are equivalent. Passage is a better way of speaking about the dynamics of a trace, while mark is a better way of indicating its static aspect. Let us explore the implications of this first sense as they profit history. Someone passed by here. The trace invites us to pursue it, to follow it back, if possible, to the person or animal who passed this way. We may lose the trail. It may even disappear or lead nowhere. The trace can be wiped out, for it is fragile and needs to be preserved intact. Otherwise, the passage did occur but it did not leave a trace, it simply happened. We may know by other means that people or animals existed somewhere, but they will remain forever unknown if there is not some trace that leads to them. Hence the trace indicates here, in space, and now, in the present, the past passage of living beings. It orients the hunt, the quest, the search, the inquiry. But this is what history is. To say that it is a knowledge by traces is to appeal, in the final analysis, to the significance of a past that nevertheless remains preserved in its vestiges. The implications of the broader meaning, the sense of a mark, are no less suggestive. It first suggests the idea of a harder, more durable support than the transitory activity of human beings. In particular, it is because humans worked, and committed something to stone, or bone, or baked clay tablets, or papyrus, or paper, or recording tape, or a computer's memory, that their works outlive their working. People pass, their works remain. But they remain as things among other things. This thing-like character is important for our investigation. It introduces a relationship of cause to effect between the marking thing and the marked thing. So the trace combines a relation of significance, best discerned in the idea of a vestige, and a relation of causality, included in the thing-likeness of the mark. The trace is a sign-effect. These two systems of relations are interwoven. On the one hand, to follow a trace is to reason by means of causality about the chain of operations constitutive of the action of passing by. On the other hand, to return from the mark to the thing that made it is to isolate, among all the possible causal chains, the ones that also carry the significance belonging to the relationship of vestige to passage. This double allegiance of the trace, far from betraying an ambiguity, constitutes the trace as the connection between two areas of thought and, by implication, between two perspectives on time. To the same extent that the trace marks the passage of an object or a quest in space, it is in calendar time and, beyond it, in astral time that the trace marks a passage. This is the condition for the trace, as conserved and no longer in the process of being laid down, to become a dated document. This connection between trace and dating allows us to take up again the problem left unresolved by Heidegger of the relationship between the fundamental time of care, the temporality directed toward the future and toward death, and ordinary time, conceived of as a succession of abstract instants. I would like to show that the trace brings about this relationship, which phenomenology seeks in vain to understand and to interpret, relying only on the temporality of care. It was not, as we have seen, that Heidegger was unaware of the problem. His criticism of Dilthey's claim to give the human sciences an autonomous epistemological status not grounded in the ontological structure of historicality begins precisely from the inability of historiography to account for pastness as past. 37 Furthermore, the phenomenon of the trace is explicitly taken by Heidegger as the touchstone for the enigma of pastness. However, the answer he proposes to this enigma redoubles it rather than resolves it. Heidegger is certainly correct when he states that what no longer is the world within which these remains once belonged, as equipment. As he says, that world is no longer. But what was formerly within the world with respect to that world, that which is now still present at hand, can belong nevertheless to the past. 38 This text defines adequately what we mean by remains of the past, or, in other words, by a trace. But what do we gain by refusing the predicate past, vergangen, to Dasein, limiting it to those beings qualified as subsistent and manipulatable, while reserving for the Dasein of earlier times the predicate having been there, de Joacen? Recall Heidegger's unambiguous statement in this regard: a Dasein which no longer exists, however, is not past vergangen, in the ontologically strict sense, it is rather having been there de Joacen, ibid. What, we shall ask, are we to understand by a Dacian a being there that had been there previously? Is it not precisely on the basis of the remains of the past that we assign this qualification to the being we ourselves are? Heidegger glimpses something of this mutual relationship when he adds an important corrective to his clear distinction between de Joacen and Vergangen. Indeed, it is not sufficient just to distinguish these two terms, we have to sketch the genesis of the meaning of the second beginning from the first. We must say that the historical character of Dacian is in a way transferred to some subsisting, manipulatable things so that they count as traces. The aspect of being an implement that is still attached to these remains of the past is then said to be historical in a secondary sense. 39 We have only to forget this filiation of the secondary sense of historical to form the idea of something that would be past as such. Historical in the primary sense preserves the relation to the future and the present. For historical in the secondary sense this fundamental structure of temporality is lost sight of and we begin to pose unsolvable questions concerning the past as such. Furthermore, the restitution of this filiation of meaning allows us to account for what Heidegger calls the world historical, Weltgeschichtlich. The remains of the past, with their equipment-like character, constitute the leading example of what is world historical. In fact, these remains are themselves what seem to be the carriers of the signification past. But can we avoid anticipating the problematic of within-timeness at the very heart of the problem of historicality if we are to account for this derived form of historicality? These anticipations would indicate some progress in our interpretation of the phenomenon of the trace only if, as I suggested in my analysis of being and time, we can give the idea of the origin, Herkunft, of the derived forms of temporality the value not of a decrease but of an increase in meaning. This at least seems to be what is implied by the introduction of the notion of the world historical at the very heart of the analysis of historicality. The phenomenon of the trace along with the phenomena of ruins, remains, and documents thus finds itself displaced from the historical toward the intratemporal, that which is within time. Would we then have a better account of the trace if we took account of the surplus of meaning within timeness brings to historicality? There can be no doubt that the notions of datable, public, and extensive time are essential to deciphering the traces of the past. To follow a trace, to retrace it, is to bring into play in one way or another each of the characteristics of within-timeness. This is surely the stage where Heidegger would have wished to situate this operation. However, I do not think he would have succeeded in doing so without making further loans from ordinary time, taken as a simple leveling off of within-timeness. Indeed, it does not seem to me that he could ever account for the significance of the trace without associating ordinary time and within-timeness. The time of the trace, it seems to me, is homogeneous with calendar time. Heidegger comes close to recognizing this when he suggests that remains, monuments, and records that are still present at hand, are possible material for the concrete disclosure of the Dacian which has been there, p. 446, his emphasis. But nothing more is said about the status of this material other than the reiterated affirmation that only its world historical character allows such material to exercise a historiographical function. We cannot make more progress in our analysis of the trace unless we show how the operations proper to the historian's practice, relative to monuments and documents, contribute to forming the notion of the Dacian which has been there. This bringing about of the convergence of a purely phenomenological notion with historiographical procedures, all of which can be referred to the act of following or retracing a trace, can only be carried out within the framework of a historical time that is neither a fragment of stellar time nor a simple aggrandizement of the communal dimensions of the time or personal memory. This is a hybrid time, issuing from the confluence of two perspectives on time, the phenomenological perspective and that of ordinary time, to use the Heideggerian terminology. If, however, we are to give equal rights to the time of care and to universal time, we have to renounce seeing in the latter a leveling off of the least authentic forms of temporality. This composite constitution of the significance of a trace finally allows us to give a less negative twist to Heidegger's estimation of the categories of history. If he gave up completing his thesis about the subordination of historiography to historicality by an inverse analysis of the procedures by which historiography provides the material of historicality, it was because, for him, in the last analysis, historiography is situated on the fault line between within-timeness and ordinary time. He can even concede that the ordinary representation of time has its natural justification, p. 478, but the mark of fallenness stamped upon it by hermeneutic phenomenology is an indelible 1.40. Historiography, in this sense, must always be poorly grounded. This would no longer be the case if the operators that historiography brings into play, whether the calendar or the trace, were dealt with as actual creations, stemming from the interweaving of the phenomenological perspective and the cosmic perspective on time, perspectives that cannot be coordinated with each other on the speculative level. The idea of a connection stemming from historians' actual practice allows us to go even further than this simple assertion of a mixture of attraction and repulsion between these two perspectives, as I indicated at the end of my inquiry into the Heideggerian conception of time. These connectors add the idea of a mutual overlapping or even of a mutual exchange that makes the fault line upon which history is established a line of sutures. This exchange along the frontiers of our two perspectives on time can take on the extreme forms of either a negotiated collision or a rule-governed mutual contamination. If the calendar illustrates the first form, the trace stems from the second one. Let us begin by considering the calendar again. If we abstract from the immense labor that goes into the constituting of the calendar, we are left with the collision resulting from the heterogeneity of our two perspectives on time. The oldest forms of human wisdom call this to our attention. Elegies about the human condition, modulating between lamentation and resignation, have always sung of the contrast between time which remains and we who pass on. Would we so deplore the brevity of life if it did not appear against the background of the immense scope of time? This contrast is the most moving form that the mutual movement of separation can take, thanks to which, on the one hand, the time of care tears itself away from the fascination of a time impervious to our mortality, and, on the other hand, the time of the stars turns us toward contemplating the sky rather than thinking about the sting of our immediate preoccupations and even our own death. Yet the construction of the calendar is then completed by the making of clocks. These govern all our meetings, which come about owing to our common concerns, on the basis of measures of time that show no care for us. This does not prevent some of our clocks, however, from having written on their faces a mournful memento mori. With this reminder and this warning, forgetfulness of one figure of time brings to mind the forgetfulness of the other figure. The trace illustrates the inverted form of the exchange between the two figures of time, that of a mutual contamination. We had a presentiment of this phenomenon in our discussion of the three major features of within-timeness, datability, the lapse of time, and its public character. Recall that I already suggested there the idea of an overlapping of the existential and the empirical. Point 41. The trace consists in this overlapping. In the first place, to follow a trace is one way of reckoning with time. How could the trace left in space refer back to the passage of the sought-for object without our calculations concerning the time that passed between them, that is, between the passage and the trace it left? Immediately then, datability with its now, then, earlier, and so on, is brought into play. However, no hunters or detectives would limit themselves to these vague references. Datability without a specific date is of no interest to them. Rather it is with watch in hand that they follow the trace, or with a calendar in their bag that they retrace it. Next, to follow a trace, to retrace it, is to decipher, in space, the stretching along of time. How can we do this, though, unless right away we calculate and measure the lapse of time? The trajectory of the passage, like the tracing of the trace, is relentlessly linear. The significance of the trace has to be reconstituted in terms of successive time, even if it is not contained in some pure succession. Finally, the trace, as visible to everyone, even if it can only be deciphered by a few, projects our preoccupation, as illustrated by our hunt, search, or inquiry, into public time, which makes our private durations commensurate with one another. The seriousness of our preoccupation so well expressed by the term circumspection does not betray any failure here that would further aggravate the dereliction that our thrownness has already brought us to. On the contrary, if we are willing to be guided by the trace, we must be capable of that letting go, that abnegation that makes care about oneself efface itself before the trace of the other. However, we must always take the inverse trajectory too. If the significance of the trace depends on the computations inscribed in ordinary time, just as the trace itself is inscribed in geometrical space, this significance is not exhausted by the relations of successive time. As I said above, this significance consists in the reference back from the vestige to the passage, a reference that requires the quasi-instantaneous synthesis of the print left here and now, and the event that occurred. That this significance, in turn, distances us from Heidegger's critique of ordinary time, I willingly grant, and all the more so because I have borrowed the very expression the significance of the trace, not from Heidegger but from Emmanuel Levinas, in his noteworthy essay on this topic. Point 42. However, my borrowings from Levinas can be only indirect and must appear biased to him. He speaks of the trace in the context of the epiphany of the face. His interrogation, therefore, is not directed at the historian's past but at, if I may put it this way, the past of the moralist. What, he asks, is the past before history, the past of the other, for which there is no unveiling, no manifestation, not even an icon? Is the trace, the significance of the trace, what assures entry and visitation without revelation? This significance escapes the alternation of unveiling and concealment, the dialectic of revealing and hiding, because the trace for Levinas signifies something without making it appear. It is compelling but not revealing. Levinas's perspective, therefore, is very different from my own as regards the trace. And yet I cannot overestimate how much my investigation of the role of the trace in the problematic of the role of reference in history owes to this magnificent meditation. Essentially, it owes to it the idea that a trace is distinguished from all the signs that get organized into systems, because it disarranges some order. The trace is this disarrangement expressing itself, p. 63. The trace left by a wild animal disarranges the vegetation of the forest. The relationship between signified and signification, in the trace, is not one of correlation but one of unrightness, p. 59. I am aware that in saying this Levinas places the absent outside of any memory, assigning it to an immemorial past. The impact of his meditation on my analysis, however, is that it underlines the strangeness of the trace, which is not a sign like others, p. 60, inasmuch as it is always a passage that it indicates, not some possible presence. His remark also holds for the historian's trace/sign, hence taken as a sign. The trace still has this as exceptional about it in relation to other signs: it signifies beyond any intention of giving a sign and beyond every project for which it may have been the intended object, ibid. Is this not what Mark Bloch designated as witnesses in spite of themselves? I do not wish to bring down to the level of historical immanence this meditation on the trace wholly dedicated to a past that has absolutely taken place, a past more distant than any past and any future which are still ordered in terms of my own time. Toward the past of the other where eternity is indicated, an absolute past that reunites every time, p. 63. I would rather leave open the possibility that in the last analysis there is a relative other, a historical other, that in some way the remembered past is meaningful on the basis of an immemorial past. Perhaps this is the possibility that literature holds open when some tale about time points to some form of eternity. Point 43. Who knows what underground connections may attach this literature to the infinity of the absolute other, in Levinas's sense, an absolute other whose trace appears in the visage of other people? However that may be, the connection between my analysis and Levinas's meditation may be summed up as follows: the trace signifies something without making it appear. The trace is thus one of the more enigmatic instruments by means of which historical narrative refigures time. It refigures time by constructing the junction brought about by the overlapping of the existential and the empirical in the significance of the trace. Indeed, historians, as historians, do not know what they are doing when they constitute signs as traces. With regard to such traces, they stand in a relationship of usage. It is in frequenting archives and consulting documents that historians look for the trace of the past as it actually occurred. The problem of what the trace as such signifies is not the historians but the philosophers. 5. Fiction and its imaginative variations on time. Our task here is to think of the world, or rather the worlds of fiction, in counterpoint to the historical world, insofar as this relates to the resolution of the aporias of temporality brought to light by phenomenology. In Volume 2 I introduced the concept of imaginative variations, which will guide our analyses in this chapter, to characterize in terms of one another the diverse fictive experiences of time set forth in our discussions of Mrs. Dalloway, Der Zauberberg, and A la Recherche du Temps Perdu. But there we confined ourselves to using this concept without being able to analyze it. This was so for two reasons. First, we still lacked a fixed term of comparison in relation to which the fictive experiences of time are imaginative variations, not just in relation to one another but simply as fictions. This fixed term was recognized only at the end of our analysis of the constitution of historical time through the reinscription of phenomenological time on cosmic time. This phenomenon of reinscription is the invariant with respect to which our tales about time appear as imaginative variations. In addition, this contrast lacked the background against which it could stand out, namely, the aporetics of time, which provided the opening for this third volume. I want to stress the role of this third partner in our three-way conversation. It is not enough to oppose, term by term, such imaginative variations on time to the fixed constitution of historical time. We must also be able to say to what common aporias the variable constitution of fictive time and the invariable constitution of historical time provide a different response. Without this common reference to the aporias of temporality, historical time, and the imaginative variations produced by our tales about time would remain disconnected from one another and strictly speaking would be incomparable with one another. The neutralization of historical time. The most visible but not necessarily the most decisive feature in the opposition between fictive time and historical time is the emancipation of the narrator, whom we are not confusing with the author with respect to the major obligation imposed on the historian, namely, the need to conform to the specific connectors acting to reinscribe lived time upon cosmic time. Having said this, we are still just giving a negative characterization of the freedom of the artisan of fiction and, by implication, of the unreal status of fictive temporal experience. Unreal characters, we might say, have an unreal experience of time. Unreal, in the sense that the temporal marks of this experience do not have to be connected to the single spatial temporal network constitutive of chronological time. For the same reason, they do not have to be connected to one another like geographical maps set side by side. The temporal experience of a particular hero has no need to be referred to the one system of dating and the single chart of all possible dates for which the calendar serves as the frame of reference. In this sense, from the epic to the novel, by way of tragedy and the ancient and modern forms of comedy, the time of fictional narrative has been freed from the constraints requiring it to be referred back to the time of the universe. The search for connectors between phenomenological time and cosmological time, the institution of the calendar, the time of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors, the replacement of generations, documents and traces thus seems, at least as a first approximation, to lose all reason for existing. Each fictive temporal experience unfolds its world, and each of these worlds is singular, incomparable, unique. Not just plots, but also the worlds of experience they unfold, are as arcant segments of a unique successive time limitations belonging to a unique imaginary world. Fictive temporal experiences cannot be totalized. This negative characterization of the freedom of the artisan of fiction does not, however, constitute the last word. Removing the constraints of cosmological time has as its positive counterpart the independence of fiction in exploring the resources of phenomenological time that are left unexploited or are inhibited by historical narrative, owing to its constant concern to connect historical time to cosmological time through the reinscription of historical time upon cosmological time. These hidden resources of phenomenological time, and the aporias which their discovery gives rise to, form the secret bond between the two modalities of narrative. Fiction, I will say, is a treasure trove of imaginative variations applied to the theme of phenomenological time and its aporias. To show this, I propose to combine the analysis made at the end of Volume 2 of our 3 tales about time with the principal results of our discussion of the phenomenology of time. Point 1. Variations on the split between lived time and world time. In order to stress the parallel and the contrast between the imaginative variations produced by fiction and the fixed time constituted by the reinscription of lived time on world time on the level of history, I will go directly to the major aporia revealed and to a certain extent produced by phenomenology, namely, the split file opened up by reflective thinking between phenomenological time and cosmic time. It is in their manner of relating to this split that history and fiction begin to differ. Point 2. We find a basic indication of the way in which the fictive experience of time relates in its own way lived temporality and time perceived as a dimension of the world in the fact that the epic, the drama, and the novel never fail to mix together historical characters, dated or datable events, and known geographical sites with invented characters, events, and places. Point 3. For example, the plot of Mrs. Dalloway is clearly situated after the First World War, more precisely in 1923, and unfolds within the monumental framework of what was still the capital of the British Empire. Likewise, the adventures of Hans Castorp in the Magic Mountain clearly belong to the pre-war years and explicitly lead into the 1914 catastrophe. Finally, the episodes of remembrance of things past can be divided into those that occur before and after World War I. Developments in the Dreyfus affair provide easily identifiable chronological markers, and the description of Paris during the war is inserted within an explicitly dated time. Nevertheless, we would be sorely mistaken if we were to conclude that these dated or datable events draw the time of fiction into the gravitational field of historical time. What occurs is just the opposite. From the mere fact that the narrator and the leading characters are fictional, all references to real historical events are divested of their function of standing for the historical past and are set on a par with the unreal status of the other events. More precisely, the reference to the past, and the very function of standing for, are preserved but in a neutralized mode, similar to the one Husserl uses to characterize the imaginary. Point 4. Or, to use a different vocabulary, borrowed this time from analytical philosophy, historical events are no longer denoted, they are simply mentioned. In this way, World War I, which serves in each case as a reference point for the events recounted in all 3 novels, loses the status of a common reference and is reduced instead to that of an identical quotation within temporal universes that cannot be superimposed upon one another, that cannot communicate with one another. It must also be said that World War I, as a historical event, is in each case fictionalized in a different way, as are all the historical characters included in each novel. So these novels take place within heterogeneous temporal spheres. All the specific connectors set in place by history can also be neutralized and simply mentioned, not only calendar time but the succession of generations, archives, documents, and traces. The entire range of tools serving the relation of standing for can be fictionalized in this way and considered as the work of the imaginary. The question is to know in what way a segment of world events is incorporated within the temporal experience of the fictional characters. Fiction replies to this question by unfolding the range of imaginative variations that respond to the major aporia of phenomenology. For example, the entire dynamics of Virginia Woolf's novel was derived in our analysis from the antagonism between what I called mortal time and monumental time. But what gives the novel a wealth infinitely superior to the statement of a merely speculative antinomy lies in the fact that the narrator does not bring into confrontation 2 entities, 2 categories even if these be existentials in the Heideggerian sense of the term, but rather 2 limit experiences, between which lies the entire range of individual experiences the narrator has chosen to put on stage. One of these limit experiences, that of Septimus Warren Smith, signifies, to be sure, the impossible reconciliation between the hours struck by Big Ben and the unfortunate hero's incommunicable dream of personal wholeness. However, Septimus's suicide also marks the embodiment of the existential being towards death in a singular existential experience, an experience closer to the invitation to despair Gabriel Marcel sees as ineluctably following from the spectacle presented by the world than, for example, to the resolute anticipation that Heidegger holds to be the most authentic testimony to the primordial character of being towards death. The same can be said as regards cosmological time. This novel points to it only through the trappings of the monumental, only as it is incarnated in figures of authority, of proportion and intolerance, the accomplices of established order. Given this twofold concretization, the chimes struck by Big Ben by no means punctuate a neutral and common time but, in each case, possess a different meaning for each of the characters whose experience stretches between the two limits marking the boundaries of the space opened up by the novel. Common time does not bring together, it divides. Caught between two extremes, Clarissa's privileged experience does not constitute a mediation, in the sense of a speculative mixture, but a singular variant, marked by an essential conflict between her secret role as Septimus's double and her public role as the perfect hostess. The gesture of defiance by which the heroine goes back to her party she must assemble itself expresses a singular existential modality of resolution in the face of death, that of a fragile and perhaps inauthentic compromise, but it is not the task of fiction to preach authenticity, between mortal time and monumental time. The Magic Mountain poses the problem of the confrontation between lived time and cosmic time in entirely different terms. To begin with, the concrete constellations revolving around the two poles are not the same. Those below enjoy no privilege with respect to the monumental, they are people caught up in everydayness, only a few of their emissaries recall the figures of authority in Mrs. Dalloway, and they remain the representatives of ordinary time. As for those above, they differ radically from the hero of internal time found in Mrs. Dalloway. Their time is globally and unremittingly a morbid and decadent time where even eroticism is tainted with the stigmata of corruption. This is why, in the Berghof, there is no Septimus who kills himself because he cannot bear the rigor of clock time. There is instead an entire population at the sanatorium that is slowly dying for having lost all measure of time. In this respect, Mynheer Peeperkorn's suicide differs radically from that of Septimus. His is not a challenge addressed to those below, it is a capitulation uniting him with those above. From this radically original manner of positing the problem results an equally novel solution. Unlike Clarissa Dalloway, who is searching for a compromise between two extremes, Hans Castorp attempts to resolve the antinomy by abolishing one of its terms. He will go as far as possible in his effort to erase chronological time, to abolish the measures of time. What is at stake, then, is knowing what apprenticeship, what elevation, what Steigerung can result from such an experiment with time, cut off as it is from the very thing that gives it a size, a magnitude. The answer to this question will illustrate another point of correlation between the phenomenology of time and our tales about time. Let us confine ourselves for the moment to this: in place of the reinscription of lived time upon cosmic time by history, the Magic Mountain proposes a particularly perverse imaginative variation. Its attempt to erase the traces of cosmic time is still a way of relating to cosmic time, something like the clever doctor who gives his uncooperative patients a thermometer with no markings on it. Like a silent sister, ordinary time continues to accompany the hero's spiritual adventure. In Remembrance of Things Past, we find another highly unusual variation on the polarity between the time of consciousness and the time of the world. The figure in which the time of the world appears is that of the various domains in which there operates what we have termed, along with Gilles Deleuze, the apprenticeship to signs, signs of the social world, signs of life, signs of sensuous impressions, signs of art. However, because these four domains are never represented except through their signs, apprenticeship to them also involves the world and consciousness. Another cleavage results from this, opposing time lost to time regained. Lost, first of all, is past time, prey to the universal decay of things. In this sense, Remembrance of Things Past is an exhausting struggle against the effacement of traces, against forgetfulness. I shall discuss below the remythicizing of time that is entailed by the narrator's speculations as he reflects upon the universal erosion of all things. Lost also is the time dissipated among signs not yet recognized as such, destined to be reintegrated within the great work of recapitulation. Lost, finally, is dispersed time, like the places in space, symbolized by the two ways, mesegel and guermantes. We might speak in this regard of the intermittence of time, as one speaks of the intermittence of the heart. Actually, the meaning of the expression time lost remains in suspension as long as it has not yet become the very thing that is to be regained. Before the point of conjunction between quest and illumination, between apprenticeship and visitation, remembrance of things past does not know where it is headed. And it is indeed this disorientation, and the disenchantment it produces, that defines time as lost, as long as remembrance of things past has not been instilled with the great design of creating a work of art. However, the lesson that the phenomenology of time can receive from this conjunction between the apprenticeship to signs and ecstatic experience no longer has to do with the initial aporia we have just examined, that to which historical time provides an answer. In this initial retracing of the path from Mrs. Dalloway to the magic mountain to remembrance of things past, we have seen fiction propose diverse responses to one and the same aporia while varying the very manner of posing the problem, to the point of shifting the initial place of difficulty. In doing this, fiction removes the partitions between problems that the aporetics of time had carefully separated, beginning with the distinction, which now appears more didactic than substantive, between the enigmas acknowledged by phenomenology as belonging to internal time constitution and those generated by the very gesture that inaugurates phenomenology, the reduction of cosmic, objective, ordinary time. It is because of this shift in the problematic itself that we are carried back from the, so to speak, peripheral aporias to the core aporias of the phenomenology of time. At the very heart of the opposition between the imaginative variations produced by our tales about time and the fixed term of the reinscription by history of lived time upon world time, it appears that the major contribution of fiction to philosophy does not lie in the range of solutions it proposes for the discordance between the time of the world and lived time, but in the exploration of the nonlinear features of phenomenological time that historical time conceals due to the very fact that it is set within the great chronology of the universe. Variations on the aporias internal to phenomenology. We are now going to examine the stages of this liberation of phenomenological time beyond the constraints of historical time. We shall be considering, in succession, 1. The problem of unifying the temporal flow, which Husserl sees as resulting from the phenomenon of coincidence in the horizontal constitution of time and which Heidegger derives from the phenomenon of repetition in the hierarchical constitution of the levels of temporalization. 2. The reawakening of the Augustinian theme of eternity in certain tightly concentrated limit experiences of temporality, and finally, 3. The modalities of remythicizing time, which are no longer the province of phenomenology but which fiction alone has the power to evoke, in the strong sense of this word. 1. Our new review of the three tales about time that have captured our attention will take as its starting point the analyses by means of which Husserl thought he had solved the Augustinian paradox of the threefold present, the present of the past, the present of the future, the present of the present. This solution is composed of two phases. It first grants a certain thickness to the lived-through present that distinguishes it from the point-like instant by connecting it to the recent past, retained within the present, and the imminent future, which constitutes a zone of protension corresponding to the zone of retention in the present. However, the price to pay for this extension of the present is the break between retention, or primary remembrance, included in its own way within the living present, and recollection, or secondary remembrance, excluded from the living present. Husserl then sees the unity of the flux of time as being constituted by the endless coincidence of the retentions, and of retentions, that constitute the comet's tail of the living present with the series of quasi-presents into which I transport myself freely through my imagination, and which each unfold their own system of retentions and protensions. So the unification of the temporal flux stems from the sort of tiling effect that results from the overlap of various systems of retentions and protensions flowing from the living present and from any other quasi-present, the retention of one present overlapping the protension of another. The same process of coinciding returns in another form and with another name in Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology, more attentive, it is true, to the internal hierarchization of the levels of temporality than to the continuity of the unitary temporal flux. This is why repetition appeared to us as the nodal point of all his analyses of temporality. By joining together having been, coming towards, and making present on the level of historicality, repetition links together on this median plane the deep level of authentic temporality and the superficial level of within-timeness, where the worldhood of the world wins out over the mortality of Dasein. This same overlapping structure of time is not just described, it is set into operation in many different ways by the imaginative variations of fiction. For example, Virginia Woolf's novel appeared to us to be at once pulled ahead by the anticipation of Clarissa's party and pulled back by each of the protagonists' excursions into the past, billows of memories continually rising up in the midst of the action. Virginia Woolf's art here lies in interweaving the present, with its stretches of the imminent future and the recent past, and a recollected past, and so making time progress by slowing it down. Furthermore, the time consciousness of each of the main characters is ceaselessly polarized between the lived present, leaning toward the imminence of the near future, and a variety of quasi-presents that hold a particular radiating capacity for each individual. For Peter Walsh, and to a lesser degree for Clarissa, it is the memory of unrealized love, of a refusal of marriage, of the happy days at Bourton. Septimus is no less torn out of the living present by his memories of the war, to the point of being prevented from living in the present by the vision of his dead friend, who returns to haunt his delirium. As for Ricoeur, her past as a small-time milliner remains for her the anchorage point for her regrets amidst the shipwreck of her incongruous marriage. Each character thus has the task of generating his or her own flow of time, by making the protensions arising out of the quasi-presents belonging to the past, which is no more, coincide with the retentions of retentions belonging to the living present. And, if it is true that the time of Mrs. Dalloway is made up of the overlapping of individual time spans, with their private caves, the coincidence by means of tiling that produces the time of the novel is continued from one stream of consciousness to the next, thanks to the suppositions that each character makes about the ruminations of the other, the protensions of the one turning toward the retentions of the other. The narrative techniques we studied in Part 3 are placed by the narrator in the service of these meaning effects, in particular those devices that play the role of tunnels between the various streams of consciousness. The Magic Mountain holds, perhaps, fewer lessons about the constitution of the flow of time through coincidence. The weight of this novel lies elsewhere, as shall be explained below. Nevertheless, at least two features of it do concern the present analysis. First, the return to the past which occurs in Chapter 2 gives the experience of the present the density of an unfathomable past, a few emblematic memories of which continue to exist in the mind, such as the grandfather's death and, in particular, the episode of the pencil that is borrowed and later taken back by Pribislav. Under the time of succession, the measurements of which are gradually erased, persists a time of great density, an almost immobile time, whose life-giving springs break through the surface of clinical time. Thus recollection, erupting into the actual present, confers upon the character of Claudia Chauchat her uncanniness, first in the daydream of the Vertraumt intermezzo, then, in particular, in the famous episode of Walpurgis Nacht. It is Pribyslav's pencil that Claudia lends and takes back. Claudia is Pribislav. Discordant concordance is overcome in a coincidence pushed to the point of identification. The other side of this magic indistinguishability is that the eternity it confers on the instant is itself but the eternity of a dream, a carnival eternity. It is in remembrance of things past that the Husserlian term coincidence passes over into the Heideggerian term repetition. Let me repeat, fiction does not illustrate a pre-existing phenomenological theme, it actualizes the universal meaning of this theme in a singular figure. To be sure, We can speak again in this connection of coincidence, in characterizing the interplay between the perspective of the hero, who advances toward his uncertain future through the apprenticeship to signs, and that of the narrator, who forgets nothing and anticipates the overall meaning of the adventure. The narrator, we might say, is caught up in a sort of overlapping of time spans by incorporating the reminiscences of the hero in the course of a search that moves forward, giving the narrative the form of a future in the past. The play of narrative voices, however, reaches other depths. The narrator performs an authentic repetition when he relates the quest constituted by the apprenticeship to signs to the visitation prefigured in moments of happiness and culminating in the great meditation on art as redemptive which takes place in the Prince of Guermantes' library. The Proustian formula for redemption is the regaining of time lost. We have pointed out three equivalents here: stylistic, in the figure of metaphor; optical, in the guise of recognition; and, finally, spiritual, under the patronage of the impression regained. Under different titles, repetition thus proves to be something entirely different from a reawakening. What is more, it is when the direct short circuit between two similar sensations, obtained in happy moments, is supplanted by the long meditation on the work of art, that repetition takes on its full signification, which appeared to me to be summed up in the admirable expression of distance traversed. In happy moments, two similar instants were miraculously brought together. Through the mediation of art, this fleeting miracle is stabilized in an enduring work. Time lost is equated with time regained. 2. By accompanying the movement by which the Husserlian problematic of coincidence passes over into the Heideggerian problematic of repetition, in this way, fiction takes phenomenology at the same time into a region it had ceased to frequent after Augustine. Indeed, our three tales about time possess the remarkable character of daring to explore, with the figurative power we have recognized, what in Volume 1 I termed the upper limit on the hierarchization process of temporality. For Augustine, this upper limit is eternity. And for the current in Christian tradition that incorporated the teachings of Neoplatonism, time's approximation of eternity lies in the stability of a soul at rest. Neither Husserlian phenomenology nor the Heideggerian hermeneutic of Dasein has continued this line of thinking. Husserl's phenomenology of internal time consciousness is silent on this point, inasmuch as the discussion is limited to the passage from transverse intentionality, directed toward the unity of the noematic object, to longitudinal intentionality, directed toward the unity of the temporal flux. As for being and time, its philosophy of finitude seems to substitute thinking about being towards death for meditating on eternity. I myself ask the question, are these two irreducible ways of guiding the most extensive duration back toward the most tensive duration? Or is this disjunction only apparent? 5. The answer to this question can be sought on several levels. On the properly theological level, it is not certain that the conception of eternity is summed up in the idea of rest. We will not discuss here the Christian alternatives to the equating of eternity with rest. But on the formal level of a philosophical anthropology, the level where Heidegger still situates himself in the period of being and time, it is possible to distinguish between the existential and the existential components in the pair that constitutes being towards death and anticipatory resoluteness in the face of death. The function of attestation ascribed to the latter with respect to the existential being towards death allows us to think that this existential of universal mortality leaves open a vast range of existential responses, including the quasi-stoic resoluteness affirmed by the author of Being and Time. For my part, I have unhesitatingly held mortality to be a universal feature of the human condition. Nor have I hesitated to speak of mortal time, contrasting it with public time and cosmic time. But I left hanging the question whether the existential component of being towards death, and perhaps even that of anticipatory resoluteness, leaves room for existential modalities other than the Stoic tone given by Heidegger to resolution, including the modalities of Christian hope stemming in one way or another from faith in the resurrection. It is in this interval between the existential and the existential that a meditation on eternity and on death can be conducted. Our tales about time make their own contribution to this meditation. And this contribution continues to lie in the imaginative variations that attest to the fact that eternity, like being, according to Aristotle, can be said in many different ways. This theme is not absent from Mrs. Dalloway. Despite its extreme ambiguity, Septimus's suicide at the very least makes us see that time is an absolute obstacle to the complete vision of cosmic unity. It is no longer, we said, time that is mortal but rather eternity that brings death. The calculated ambiguity of this message lies, on the one hand, in the confused mixture of rationalizations and madness in Septimus himself and, on the other hand, in the quasi-redemptive effect of his suicide on Clarissa, who draws from it the courage to face the conflicts of life. The Magic Mountain is quite obviously the fiction richest in variations on the theme of eternity and death. Here it is no longer some ambiguity but rather the narrator's irony in reflecting on the spiritual experience of the hero that makes the work's message hard to decipher. In addition, this novel deploys a large number of variants on this theme. The eternity of identity in Wickitsup is one thing, the dreamlike eternity, the carnival eternity of Walpurgis Nacht is something else again, still another thing is the immobile eternity of stellar revolutions, and yet another, the joyful eternity of the Schnee episode. Whatever affinity there may be between these disparate eternities may well be provided by the malevolent charm of the Magic Mountain. In this case, an eternity that, instead of crowning the most intensive, the most concentrated temporality, is constructed upon the refuse of the most distended temporality, in the state of the greatest decomposition, might perhaps be simply a lure. For otherwise, why does the brutal eruption of large-scale history into the secluded world of the Berghof take on the figure of a thunderbolt? It is fascinating to place the Magic Mountain's variations on eternity alongside those of remembrance of things past. Attaining the extratemporal realm of aesthetic essences in the great meditation on time regained might be no less a source of deception and illusion than Hans Castorp's ecstasy in the Schnee episode, if the decision to make a work of art did not intervene to fix the fleeting illumination and to provide as its sequel the reconquest of time lost. There is no need for history to come to interrupt a futile experience of eternity. By sealing the writer's vocation, eternity transforms itself from a bewitchment into a gift, it confers the power of bringing back days gone by. The relation between eternity and death is not abolished, however. The memento mori of the spectacle of the death-like figures seated around the table of the Prince de Guermantes at the dinner party following the great revelation introduces its funereal echo into the very core of the decision to write. Another interruption threatens this experience of eternity. It is not the eruption of great history, as in the Magic Mountain, but that of the death of the writer. The combat of eternity and death thus continues in other guises. Time regained through the grace of art is still only an armistice. 3. One final resource of fiction deserves recognition. Fiction is not restricted to the successive exploration by means of its imaginative variations, first, of the aspects of discordant concordance connected to the horizontal constitution of the temporal flux, then of the varieties of discordant concordance related to the hierarchization of the levels of temporalization, and, finally, of the limit experiences that mark the boundaries of time and eternity. Fiction has, in addition, the capacity of exploring another boundary, the one marking the borderline between fable and myth. On this theme, even more than on the preceding one of time and eternity, our phenomenology is silent. And its sobriety is not to be held against it. Fiction alone, because it remains fiction even when it projects and depicts experience, can allow itself a little inebriation. For example, in Mrs. Dalloway, the hours struck by Big Ben have a resonance that is more than merely physical, psychological, or social. They have an almost mystical resonance, the leaden circles dissolved in the air, the narrative voice says repeatedly. Likewise, the refrain of Shakespeare's "See why Emmeline fear no more the heat o' the sun / nor the furious winter's rages" secretly unites the twin fates of Septimus and Clarissa. But only Septimus knows how to hear, beyond the noise of life, the immortal ode to time. And, in death, he takes with him his odes to time. Nor does the ironic tone of the Magic Mountain prevent a certain mythicizing of time, ineluctably tied to the elevation of time to the level of a distinct content of experience, which fiction makes appear as such. This remythicizing is not for the most part to be sought in the moments of speculative suspension, when the narrator does not hesitate to accompany the hero, and even leads him on in his babblings. The most significant moment in this regard is instead perhaps the moment when internal time, freed from chronological constraints, collides with cosmic time, exalted by this contrast. The effacing of measurements makes a non-measurable time border on an incommensurable time. The immemorial can no longer be inscribed within any experience, whether temporal or external, except the silent spectacle of the revolutions of the heavens. The entire work, moreover, unfolds a secretly hermetic dimension, which eludes all our previous analyses. The experiments tinged with spiritualism, appearing toward the end of the novel, give free rein for a moment to this exaltation, kept in check the rest of the time. Of the three works we have discussed, Remembrance of Things Past certainly goes the farthest in remythicizing time. The strangest thing is that in its own fashion the myth repeats fiction's imaginative variations on time and eternity, inasmuch as it presents two antithetical faces of time. There is destructive time, and there is time, the artist. Both are active, one moves hastily, the other works very slowly. But, under both appearances, time needs a body in order to externalize itself, to make itself visible. In the case of destructive time, it is the dolls of the macabre dinner party; for time, the artist, it is the daughter of Gilbert and Robert de Saint Loup, in whom are joined together the two sides, Miségle and Guermantes. Everything happens as though the visibility that phenomenology is incapable of according to time, without falling into error, fiction is able to confer upon it at the price of a materialization, comparable to the personifications of time in ancient Prosopopoeia. 6 While time thus finds bodies in order to cast its magic lantern upon them, magic like the magic mountain or in some other way, these incarnations take on the phantasmatic dimension of emblematic beings. 7. So myth, which we wish to set outside our field of investigation, has, in spite of us, made two appearances, once at the outset of our investigation of historical time, in connection with calendar time, and a second time here at the end of our investigation of the time of fiction. However, long before us, Aristotle had vainly tried to push this intruder outside his sphere of discourse. The murmuring of mythical language has continued to resonate under the logos of philosophy. Fiction gives it a more sonorous echo. Imaginative variations and ideal types. The first stage of our confrontation between the modalities of the refiguration of time that belong respectively to history and to fiction has upheld the dissymmetry between the two great narrative modes. This dissymmetry results essentially from the difference between the solutions contributed by each of them to the aporias of time. In order to dissipate an important misconception, I would like to conclude this chapter with a reflection on the relation I establish between what I am calling a solution here and what, above, I called an aporia. I was able to do without this reflection in the corresponding chapter dealing with historical time because the solution contributed to these aporias by historical time consists finally in an appeasement, a reconciliation that tends to blunt their cutting edge, even to make them fade into irrelevance and insignificance. The same is not true of our tales about time, which possess the principal virtue of revivifying these aporias and even of sharpening their sting. This is why I have so often been led to say that resolving the aporias poetically is not so much to dissolve them as to rid them of their paralyzing effect and to make them productive. Let us attempt to clarify the meaning of this poetic resolution with the help of the preceding analyses. We return to the Husserlian theme of the constitution of a single temporal field through the overlapping of the network of retentions and protensions of the living present with the network of the retentions and protensions stemming from the multiple quasi-presents into which recollection is transported. The imaginative variations applied to this constitution through coincidence uncover something that remains unsaid in phenomenology. What is left unsaid is precisely what we suspected when we repeatedly stated that the advances and discoveries of phenomenology carried the cost of increasingly more radical aporias. But what more is there to say about the status of these discoveries and the tie between discovery and aporia? The answer is supplied by the imaginative variations of fiction. They reveal that, under the same name, phenomenology designates both the aporia and its ideal resolution, I would even venture to say, the ideal type, in Weber's sense of the term, of its resolution. What indeed do we mean when we state that a field of consciousness constitutes its unity through coincidence, if not that coincidence is the eidos under which phenomenological reflection places the imaginative variations relating to the ideal type of the fusion of islands of memories, more or less well coordinated, and the effort of primary remembrance to gather together, through the retention of retentions, the entire past in the comet tail of the living present. Our hypothesis, moreover, is strict Husserlian orthodoxy. It is by means of imaginative variations that every eidos is revealed as an invariant. The paradox in the case of time is that the same analysis reveals an aporia and conceals its aporetic character under the ideal type of its resolution, which is brought to light, as the eidos governing the analysis, only through imaginative variations on the very theme of the aporia. We can consider as exemplary the case of the constitution of the unity of the temporal flux through the coincidence of the expansion of the living present in accordance with the force lines of retention and protension, and the recentering of scattered memories in terms of the various quasi-presents that the imagination projects behind the living present. This constitution is the model for all the discordant concordances encountered in our work. It allows us to move back to Augustine and ahead to Heidegger. What does the dialectic of intentio/distentio signify if not a rule for interpreting the recitation of a poem as well as the unity of a vaster story, extended to the dimensions of an entire life, even to that of universal history? Discordant concordance was already the name of a problem to be solved and of its ideal solution. This is what I meant when I said a moment ago that the same analysis discovers the aporia and hides it under the ideal type of its resolution. The study of the interplay of imaginative variations will have the task of clarifying this relation of the aporia to the ideal type of its resolution. In fact, it is principally in fictional literature that the innumerable ways in which intentio and distentio combat each other and harmonize with each other are explored. In this, literature is the irreplaceable instrument for the exploration of the discordant concordance that constitutes the cohesiveness of a life. This same relation between the aporia and the ideal type of its resolution can be applied to the difficulties we encountered in reading Being and Time, when it accounts no longer for the horizontal constitution of a temporal field but for its vertical constitution through the hierarchization of the three levels of temporalization named temporality, historicality, and within-timeness. It is, in fact, a new sort of discordant concordance, one more subtle than the Augustinian distentio/intentio or the Husserlian coincidence that is revealed by this strange derivation, aimed both at respecting the source of the modes derived, starting from the mode held to be the most primordial and the most authentic, and at accounting for the emergence of new meanings, revealed by the very process of the derivation of historicality and within-timeness at the heart of fundamental temporality. This kinship is confirmed by the stubborn manner in which Heidegger returns, chapter after chapter, to the lacerating question that agitates the second division of being and time, the question of being a whole, ganz Sen, more precisely, the being a whole of our potentiality for being. This demand for being a whole is threatened by the potentiality for dispersion expressed by the ecstatic structure of temporality. This is why the conditions for authentic being a whole, for a truly primordial totalization, are perhaps never satisfied. Indeed, hermeneutic phenomenology distinguishes itself from Husserlian-style intuitive phenomenology in that what is most proximate remains most deeply hidden. Is it not then the function of fiction to wrest the conditions for totalization from their concealment? Even more, is it not stated that these conditions stem less from transcendental possibility than from existential making possible? What mode of discourse is better suited to articulate this making possible than the mode that plays on the imaginative variations of a fictive experience? The twofold character of aporia and ideal type belonging in this way to the complex process of totalization, diversification, and hierarchization described by Being and Time is nowhere better expressed in concrete terms than in the imaginative variations applied by our tales about time to the oscillations of an existence torn between the sense of its mortality and the silent presence of the immensity of the time enveloping all things. The role Heidegger assigns to repetition in the economy of time seems to me to reinforce these views on the exchanges between phenomenology's quest for authenticity and fiction's exploration of the paths for making this authenticity possible. Repetition occupies a strategic position in hermeneutic phenomenology entirely comparable to that occupied by the dialectic of intention and distension in Augustine and that of coincidence in Husserl. Repetition in Heidegger replies to the stretching along of Dasein, as does intentio in Augustine to distentio, and as does coincidence in Husserl to the disparity between retention and recollection. In addition, repetition is asked to re-establish the primacy of anticipatory resoluteness over thrownness and in this way to open up the past again in the direction of coming towards. We can even say that the pact among heritage, handing down, and taking up again is at one and the same time an aporia to resolve and the ideal type of its resolution. Nothing is more suitable than our tales about time for exploring the space of meaning opened up by the demand for an authentic taking up again of the heritage that we are for ourselves in the projection of our own most possibilities. Illuminated after the fact by our tales about time, Heideggerian repetition reveals itself to be the emblematic expression of the most deeply concealed figure of discordant concordance, the one that holds together, in the most improbable manner, mortal time, public time, and world time. This ultimate figure sums up all the modalities of discordant concordance accumulated by the phenomenology of time since Augustine. This is why it also proves to be the one most apt to serve as a guideline in the interpretation of those fictive temporal experiences whose ultimate stakes are the interconnectedness of a life faith. One last consequence stands out at the end of our analysis. It takes us from Heidegger back to Augustine. Fiction is not confined to illustrating concretely the themes of phenomenology, nor even to revealing the ideal types of resolution concealed under an aporetic description. It also shows the limits of phenomenology, which are those of its eidetic style. The renewal of the theme of eternity in our three tales about time constitutes in this respect a limited but exemplary test case. Not that they offer a single model of eternity. On the contrary, they offer the imagination a vast field of possibilities of making eternal, all of which share but one common feature, that of being paired with death. Our tales about time thus lend support to what I had to say above about the legitimacy of the Heideggerian analysis of being towards death. I proposed then distinguishing in being towards death and in resoluteness in the face of death an existential component and an existential one. It is precisely the work of the imaginative variations deployed by tales about time to open up the field of existential modalities capable of authenticating being towards death. The limit experiences that, in the realm of fiction, confront eternity and death serve at the same time to reveal the limits of phenomenology, and to show that its method of reduction leads to privileging subjective immanence, not only with respect to external transcendence but also with respect to higher forms of transcendence. 6. The reality of the past. With this chapter we move to a new stage in our investigation of the refiguration of time by intersecting references. In our opening step the emphasis was on the dichotomy between the intentions of each narrative mode, a dichotomy that is summed up in the overall opposition between the reinscription of lived time on the time of the world and the imaginative variations having to do with the way these two forms of time are related to each other. Our second step is indicative of a certain convergence between, on the one hand, what we have called from the beginning of this section the function of standing for exercised by historical knowledge as regards the real past and, on the other hand, the function of significance that clothes fictional narrative when reading brings into relation the world of the text and the world of the reader. It goes without saying that it is on the basis of our first determination of intersecting refiguration that the second one, which is the topic of this and the next chapter, can be set forth. The question about historical knowledge standing for the real past is born from the simple question, what does the term real mean when it is applied to the historical past? What are we saying when we say that something really happened? This question is the most troubling of all the questions that historiography raises for thought about history. Even if the answer is difficult to find, the question is an inevitable one. Indeed, it accounts for the second difference between history and fiction, whose intersections would pose no problem if they were not grafted to a basic dissymmetry. A robust conviction animates historians. Whatever may be said about the selective aspect of the gathering, conserving, and consulting of documents, or about their relationship to the questions historians put to them, or even about the ideological implications of all these maneuvers, the recourse to documents does indicate a dividing line between history and fiction. Unlike novels, historians' constructions do aim at being reconstructions of the past. Through documents and their critical examination of documents, historians are subject to what once was. They owe a debt to the past, a debt of recognition to the dead, that makes them insolvent debtors. Our problem is to articulate conceptually what is as yet only a feeling expressed through the sense of a debt. To do so, let us take as our starting point what was the ending point of our preceding analysis, the notion of a trace, and let us attempt to disengage what constitutes its mimetic function, in other words, its function of refiguration, following the analysis of mimesis 3 proposed in Volume 1. I shall say, following Carl Hussey, that the past is the Gegenüber to which historical knowledge tries to correspond in an appropriate manner, and I will adopt his distinction between representing in the sense of standing for, vertreten, something and representing something to oneself in the sense of giving oneself a mental image of some absent external thing, sich vorstellen. Point 2. In effect, insofar as a trace is left by the past, it stands for it. In regard to the past, the trace exercises a function of taking the place of lieutenants, of standing for representants or Vertretung. Point 3. This function characterizes the indirect reference proper to knowledge through traces, and distinguishes it from every other referential mode of history in relation to the past. Of course, it is only by means of an endless rectification of our configurations that we form the idea of the past as an inexhaustible resource. This problematic of history taking the place of or standing for the past concerns thinking about history rather than historical knowledge. For historical knowledge, the notion of a trace constitutes a sort of terminus in the series of references that leads back from archives to documents to the trace. Ordinarily, such knowledge does not linger over the enigma of this historical reference with its essentially indirect character. For historical knowledge, the ontological question, implicitly contained in the notion of a trace, is immediately covered over by the epistemological question relating to the document, that is, to its value as a warrant, a basis, a proof in explaining the past. Point 4. With the notions of a Gegenüber, taking the place of, and standing for, we have merely given a name, but not yet a solution, to the problem of the mimetic value of the trace and, beyond this, to the feeling of a debt to the past. The intellectual articulation I am proposing for this enigma is transposed from the dialectic of leading kinds that Plato elaborates in his Sophist, 254b, 259d. For reasons that will become clearer as we proceed, I have chosen the ideas of the same, the other, and the analogous. I am not claiming that the idea of the past is constructed through the interconnections of these three leading kinds. I only maintain that we can say something meaningful about the past in thinking about it successively in terms of the same, the other, and the analogous. In order to reply to any objection that might be raised about this contrivance, I shall demonstrate that each of these moments is represented by one or more of the most respectable efforts in the philosophy of history. The passage from any one of these philosophical positions to another results from their inability to resolve the enigma of standing for in a unilateral and exhaustive manner. Under the sign of the same, the reenactment of the past in the present. The first way of thinking about the pastness of the past is to dull the sting of what is at issue, namely, temporal distance. The historical operation will then appear as a distanciation, an identification with what once was. This conception is not without a basis in historical practice. Is not the trace, as a trace, present? Is to follow it not to render contemporary with their trace the events that it leads back to? As readers of history, are we not ourselves made contemporaries of past events by a vibrant reconstruction of their intertwining? In short, is the past intelligible any other way than as persisting in the present? To raise this suggestion to the rank of theory and formulate a conception of the past that is based exclusively on identity, we have, 1. To submit the notion of an event to a radical revision, namely, to dissociate its inner face, which we can call thought, from its outer face, namely, the physical events affecting bodies. 2. Next, we have to take into consideration the historian's thought, which reconstructs a chain of events, as a way of rethinking what once was thought. 3. Finally, we have to conceive of this rethinking as numerically identical with the initial thought. This conception based on identity is illustrated in striking fashion by the conception of history as a reenactment of the past, to use the expression of R.G. Collingwood in his The Idea of History. 5. We may set the three phases that Collingwood's analysis of historical thought goes through in correspondence with the three components of a conception of the pastness of the past listed above, namely, the documentary aspect of historical thought, the work of the imagination in the interpretation of what is given through the documents, and, finally, the ambition that the constructions of the imagination bring about the reenactment of the past. The theme of reenactment has to be kept in third place in order to indicate that it does not designate a distinct method but the result aimed at through the interpretation of the documents and the constructions of the imagination. 6. 1. The notion of documentary proof, placed at the head of his investigation under the title Evidence, immediately indicates the radical difference between the history of human affairs and the study of natural changes, including those of evolution in biology. 7. Only a historical event lends itself to the dissociation of the inside face of the event, which has to be called thought, and the outside face, which stems from natural changes. 8. To make this radical starting point plausible, Collingwood adds two clarifications. First, the outside face is far from being inessential. Action, in fact, is the unity of the outside and the inside of an event. Furthermore, the term thought has to be taken as having a broader extension than just rational thought. It covers the whole field of intentions and motivations. For example, a desire is a thought, thanks to what Anscombe will later call its desirability characterization, which by hypothesis is sayable and allows the statement of a desire to figure in the major premise of a syllogism. 9. 2. The second component of a conception of the pastness of the past based on identity is not far off. From the notion of an inside of an event, conceived of as its thought, we can pass directly to the notion of reenactment as the act of rethinking what was once thought for the first time. Indeed, it belongs to the historian alone, to the exclusion of the physicist and the biologist, to think himself into this action, to discern the thought of its agent. p. 213. 10. All history, it is further stated, is the reenactment of past thought in the historian's own mind. p. 215. This abrupt access to reenactment has the drawback, however, of giving credit to the idea that reenactment is a form of intuition. But to reenact does not consist in reliving what happened. And rethinking already contains the critical moment that requires us to detour by way of the historical imagination. 11. The document, in fact, is a good way of posing the question of the relation of historical thinking to the past as past. But it can only pose this question. The answer lies in the role of the historical imagination, which indicates the specificity of history in relation to all observation of something present and given, such as in perception. 12. Collingwood's section on the historical imagination is surprising for its audacity. Faced with the authority of written sources, the historian is his own authority. p. 236. His autonomy combines the selective aspect of the work of thinking, the audacity of historical construction, and the suspicious tenacity of someone who, following Bacon's adage, puts nature to the question. p. 237. Collingwood does not even hesitate to speak of an a priori imagination, p. 241, to indicate that the historian is the judge of his sources and not the reverse. The criterion for his judgment is the coherence of his construction. 13. Every intuitionist interpretation that would situate the concept of reenactment on a methodological plane is excluded. The place supposedly assigned to intuition is occupied instead by the imagination. 14. 3. We have yet to take the decisive step, namely, to say that reenactment is numerically identical with the initial thought. Collingwood takes this audacious step at the moment when the historical construction, the work of the a priori imagination, makes its claim to truth. Detached from the context of reenactment, the historian's imagination could be confused with that of the novelist. Unlike the novelist, however, the historian has a double task: to construct a coherent image, one that makes sense, and to construct a picture of things as they really were and of events as they really happened, the idea of history, p. 246. This latter task is only partially fulfilled if we cling to the rules of method, ibid, that distinguish the work of the historian from that of the novelist, localize every historical narrative in the same space and time, be able to attach every historical narrative to a unique historical world, and make the picture of the past agree with the documents in their known state or as historians have uncovered them. If we stop here, however, the truth claim of these imaginary constructions would not be satisfied. The imaginary picture of the past, p. 248, would remain something other than the past. For it to be the same, it has to be numerically identical with the past. Rethinking has to be a way of annulling temporal distance. This annihilation constitutes the philosophical, hyperepistemological, significance of reenactment. This idea is initially formulated in general terms, but without equivocation, in the first section of the Epilegomena, Human Nature and Human History. Thoughts, we are told, are in one sense events that happen in time, but in another sense they are not at all in time, p. 217. Point 15. That this thesis should appear during a comparison of ideas of human nature and human history is readily comprehensible. It is in nature that the past is separate from the present. The past, in a natural process, is a past superseded and dead, p. 225. In nature, each moment dies and is replaced by another one. On the other hand, the same event, known historically, survives in the present, ibid. Point 16. But what does survive mean here? Nothing apart from the act of reenactment. The only meaningful thing, in the final analysis, is the current possession of past activity. Someone may say that the past survives by leaving a trace, and we become its heirs so that we can reenact past thoughts. But survival and a heritage are natural processes. Historical knowledge begins with the way we come into possession of them. We might even go so far as to say, paradoxically, that a trace only becomes a trace of the past at the moment when its character of pastness is abolished by the atemporal act of rethinking the event in its internal thought. Reenactment, so understood, gives the paradox of the trace a solution based on identity, the phenomenon of the mark, the imprint, along with that of its perpetuation, being purely and simply referred to natural knowledge. The idealist thesis of the mind's producing itself, already visible in the concept of an a priori imagination, is thus crowned by the idea of reenactment. Point 17. This maximal interpretation of the thesis of identity gives rise to objections that, step by step, call this very thesis into question. At the end of this analysis, we have to say that historians do not know the past at all but only their own thought about the past. But history is not possible unless historians know that they reenact an act that is not their own. Collingwood may attempt to respond to this by introducing into thought a power whereby it distantiates itself from itself. But this self-distanciation will never be equivalent to the distanciation between oneself and another. His whole enterprise breaks down over this impossibility of passing from thought about the past as my thought to thought about the past as other than my own. The identity of reflection cannot account for the otherness of repetition. Returning from the third component of his thesis about identity to the second one, we may ask whether reenacting the past is to rethink it. Admitting that no consciousness is transparent to itself, can we conceive of reenactment as going so far as to include the opacity that is as much a portion of the original act in the past as it is of the present reflective act? What becomes of the notions of process, acquisition, incorporation, development, and even criticism if the event-like character of the act of reenactment is itself abolished? How can we call an act that abolishes its own difference in relation to some original act of creation, recreation? In a multitude of ways, the re in the term reenactment resists the operation that seeks to wipe out temporal distance. If we continue our path backwards even further, we have also to call into question the very decomposition of an action into an outside, which would be just physical movement, and an inside, which would be just thought. This split lies at the origin of the disarticulation of the very notion of historical time into two notions that both negate it: on the one side, change, where one occurrence comes to replace another; on the other side, the atemporality of the act of thinking. The very mediations that make historical time a mixed form of time are lost: the survival of the past that makes the trace possible, the tradition that we inherit, the preservation that makes new possession possible. These mediations cannot be placed under the leading kind of the same, under the sign of the other and negative ontology of the past. Let us now consider the dialectical reversal inherent in the following question. If the past cannot be thought in terms of the leading kind of the same, might it not be better to do so in terms of the other? We can find in the work of some historians who remain open to philosophical questioning suggestions that, in spite of their diversity, point in the direction of what we may call a negative ontology of the past. Taking a stand opposed to that of Collingwood, many contemporary historians see in history an affirmation of otherness, a restoration of temporal distance, even an apology for difference pushed to the point of becoming a sort of temporal exoticism. Few of them have taken the risk of theorizing about this preeminence of the other in thought about history. I have arranged the following short review of some efforts which share this tendency in an order of increasing degree of radicalness. The concern to restore the sense of temporal distance turns against the ideal of reenactment as soon as the principal accent, in the idea of historical inquiry, is put on taking a distance with regard to every temptation toward or every attempt at empathy. Then received traditions are made problematic, and the simple transcription of experience in terms of its own language gives way to problems of conceptualization. History then attempts generally to distance the past from the present. It may even aim frankly at producing an effect of something felt as alien over against every wish to become familiar again with the unfamiliar, to use the vocabulary of Hayden White, which we shall return to below. And why should this effect of something alien not go so far as a deracination? For this, it suffices that the historian become the ethnologist of past times. This strategy of taking one's distance is put in service of an attempt at mental decentering practiced by those historians most concerned to repudiate the Western ethnocentricism of traditional history. Point 18. Under what category should we think about this taking of distance? We may begin with a concept especially familiar to authors influenced by the German Verstehen tradition. For this tradition, understanding other people is the best analog of historical understanding. Dilthey was the first to try to ground all the human sciences, the Geisteswissenschaften including history, on the ability of one mind to transport itself into an alien psychic life on the basis of the signs that express, that is, make external the intimate experience of the other person. Correlatively, the transcendence of the past has as its primary model alien psychic life made external by some meaningful behavior. In this way, two bridges are constructed toward each other. From the one side, expression crosses the gap between inside and outside; from the other side, the transfer in imagination to an alien life crosses the interval between the self and the non-self. This double externalization allows a private life to be open to an alien life before the most important form of objectification is grafted to this movement toward the outside, the one that results from the inscription of expression in enduring signs, especially those that come about through writing. Point 19. A model based on others is certainly a strong one in that it brings into play not just otherness but also joins the same to the other. But its paradox is that in abolishing the difference between other people today and other people from earlier times, it obliterates the problematic of temporal distance and eludes the specific difficulty attached to the survival of the past in the present, the difficulty that brings about the difference between knowledge of others and knowledge of the past. Point 20. Another logical equivalent to the otherness of the historical past in relation to the present has been sought on the side of the notion of difference, which, in turn, lends itself to multiple interpretations. Here we pass from the pair same/other to the pair identical/different, with no variations in meaning other than contextual ones. Since the notion of difference does lend itself to quite different uses, I will consider two cases borrowed from professional historians concerned to reflect deeply on their work. An initial way of making use of the notion of difference, in a historical context, is to couple it to the notion of individuality, or better, individualization, a notion that the historian necessarily encounters in correlation with that of historical conceptualization, whose opposite pole it constitutes. Individualization, in effect, tends to lean on proper names, of persons, places, singular events, whereas conceptualization tends to emphasize ever broader abstractions, war, revolution, crisis, etc. 21. It is this use of the term difference, correlated with individuality, that Paul Vane stresses in his L'Inventaire de differences. For individuality to appear as difference, historical conceptualization itself has to be conceived of as the search for and the positing of invariance, where this latter term is understood to mean a stable correlation between a small number of variables capable of engendering their own modifications. The historical fact will then be circumscribed as one variant engendered by the individualization of these invariants. 22. But is a logical difference a temporal one? Paul Vane seems, at first, to admit it is not, in that he substitutes for the investigation of the distant, as temporal, an investigation of the event characterized in as atemporal a fashion as possible by its individuality. 23. So the epistemology of the individual seems to eclipse the ontology of the past. If explanation in terms of invariance is the contrary of narrating, it is because events have been detemporalized to the point of no longer being either near or far away. 24. But, in fact, individualization through the variation of an invariant and individualization by time do not completely overlap. The former is relative to the scale specifying the chosen invariance. In this logical sense, it is true to say that in history the notion of individuality rarely is identified with an individual in the ultimate sense of this term. Marriage in the peasant class under Louis XIV is an individual topic relative to some chosen problematic without it being a question of narrating the lives of the peasants under Louis XIV one by one. Individuation in terms of time is another thing. It is what makes the inventory of differences not an atemporal classification but something presented in narratives. So we are brought back again to the enigma of temporal distance, an overdetermined enigma owing to the axiological shift that has made us strangers to the customs of past times, to the point that the otherness of the past in relation to the present is more important than the survival of the past in the present. When curiosity gains the upper hand over sympathy, the stranger becomes alien. The difference that separates gets substituted for the difference that binds together. With this, the notion of difference loses its transcendental purity as a leading kind, through being overdetermined. Along with its transcendental purity, it also loses its univocity, to the extent that temporal distance can be evaluated in opposite ways, depending upon whether the ethic of friendship, Marrow, or the poetry of distance, Vane, predominates. I will conclude this review of figures of otherness with the contribution of Michel de Certeau, who seems to me to have gone the furthest in the direction of a negative ontology of the past. 25. This is again an apology for difference, but in a context of thought that takes it in a direction almost diametrically opposed to that of Paul Vane in L'Inventaire de differences. Here the context is that of a sociology of history writing, in which it is not the object or the method of history that is made problematic, but historians themselves in terms of how they work. To do history is to make something. So the question of the social setting of the historical operation arises. 26. This place or setting, according to de Certeau, is what, above all else, is not spoken of in historiography. Indeed, in its claim to be scientific, history believes or claims to be produced nowhere. Note that the argument holds as much for the critical school as for the positivist one. Where, indeed, does the tribunal of historical judgment hold court? This is the context of questions in which a new interpretation of the event as a difference comes to light. Once the false claim of historians to produce history in a sort of state of socio-cultural weightlessness is unmasked, the suspicion arises that all history with a scientific pretension is vitiated by a desire for mastery that sets up historians as the arbiter of meaning. This desire for mastery constitutes the implicit ideology of history. Point 27. How does this type of ideological criticism lead to a theory of the event as a difference? If it is true that a dream of mastery inhabits scientific historiography, the construction of models and research into invariance, as well as, by implication, the conception of difference as the individualized variant of an invariant, falls under the same ideological criticism. So the question arises about the status of a history that would be less ideological. This would be a history that would not be confined to constructing models, but that would instead indicate the differences in the deviations that exist in relation to these models. A new version of difference is born here from its being identified with the idea of a deviation, which comes from structural linguistics and semiology, from Ferdinand de Saussure to Roland Barthes, assisted by some contemporary philosophers, from Deleuze to Derrida. However, for de Certeau, difference understood as a deviation preserves a solid anchorage point in the contemporary epistemology of history, inasmuch as it is the very progress of model building that calls for the spotting of deviations. Deviations, like variance for Vane, are relative to models, p. 25. But while differences conceived of as variance are homogeneous with invariance, differences as deviations are heterogeneous with them. Coherence comes first, difference occurs at the limits, p. 27, point 28. Does this version of the notion of difference as a deviation offer a better approximation of the event as having been? Yes, to a point. What de Certeau calls labor at the limit puts the event itself in the position of being a deviation in relation to historical discourse. It is in this sense that the difference/deviation contributes to a negative ontology of the past. For a philosophy of history faithful to the idea of difference as a deviation, the past is what is missing, a pertinent absence. Why then not stop with this characterization of the past event? For two reasons. First, the deviation is no less relative to an enterprise of systematization than is the modification of an invariant. The deviation, of course, is excluded from the model while the modification is inscribed on the periphery of the model. But the notion of a deviation remains just as atemporal as that of a modification insofar as it remains relative to some model. What is more, I do not see how difference as a deviation is more apt for signifying the having been of the past than is difference as variant. The real in the past remains the enigma for which the notion of the difference/deviation, as the fruit of labor at the limit, provides only a kind of negative image, one, moreover, divested of its properly temporal intention. Of course, a critique of the totalizing intentions of history, joined to an exorcism of the substantial past and, even more, the abandonment of the idea of representation, in the sense of a mental reduplication of presence, do constitute cleansing operations that must be taken up again and again. And the notion of a difference/deviation is a good one to preside over them. But these are preliminary maneuvers. In the last analysis, the notion of difference does not do justice to what seems to be positive in the persistence of the past in the present. This is why, paradoxically, the enigma of temporal distance seems more opaque at the end of this cleansing labor. For how can a difference, always relative to some abstract system and itself as detemporalized as possible, take the place of what, although today absent and dead, was once real and alive? Under the sign of the analogous atropological approach, the two groups of attempts examined above are not for naught, even given their unilateral character. One way of saving their respective contributions to the question of the ultimate referent of history is to conjoin their efforts in terms of the leading kind that itself associates the same and the other. The similar is one such form. Or to put it a better way, the analogous, which is a resemblance between relations rather than between terms per se. This is not the only dialectical or even didactic virtue of the series same, other, similar that spurred me on in seeking a solution to the problem I have posed. What first alerted me to the possibilities of the analogous were the hidden anticipations of this categorization of the relationship of taking the place of or standing for in the preceding analyses, where expressions of the form such that it was, continually reappeared. In this respect, Ranke's formula wie es eigentlich war immediately comes to mind. Point 29. When we want to indicate the difference between fiction and history, we inevitably refer to the idea of a certain correspondence between our narrative and what really happened. At the same time, we are well aware that this reconstruction is a different construction of the course of events narrated. This is why so many authors rightly reject the term representation, which seems to them to be tainted by the myth of a term-by-term reduplication of reality in the image that we construct. However, the problem of correspondence to the past is not eliminated by this change in vocabulary. If history is a construction, historians, by instinct, would like this construction to be a reconstruction. Indeed, it seems as though this plan to reconstruct something in constructing it is a necessary part of the balance sheet of good historians. Whether they put their work under the sign of friendship or that of curiosity, they are all moved by the desire to do justice to the past. And their relationship to the past is first of all that of someone with an unpaid debt, in which they represent each of us who are the readers of their work. This idea of a debt, which may appear strange at first sight, seems to me to stand out against the background of an expression common both to painters and historians. They all seek to render something, a landscape, or a course of events. In this term to render, I see the desire to render its due to what is and to what once was. It is this intention that gives soul to the sometimes abstract following reflections. A second motif also oriented my thinking here. While it is true that the analogous does not appear in any of Plato's lists of the leading kinds, it does find a place in Aristotle's rhetoric under the title of proportional metaphor, which is in fact called analogia. Therefore the question comes to mind whether a theory of tropes, a tropology, might not serve as a relay station at this critical moment we have come to with our two preceding analyses. It was at this stage of my reflections that I encountered Hayden White's attempt, in his Meta-History and Tropics of Discourse, Essays in Cultural Criticism, to complete a theory of emplotment with a theory of tropes, metaphor, metonymy, synecdoche, irony. Point 30. This recourse to tropology is imposed by the unique structure of historical discourse, as contrasted with mere fiction. Indeed, this discourse seems to call for a double allegiance, on the one hand, to the constraints attached to the privileged plot type, on the other hand, to the past itself, by way of the documentary information available at a given moment. The work of the historian thus consists in making narrative structure into a model, an icon of the past, capable of representing it. 31. How does tropology respond to the second challenge? As follows: before a given domain can be interpreted, it must first be construed as a ground inhabited by discernible figures, meta-history, p. 30. In order to figure out what really happened in the past, therefore, the historian must first prefigure as a possible object of knowledge the whole set of events reported in the documents, ibid, his emphasis. The function of this poetic operation is to outline possible itineraries within the historical field and thus to give an initial shape to possible objects of knowledge. The intention here is certainly directed toward what really happened in the past, but the paradox is that we can only designate what happened prior to any narrative by first prefiguring it. 32. The prerogative of the four basic tropes of classical rhetoric is that they offer a variety of figures of discourse for this work of prefiguration and hence preserve the richness of the historical object both by the equivocity proper to each trope and by the multiplicity of figures available. 33. In truth, however, of the four tropes considered, metaphor, metonymy, synecdoche, and irony, it is the first one that has an explicitly representative vocation. White, moreover, seems to want to say that all the other tropes, even though they are distinct from each other, are variants of metaphor. 34, and that their function is to correct the naivete of metaphor when it comes to hold the stated resemblance as adequate, my love, a rose. Thus metonymy, by reducing the part and the whole to one another, tends to make one historical factor the mere manifestation of another one. Synecdoche, by turning the extrinsic relation between two orders of phenomena into an intrinsic relation between shared qualities, presents the figure of an integration without reduction. It remains for irony to introduce a negative note in this work of prefiguration almost as a second thought, as a suspension of belief. In contrast to metaphor, which inaugurates and in a sense pulls together the tropological domain, irony, White says, is metatropological, meta-history, p. 37, insofar as it gives rise to an awareness of the possible misuse of figurative language and constantly recalls the problematic nature of language as a whole. None of these initiatives toward structuration expresses a logical constraint, and the figurative operation may stop at this first stage, the one of metaphorical characterization. However, only the complete course from the most naive apprehension, metaphor, to the most reflective one, irony, allows us to speak of a tropological structure of consciousness. 35 In sum, the theory of tropes, through its deliberately linguistic character, may be integrated into the table of modes of historical imagination without thereby being integrated into its properly explanatory modes. In this sense, it constitutes the deep structure of the historical imagination. 36. The benefit expected of this tropological map of consciousness, with respect to history's representative intention, is enormous. Rhetoric governs the description of the historical field just as logic governs argument that has an explanatory value, for it is by figuration that the historian virtually constitutes the subject of the discourse. Tropics, p. 106, his emphasis. In this sense, identification of the plot type stems from logic, but the intending of the set of events that history, as a system of signs, undertakes to describe, stems from the tropology. So the tropic prefiguration turns out to be what is more specific, in that explanation by implotment is taken as the more generic form. 37. We must not therefore confuse the iconic value of a representation of the past with a model, in the sense of a scale model, such as a map, for there is no original with which to compare this model. It is precisely the strangeness of the original, as the documents make it appear to us, that gives rise to history's effort to prefigure it in terms of a style. 38 This is why, between a narrative and a course of events, there is not a relation of reproduction, reduplication, or equivalence but a metaphorical relation. The reader is pointed toward the sort of figure that likens the narrated events to a narrative form that our culture has made us familiar with. I would like at this point to indicate in a few words where I situate myself in relation to White's subtle but often obscure analyses. I will not hesitate to say that, to my mind, they constitute a decisive contribution to the exploration of the third dialectical moment of the idea of taking the place of or standing for, by which I am trying to express the relationship of historical narrative to the real past. By giving support to the tropological resources for matching up this or that narrative and this or that course of events, these analyses give valuable credibility to our suggestion that our relation to the reality of the past has to pass successively through the filters of the same, the other, and the analogous. White's tropological analysis is the sought-for explication of the category of the analogous. It tells us but one thing: things must have happened as they are told in a narrative such as this one. Thanks to this tropological filter, the being as of the past event is brought to language. Having said this, I willingly grant that, when isolated from the context of the two other leading kinds, the same and the other, and when, above all, detached from the constraint that the Gegenüber exercises on discourse wherein lies the past events aspect of having been, White's recourse to tropology runs the risk of wiping out the boundary between fiction and history. 39. By putting the accent almost exclusively on rhetorical procedures, White risks covering over the intentionality that runs across the tropics of discourse in the direction of past events. If we cannot re-establish the primacy of this referential intention, we may not say, with White himself, that the competition between configurations is at the same time a contest between contending poetic figurations of what the past might consist of. p. 98, his emphasis. I do like his statement that we only can know the actual by contrasting it with or likening it to the imaginable, ibid, his emphasis. If this saying is to keep its full weight, however, the concern for returning history to its origins in the literary imagination must not lead to giving more weight to the verbal force invested in our redescriptions than to the incitations to redescription that arise from the past itself. In other words, a sort of tropological arbitrariness 40 must not make us forget the kind of constraint that the past event exercises on historical discourse by way of the known documents, by requiring of this discourse an endless rectification. The relation between fiction and history is assuredly more complex than we will ever be able to put into words. And, of course, we have to combat the prejudice that the historian's language can be made entirely transparent, to the point of allowing the things themselves to speak, as if it sufficed to eliminate the ornaments of prose to be done with the figures of poetry. But we cannot combat this initial prejudice without also struggling against a second one, which holds that the literature of imagination, because it always makes use of fiction, can have no hold on reality. These two prejudices both have to be fought against. Point 41. To clarify this role assigned to tropology in the inmost articulation of the notion of standing for, it seems to me that we have to return to the as in Ranke's expression, which has continued to prod us on our way, the facts as they really happened. In the analogical interpretation of the relationship of taking the place of or standing for, the really is signified only through the as. How is this possible? It seems to me that the key to the problem lies in the functioning, which is not merely rhetorical but also ontological, of the as I analyzed it in the 7th and 8th studies of my rule of metaphor. What gives metaphor a referential import, I said, itself has an ontological claim, and this is the intending of a being as correlative to the seeing as, in which the work of metaphor on the plane of language may be summed up. In other words, being itself has to be metaphorized in terms of the kinds of being as, if we are to be able to attribute to metaphor an ontological function that does not contradict the vivid character of metaphor on the linguistic plane, that is, its power of augmenting the initial polysemy of our words. The correspondence between seeing as and being as satisfies this requirement. Thanks to this power, which I spoke of as redecryption, we may legitimately demand of tropology that it prolong the dialectic of the leading kinds through a rhetoric of the major tropes. In the same way, our concept of the refiguration of time by narrative, which is the heir of this metaphorical redecryption, alludes to the notion of figure, which is the core of any tropology. But, to the extent that we have been able to accord to the rhetorical and ontological functioning of poetic language a complete autonomy, in order to account for poetic language, illustrated in the first place by lyrical poetry, to the same extent we have to reattach the analogous to the complex interplay of the same and the other, in order to account for the essentially temporalizing function of standing for. In the hunt for what has been, analogy does not operate alone but in connection with identity and otherness. The past is indeed what, in the first place, has to be reenacted in the mode of identity, but it is no less true, for all that it is also what is absent from all our constructions. The analogous, precisely, is what retains in itself the force of reenactment and of taking a distance, to the extent that being as is both to be and not to be. It is not just with the same and the other that the analogous has to be placed in relation, as it was in this chapter, but also with the problematic of the preceding chapter, as well as with that of those that follow. Looking back, we have to make apparent the tight connection between the problematic of the trace and that of standing for. It is by the twist of the as of analogy that the analysis of standing for continues that of the trace. In the preceding chapter, the trace was interpreted from the point of view of the reinscription of phenomenological time on cosmic time. And we saw in it the conjunction of a causal relation, on the physical plane, and a relation of significance, on the semiological plane. Hence we could speak of it as a sign-effect. And in saying this, we may have believed for an instant that we had exhausted the phenomenon of the trace. Under the impetus of a text from Levinas, we were able to conclude our meditation on a deliberately enigmatic note. The trace, we said, signifies without making anything appear. Here is where our analysis of standing for takes over. The aporia of the trace as counting as the past finds some outcome in seeing as. This assertion stems from what our analysis of standing for, taken in the overall sense of its three moments the same, the other, the analogous adds to the problematic of the reinscription of phenomenological time on cosmic time, the problematic of temporal distance. but it does not add this from the outside, for, in the final analysis, temporal distance is what the trace unfolds, runs along, and crosses. The relation of standing for just makes explicit this crossing of time by the trace. More exactly, it makes explicit the dialectical structure of this crossing that converts this interval into a form of mediation. If, to conclude, we turn our gaze ahead, toward the process of totalization to which the following analyses will be devoted, we may suspect why our exploration must remain incomplete because abstract. As phenomenology, particularly Heidegger's, has taught us, the past separated from the dialectic of future, past, and present remains an abstraction. This is why this chapter at its end only constitutes an attempt to think somewhat better about what remains enigmatic in the pastness of the past as such. By placing it successively under the leading kinds of the same, the other, and the analogous, we have at least preserved the mysterious aspect of the debt that makes the master of the plot a servant of the memory of past human beings. 42. 7. The world of the text and the world of the reader. We shall take a new step in the direction of the intersection of the time of fiction and the time of history if we ask what, on the side of fiction, can be considered as the counterpoint to what, on the side of history, is given as the real past. The problem would be not merely insoluble but senseless, if we continued to pose it in the traditional terms of reference. Indeed, only historians can, absolutely speaking, be said to refer to something real, in the sense that that about which they speak was observable to witnesses in the past. In comparison, the characters of the novelist are themselves quite simply unreal. Unreal, too, is the experience described by fiction. Between the reality of the past and the unreality of fiction, the dissymmetry is total. We have already made a first break with this manner of posing the problem by questioning the concept of reality that is applied to the past. To say that a given event reported by a historian was observable by witnesses in the past solves nothing. The enigma of pastness is simply shifted from the event reported to the testimony that reports it. Having been poses a problem in the very fact that it is not observable, whether it be a question of the having been of events or the having been of testimony. The pastness of an observation in the past is not itself observable but it is memorable. To resolve this enigma, I elaborated the concept of standing for or taking the place of, signifying by this that the constructions of history are intended to be reconstructions answering to the need for a Gegenüber. What is more, I discerned between the function of standing for and the Gegenüber that is its correlate a relation of indebtedness which assigns to the people of the present the task of repaying their due to people of the past to the dead. The fact that this category of standing for or of taking the place of reinforced by the feeling of a debt is ultimately irreducible to the category of reference, as it functions in an observational language and in an extensional logic, is confirmed by the fundamentally dialectical structure of the category of standing for. Standing for, we said, means by turns the reduction to the same, the recognition of otherness, and the analogizing of apprehension. This critique of the naive concept of reality applied to the pastness of the past calls for a systematic critique of the no less naive concept of unreality applied to the projections of fiction. The function of standing for or of taking the place of is paralleled in fiction by the function it possesses, with respect to everyday practice, of being undividedly revealing and transforming. Revealing, in the sense that it brings features to light that were concealed and yet already sketched out at the heart of our experience, our praxis. Transforming, in the sense that a life examined in this way is a changed life, another life. Here we reach the point where discovering and inventing are indistinguishable, the point, therefore, where the notion of reference no longer works, no more than does that of redescription. The point where, in order to signify something like a productive reference in the sense in which, following Kant, we speak of a productive imagination, the problematic of refiguration must free itself, once and for all, from the vocabulary of reference. The parallel between the function of standing for belonging to knowledge of the past and the corresponding function of fiction thus reveals its secret only at the price of a revision of the concept of unreality, a revision just as drastic as the one I made in the concept of the reality of the past. In moving away from the vocabulary of reference, I am adopting instead that of application, handed down by the hermeneutical tradition and awarded a new place of honor by Hans-Georg Gadamer in his Truth and Method. Point 1. From Gadamer we have learned that application is not a contingent appendix added onto understanding and explanation but an organic part of every hermeneutic project. Point 2. But the problem of application, to which elsewhere I have given the name appropriation 3, is far from being a simple one. It can no more receive a direct solution than can the problem of standing for the past, whose counterpart it is in the realm of fiction. It has its own dialectic, which, without resembling in any exact way that of the Gegenüber characteristic of the relation of standing for, does generate comparable difficulties. Indeed, it is only through the mediation of reading that the literary work attains complete significance, which would be to fiction what standing for is to history. Why is this mediation of reading required? Because, at the end of Part 3, where the notion of the world of the text, implied in every fictive temporal experience, was introduced, we had covered only half of the distance along the road to application. To be sure, in adopting in this way, as I also did in the rule of metaphor, the thesis that the literary text transcends itself in the direction of a world, I removed the literary text from the closure imposed upon it legitimately, moreover by the analysis of its immanent structures. At that time I said that the world of the text marked the opening of the text to its outside, to its other, in that the world of the text constitutes an absolutely original intentional object in relation to its internal structure. It must be admitted, however, that considered apart from reading, the world of the text remains a transcendence in immanence. Its ontological status remains in suspension and excess in relation to structure, and anticipation in relation to reading. It is only in reading that the dynamism of configuration completes its course. And it is beyond reading, in effective action, instructed by the works handed down, that the configuration of the text is transformed into refiguration. Point 4. In this way, we link up once again with the formulation whereby I defined mimesis 3 in Volume 1. Mimesis 3, I said, marks the intersection between the world of the text and the world of the listener or the reader, the intersection, therefore, between the world configured by the poem and the world within which effective action is unfolded and itself unfolds its specific temporality. Point 5. The significance of the work of fiction stems from this intersection. This recourse to the mediation of reading marks the most obvious difference between the present work and the rule of metaphor. In addition to the fact that, in the previous work, I thought I could retain the vocabulary of reference, characterized as the redescription of the poetic work at the heart of everyday experience, I also ascribed to the poem itself the power of transforming life by means of a kind of short circuit operating between the seeing as, characteristic of the metaphorical utterance, and being as its ontological correlate. And, since fictional narrative can legitimately be held to be a special case of poetical discourse, we might be tempted to employ the same short circuit between seeing as and being as on the level of narrativity. This simple solution to the old problem of reference on the plane of fiction would seem to be encouraged by the fact that action already possesses a first-order readability due to the symbolic mediations articulating it on the primary level of mimesis 1. We might believe that the only mediation required between the pre-signification of mimesis 1 and the over-signification of mimesis 3 is the one that is brought about by the narrative configuration itself through its internal dynamics. A more precise reflection on the notion of the world of the text and a more exact description of its status of transcendence within immanence have, however, convinced me that the passage from configuration to refiguration required the confrontation between two worlds, the fictive world of the text and the real world of the reader. With this, the phenomenon of reading became the necessary mediator of refiguration. What is important now is to elucidate the dialectical structure which replies, mutatis mutandis, to that of the function of standing for exercised by a historical narrative with respect to the real past of this phenomenon of reading, which plays, as we have just seen, a strategic role in the operation of refiguration. To what discipline does a theory of reading belong? To poetics? Yes, insofar as the composition of the work governs its reading; no, insofar as other factors enter into play, factors that concern the sort of communication that finds its starting point in the author, crosses through the work, and finds its endpoint in the reader. For it is, indeed, from the author that the strategy of persuasion that has the reader as its target starts out. And it is to this strategy of persuasion that the reader replies by accompanying the configuration and in appropriating the world proposed by the text. 3 moments need to be considered then, to which correspond 3 neighboring, yet distinct, disciplines. 1. The strategy as concocted by the author and directed toward the reader. 2. The inscription of this strategy within a literary configuration, and 3. The response of the reader considered either as a reading subject or as the receiving public. This schema allows us to take a brief look at several theories of reading that I have expressly arranged, starting from the pole of the author and moving toward that of the reader, who is the ultimate mediator between configuration and refiguration. From poetics to rhetoric. At the first stage of our itinerary, we are considering a strategy from the point of view of the author who carries it through. The theory of reading then falls within the field of rhetoric, inasmuch as rhetoric governs the art by means of which orators aim at persuading their listeners. More precisely, for us, and this has been recognized since Aristotle, it falls within the field of a rhetoric of fiction, in the sense that Wayne Booth has given to this phrase in his well-known work The Rhetoric of Fiction. 6. An objection, however, immediately comes to mind, in bringing the author back into the field of literary theory. Are we not denying the thesis of the semantic autonomy of the text, and are we not slipping back into an outmoded psychological analysis of the written text? By no means. First, the thesis of the semantic autonomy of the text holds only for a structural analysis that brackets the strategy of persuasion running through the operations belonging to a poetics as such. Removing these brackets necessarily involves taking into account the one who concocts the strategy of persuasion, namely, the author. Next, rhetoric can escape the objection of falling back into the intentional fallacy and, more generally, of being no more than a psychology of the author, inasmuch as what it emphasizes is not the alleged creation process of the work but the techniques by means of which a work is made communicable. These techniques can be discerned in the work itself. The result is that the only type of author whose authority is in question here is not the real author, the object of biography, but the implied author. It is this implied author who takes the initiative in the show of strength underlying the relation between writing and reading. Before entering this arena, I should like to recall the terminological convention I adopted in introducing the notions of point of view and narrative voice in the preceding volume, at the end of the analyses devoted to games with time. There I considered these notions only to the extent that they contributed to the understanding of the narrative composition as such, apart from their effect on the communication of the work. But the notion of implied author belongs to this problematic of communication inasmuch as it is closely bound up with the rhetoric of persuasion. Conscious of the abstract character of this distinction, I stressed at that time the role of transition brought about by the notion of narrative voice. The narrative voice, I said, is what offers the text as something to be read. To whom does it make this offer if not to the virtual reader of the work? It was a deliberate choice on my part, therefore, not to consider the notion of implied author when we talked about point of view and narrative voice, but instead to emphasize at this time the ties between this implied author and the strategies of persuasion stemming from a rhetoric of fiction, without making any further allusions to the notions of narrative voice and point of view, from which this notion of implied author obviously cannot be dissociated. Set back within the framework of communication to which it belongs, the category of implied author has the important advantage of sidestepping a number of futile disputes that conceal the primary meaning of a rhetoric of fiction. For example, we shall not attach an exaggerated originality to the efforts of modern novelists to make themselves invisible, unlike previous authors, inclined to intervene unscrupulously in their narratives as if the novel were suddenly to have emerged authorless. Effacement of the author is one rhetorical technique among others. It belongs to the panoply of disguises and masks the real author uses to transform himself or herself into the implied author. 7. The same can be said of the author's right to describe minds from the inside, which in so-called real life is something that can only be inferred with great difficulty. This right is part of the pact of trust concluded with the reader, which we shall discuss below. 8. Also, whatever the angle of vision chosen by the author. 9. This is in every instance an artifice to be attributed to the exorbitant rights the reader grants the author. Nor does the author disappear simply because the novelist has attempted to show rather than to inform and instruct. We discussed this in Volume 2 in connection with the search for verisimilitude in the realistic novel, and even more so in the naturalistic novel. Point 10. Far from being abolished, the artifice proper to the narrative operation is augmented by the task of simulating real presence through writing. However much the simulation may be opposed to the omniscience of the narrator, it conveys no less a mastery of rhetorical techniques. The alleged faithfulness to life merely hides the subtlety of the maneuvers by which the work governs, on the side of the author, the intensity of the illusion desired by Henry James. The rhetoric of dissimulation, the summit of the rhetoric of fiction, must not fool the critic, even if it may fool the reader. The height of such dissimulation would be that the fiction appear never to have been written. Point 11. The rhetorical procedures by which the author sacrifices his presence to simulate his artifice by means of the verisimilitude of a story that appears to narrate itself and to let life speak, whether this be called social reality, individual behavior, or the stream of consciousness. Point 12. This brief discussion of the misunderstandings that the category of implied author is able to dissipate underscores the rightful place of this category in a comprehensive theory of reading. The reader has an intimation of the role it plays inasmuch as this reader intuitively apprehends the work as a unified totality. Spontaneously, the reader does not ascribe this unification to the rules of composition alone but extends it to the choices and to the norms that make the text, precisely, the work of some speaker, hence a work produced by someone and not by nature. I would readily compare this unifying role intuitively assigned by the reader to the implied author with the notion of style, proposed by G. Granger in his essay D'une philosophie du style. Point 13. If a work is considered as the resolution of a problem, itself arising out of prior successes in the field of science as well as in the field of art, then style may be termed the adequation between the singularity of the solution, which the work constitutes by itself, and the singularity of the crisis. Situation as this was apprehended by the thinker or artist. This singularity of the solution, replying to the singularity of the problem, can take on a proper name, that of the author. Thus we speak of Boole's theorem just as we speak of a painting by Cézanne. Naming the work in terms of its author implies no conjecture about the psychology of invention or of discovery, therefore no assertion concerning the presumed intention of the inventor, it implies only the singularity of a solution to a problem. This comparison reinforces the right of the category of implied author to figure in a rhetoric of fiction. The related notion of a reliable or unreliable narrator, to which we now turn, is far from constituting a marginal notion. 14. It introduces into the pact of reading a note of trust that counterbalances the violence concealed in the strategy of persuasion. The question of reliability is to the fictional narrative what documentary proof is to historiography. It is precisely because novelists have no material proof that they ask readers to grant them not only the right to know what they are recounting or showing but to allow them to suggest an assessment, an evaluation of the main characters. Was it not just such an evaluation that allowed Aristotle to classify tragedy and comedy in terms of characters who are better or worse than we are, and, in particular, to give the hamartia, the terrible flaw of the hero, its full emotional power, inasmuch as the tragic flaw must be that of a superior individual and not of an individual who is mediocre, evil, or perverse? Why is this category not applied to the narrator rather than to the implied author? In the rich repertory of forms adopted by the author's voice, the narrator is distinguished from the implied author whenever the narrator is dramatized as narrator. In this way, it is the unknown wise man who says that Job is a just man, it is the tragic chorus that utters the sublime words of horror and pity, it is the fool who says aloud what the author thinks deep down, it is a character as a witness, possibly a scoundrel, a knave, who makes known the point of view of the narrator on his own narrative. There is always an implied author. The story is told by someone. There is not always a distinct narrator. But when there is one, the narrator shares the privilege of the implied author, who, without always being omniscient, does always have the power to reach knowledge of others from the inside. This privilege is one of the rhetorical powers invested in the implied author by reason of the tacit pact between the author and the reader. The degree to which the narrator is reliable is one of the clauses of this reading pact. As for the reader's responsibility, it is another clause of the same pact. Indeed, inasmuch as the creation of a dramatized narrator, whether reliable or unreliable, permits variation in the distance between the implied author and his characters, a degree of complexity is induced, at the same time, in the reader, a complexity that is the source of the reader's freedom in the face of the authority that the fiction receives from its author. The case of the unreliable narrator is particularly interesting from the point of view of an appeal to the reader's freedom and responsibility. The narrator's role here may perhaps be less perverse than Wayne Booth depicts it. 15 Unlike the reliable narrator, who assures readers that in the journey they are embarking upon they need not bother about false hopes or groundless fears concerning either the facts reported or the implicit or explicit evaluations of the characters, the unreliable narrator foils these expectations by leaving readers uncertain about where this is all meant to lead. In this way, the modern novel will fulfill all the better its function of criticizing conventional morality, and possibly even its function of provocation and insult, as the narrator will be increasingly suspect and the author ever more invisible, the two resources of the rhetoric of concealment mutually reinforcing each other. In this regard, I do not share Wayne Booth's severity concerning the equivocal narrator cultivated by contemporary literature. Does not an entirely reliable narrator, such as the 18th-century novelist, so quick to intervene and lead the reader by the hand, thereby dispense the reader from taking any emotional distance from the characters and their adventures? And is not a disoriented reader, such as the reader of The Magic Mountain, led astray by an ironic narrator, summoned, on the contrary, to greater reflection? May we not make a plea on behalf of what Henry James, in The Art of the Novel, called the troubled vision of a character, reflected in the equally troubled vision of an observer? 16 Cannot the argument that impersonal narration is more clever than another type of narration lead to the conclusion that such narration calls for the active deciphering of unreliability itself? There is no denying that modern literature is dangerous. The sole response worthy of the criticism it provokes, of which Wayne Booth is one of the most highly esteemed representatives, is that this poisonous literature requires a new type of reader, a reader who responds. 17. It is at this point that a rhetoric of fiction centered on the author reveals its limits. It recognizes just a single initiative, that of an author eager to communicate his vision of things. 18 In this regard, the affirmation that the author creates his readers 19 appears to lack a dialectical counterpart. Yet it may be the function of the most corrosive literature to contribute to making a new kind of reader appear, a reader who is himself suspicious, because reading ceases to be a trusting voyage made in the company of a reliable narrator, becoming instead a struggle with the implied author, a struggle leading the reader back to himself. The rhetoric between the text and its reader. The image of a combat between a reader and an unreliable narrator, with which we concluded the preceding discussion, might easily lead us to believe that reading is added onto the text as a complement it can do without. After all, libraries are full of unread books, whose configuration is, nonetheless, well laid out, and yet they refigure nothing at all. Our earlier analyses should suffice to dispel this illusion. Without the reader who accompanies it, there is no configuring act at work in the text, and without a reader to appropriate it, there is no world unfolded before the text. Yet the illusion is endlessly reborn that the text is a structure in itself and for itself, and that reading happens to the text as some extrinsic and contingent event. In order to defeat this tenacious suggestion, it may be a good stratagem to turn to a few exemplary texts that theorize about their being read. This is the path chosen by Michel Charles in his Rhétorique de la lecture. 20. Charles's choice of this title is itself significant. It is no longer a question of a rhetoric of fiction, carried out by an implied author, but of a rhetoric of reading, oscillating between the text and its reader. This is still a rhetoric, inasmuch as its straight gems are inscribed within the text and inasmuch as even the reader is in a way constructed in and through the work. It is not without import, however, that Charles's work begins with an interpretation of the first strophe of Lautrémont's Les Chants de Maldoror. The choices with which the reader is confronted by the author himself, in this case whether to turn back or to continue on through the book, whether or not to lose himself in reading, whether to be devoured by the text or to savor it, are themselves prescribed by the text. The reader is set free, but what reading choices there are have already been encoded. Point 21. The violence of Lautrémont, we are told, consists in reading in place of the reader. Better, a particular reading situation is established in which the abolition of the distinction between reading and being read amounts to prescribing the unreadable, p. 13. The second text selected, the prologue to Rabelais' Gargantua, is in turn treated as a mechanism for producing meanings, p. 33. Point 22. By this, Michel Charles means the sort of logic by which this text constructs the reader's freedom, but also limits it, p. 33. The prologue does possess the remarkable feature that the relation of the book to the reader is built upon the same metaphorical network as is the relation of the writer to his own work, the drug contained within, the outside form of Silenus, taken from the Socratic dialogues, the bone and the marrow, which the book holds within itself and allows to be discovered and savored. The same metaphorical rhapsody, pages 33f, in which we can discern a recovery of the medieval theory of the multiple senses of Scripture and a recapitulation of Platonic imagery, Erasmian parable, and patristic metaphor, governs the text's reference to itself and the reader's relation to the text. In this way, the Rabelaisian text attempts to interpret its own references. Nevertheless, the hermeneutic woven in the prologue is so rhapsodic that the author's designs become impenetrable and the reader's responsibility overwhelming. We might say as regards the first two examples chosen by Michel Charles that the prescriptions for reading already inscribed in these texts are so ambiguous that, by disorienting the reader, they free him. Charles admits as much. The task of revealing the text's incompleteness falls to reading, through the interplay of transformations it involves. Point 23. The efficacy of the text is, as a consequence, no different from its fragility, p. 91. And there is no longer any incompatibility between a poetics that, in Jacobson's definition, places the accent on orienting the message back toward itself, and a rhetoric of effective discourse, oriented toward a receiver, once the message, which is itself its own end, continues its questioning, p. 78, his emphasis. As with the image of a poetics of an open work, the rhetoric of reading renounces setting itself up as a normative system, in order to become a system of possible questions, p. 118, point 24. The final texts chosen by Michel Charles open a new perspective. By seeing the reading in the text, the title of Part 3 of Rhétorique de la Lecture, what we find is a style of writing that allows itself to be interpreted only in terms of the interpretations it opens up. At the same time, the reading to come is the unknown that the writing puts into perspective. Point 25. Ultimately, the very structure of the text is but an effect of reading. After all, is not structural analysis itself the result of a work of reading? But then the initial formulation reading is part of the text, it is inscribed in it, takes on a new meaning. Reading is no longer that which the text prescribes, it is that which brings the structure of the text to light through interpretation. Point 26. Charles's analysis of Benjamin Constant Adolphe is particularly well suited for demonstrating this, in that the author feigns to be merely the reader of a manuscript that has been found, and in that, moreover, the interpretations internal to the work constitute so many virtual readings. Narrative, interpretation, and reading thus tend to overlap. Here Charles's thesis reaches its full strength, at the very moment when it is turned upside down. The reading is in the text, but the writing of the text anticipates the readings to come. With this, the text that is supposed to prescribe its reading is struck by the same indeterminacy and the same uncertainty as the readings to come. A similar paradox results from the study of one of Baudelaire's petits poems en prose, Le Flacon. On the one hand, the text restrains its indirect receiver, the reader, by way of its direct receiver, the dog. The reader is really in the text and, to this extent, this text has no response, p. 251. But, just when the text seems to close itself up upon the reader in a terrorist act, by splitting its receivers in two it reopens a play space that rereading can turn into a space of freedom. This reflexivity of reading in which I perceive an echo of what I shall below call, following Hans Robert Jau's, reflective reading is what allows the act of reading to free itself from the reading inscribed within the text and to provide a response to the text. Point 27. The final text chosen by Michel Charles Rabelais Ricoeur reinforces this paradox. Once again, we see an author take a stand in relation to his text and, in doing this, set in place the variability of interpretations. Everything happens as if the Rabelaisian text had foreseen the long parade of commentaries, glosses, and interpretations that have followed it. P. 287, his emphasis. But, as a repercussion, this long parade makes the text a machine for defying interpretations. Ibid. Rhétorique de la lecture appears to me to culminate in this paradox. On the one hand, the thesis of the reading contained in the text, taken absolutely, as Charles asks us to do time and time again, gives the image not of manipulated readers, as the readers seduced and perverted by the unreliable narrator described by Wayne Booth appeared to be, but of readers terrorized by the decree of predestination striking their reading. On the other hand, the perspective of an infinite reading that, interminably, structures the very text prescribing it, restores to reading a disturbing indeterminacy. So we can understand, after the fact, why Michel Charles, from the opening pages of his work, gives equal measure to constraint and to freedom. In the field of theories of reading, this paradox places Rhétorique de la lecture in a median position, halfway between an analysis that emphasizes the place of origin of the strategy of persuasion the implied author and an analysis that sets up the act of reading as the supreme authority. The theory of reading, at this point, ceases to belong to rhetoric and slips over into a phenomenology or a hermeneutics. Point 28. A phenomenology and an aesthetic of reading. From a purely rhetorical perspective, the reader is, finally, the prey and the victim of the strategy worked out by the implied author, and is so to the very extent this strategy is more deeply concealed. Another theory of reading is required, one that places an emphasis on the reader's response to the straight gems of the implied author. A new element enriching poetics arises here out of an aesthetic rather than a rhetoric, if we restore to the term aesthetic the full range of meaning of the Greek word aesthesis, and if we grant to it the task of exploring the multiple ways in which a work, in acting on a reader, affects that reader. This being affected has the noteworthy quality of combining in an experience of a particular type passivity and activity, which allows us to consider as the reception of a text the very action of reading it. As I announced in part I-29, this aesthetic, as it complements poetics, encompasses in turn two different forms, depending on whether the emphasis is placed on the effect produced on the individual reader and his response in the reading process, as in the work of Wolfgang Iser 30, or on the response of the public on the level of its collective expectations, as in the work of Hans Robert Jau's. These two aesthetics may appear to be opposed to each other, inasmuch as the one tends toward a phenomenological psychology while the other aims at reshaping literary history, but in fact they mutually presuppose each other. On the one hand, it is through the individual process of reading that the text reveals its structure of appeal. On the other hand, it is inasmuch as readers participate in the sediment expectations of the general reading public that they are constituted as competent readers. The act of reading thus becomes one link in the chain of the history of the reception of a work by the public. Literary history, renovated by the aesthetic of reception, may thus claim to include the phenomenology of the act of reading. It is, nevertheless, legitimate to begin with this phenomenology, for it is here that the rhetoric of persuasion encounters its first limit, by encountering its first reply. If the rhetoric of persuasion is supported by the coherence, not of the work to be sure, but of the strategy evident or concealed of the implied author, phenomenology has its starting point in the incomplete aspect of the literary text, which Roman Ingarden was the first to develop, in two important works. 31. For Ingarden, a text is incomplete, first, in the sense that it offers different schematic views that readers are asked to concretize. They strive to picture the characters and the events reported in the text. It is in relation to this image-building concretization that the work presents lacunae, places of indeterminacy. However well articulated the schematic views proposed for our execution may be, the text resembles a musical score lending itself to different realizations. A text is incomplete, second, in the sense that the world it proposes is defined as the intentional correlate of a sequence of sentences, intentional satscorrelate, which remains to be made into a whole for such a world to be intended. Turning to advantage the Husserlian theory of time and applying it to the sequential chain of sentences in the text, Ingarden shows how each sentence points beyond itself, indicates something to be done, opens up a perspective. We recognize Husserlian protension in this anticipation of the sequence, as the sentences follow one another. This play of retentions and protensions functions in the text only if it is taken in hand by readers who welcome it into the play of their own expectations. Unlike the perceived object, however, the literary object does not intuitively fulfill these expectations, it can only modify them. This shifting process of the modification of expectations constitutes the image-building concretization mentioned above. It consists in traveling the length of the text, in allowing all the modifications performed to sink into memory, while compacting them, and in opening ourselves up to new expectations entailing new modifications. This process alone makes the text a work. So this work may be said to result from the interaction between the text and the reader. Taken up again by Wolfgang Isser, these observations borrowed from Husserl by way of Ingarden undergo a remarkable development in the phenomenology of the act of reading. 32 The most original concept here is that of the wandering viewpoint, the act of reading, p. 108. It expresses the twofold fact that the whole of the text can never be perceived at once and that, placing ourselves within the literary text, we travel with it as our reading progresses. This mode of grasping an object is unique to literature, p. 109. This concept of a wandering viewpoint fits perfectly with the Husserlian description of the interplay of protensions and retentions. Throughout the reading process there is a continual interplay between modified expectations and transformed memories, p. 111. In addition, this concept incorporates into the phenomenology of reading the synthetic process by which a text constitutes itself sentence by sentence, through what might be called an interplay of sentential retentions and protensions. I am also retaining here the concept of the depragmatizing of objects, borrowed from the description of the empirical world. Literary texts depragmatize objects, for these objects are not to be denoted Bezeichnung but are to be transformed, p. 109. Leaving aside the other riches of this phenomenology of reading, I shall concentrate on those features that characterize the reader's response 33 or even retort, to the rhetoric of persuasion. These features stress the dialectical character of the act of reading and lead us to speak of the work of reading in the same way we speak of the dream work. Reading works on the text thanks to these dialectical features. First, the act of reading tends to become, with the modern novel, a response to the strategy of deception so well illustrated by Joyce's Ulysses. This strategy consists in frustrating the expectation of an immediately intelligible configuration and in placing on the reader's shoulders the burden of configuring the work. The presupposition of this strategy, without which it would have no object, is that the reader expects a configuration, that reading is a search for coherence. In my own terms, I would say that reading itself becomes a drama of discordant concordance, inasmuch as the places of indeterminacy, unbestimmtheteln, to borrow Ingarden's expression, not only designate the lacunae of the text with respect to image-building concretization, but are themselves the result of the strategy of frustration incorporated in the text as such on its rhetorical level. What is at issue is therefore something quite different than providing ourselves with a figure, an image, of the work has also to be given a form. At quite the other extreme from readers on the edge of boredom from following a work that is too didactic, whose instructions leave no room for creative activity, modern readers risk buckling under the load of an impossible task when they are asked to make up for this lack of readability fabricated by the author. Reading then becomes a picnic where the author brings the words and the readers the meaning. The first dialectic, by which reading comes close to being a battle, gives rise to a second one. What the work of reading reveals is not only a lack of determinacy but also an excess of meaning. Every text, even a systematically fragmentary one, is revealed to be inexhaustible in terms of reading, as though, through its unavoidably selective character, reading revealed an unwritten aspect in the text. It is the prerogative of reading to strive to provide a figure for this unwritten side of the text. The text thus appears, by turns, both lacking and excessive in relation to reading. A third dialectic takes shape on the horizon of the search for coherence. If it is too successful, the unfamiliar becomes familiar, and readers, feeling themselves to be on an equal footing with the work, come to believe in it so completely they lose themselves in it. Concretizing then becomes an illusion in the sense of believing that one actually sees something. 34 If the search for coherence fails, however, what is foreign remains foreign, and the reader remains on the doorstep of the work. The right reading is, therefore, the one that admits a certain degree of illusion, another name for the willing suspension of disbelief called for by Coleridge, and at the same time accepts the negation resulting from the work's surplus of meaning, its polysemanticism, which negates all the reader's attempts to adhere to the text and to its instructions. This process of defamiliarizing on the side of the reader corresponds to that of depragmatizing on the side of the text and its implied author. The right distance from the work is the one from which the illusion is, by turns, irresistible and untenable. As for a balance between these two impulses, it is never achieved. Taken together, these three dialectics make reading a truly vital experience vive. It is here that the aesthetic theory of reading authorizes a slightly different interpretation than that provided by the rhetoric of persuasion. The authors who most respect their readers are not the ones who gratify them in the cheapest way, they are the ones who leave a greater range to their readers to play out the contrast we have just discussed. On the one hand, they reach their readers only if, first, they share with them a repertoire of what is familiar with respect to literary genre, theme, and social, even historical context, and if, on the other hand, they practice a strategy of defamiliarizing in relation to all the norms that any reading can easily recognize and adopt. In this regard, the unreliable narrator becomes the object of a more lenient judgment than that made by Wayne Booth. The unreliable narrator is one element in the strategy of illusion breaking that illusion making requires as its antidote. This strategy is one of those more apt to stimulate an active reading, a reading that permits us to say that something is happening in this game in which what is won is of the same magnitude as what is lost. 35 The balance of this gain and loss is unknown to readers, this is why they need to talk about it in order to formulate it. The critic is the one who can help to clarify the poorly elucidated potentialities hidden in this situation of disorientation. In fact, it is what comes after reading that determines whether or not the stasis of disorientation has generated a dynamics of reorientation. The advantage of this theory of response effect is clear. A balance is sought between the signals provided by the text and the synthetic activity of reading. This balance is the unstable effect of the dynamism by which, I would say, the configuration of the text in terms of structure becomes equal to the reader's refiguration in terms of experience. This vital experience, in turn, is a genuine dialectic by virtue of the negativity it implies, depragmatization and defamiliarization, inversion of the given in image-building consciousness, illusion breaking. 36. Is the phenomenology of reading thereby entitled to make the category of implied reader the exact counterpart to that of the implied author introduced by the rhetoric of fiction? At first sight, a symmetry does appear to be established between the implied author and the implied reader, each represented by its corresponding marks in the text. By implied reader we must then understand the role assigned to the real reader by the instructions in the text. The implied author and the implied reader thus become literary categories compatible with the semantic autonomy of the text. Inasmuch as they are constructed in the text, they are both fictional correlates of real beings. The implied author is identified with the unique style of the work, the implied reader with the receiver to whom the sender of the work addresses himself. This symmetry, however, proves finally misleading. On the one hand, the implied author is a disguise of the real author, who disappears by making himself the narrator immanent in the work, the narrative voice. On the other hand, the real reader is a concretization of the implied reader, intended by the narrator's strategy of persuasion. In relation to the narrator, the implied reader remains virtual as long as this role has not been actualized. 37 Thus, whereas the real author effaces himself in the implied author, the implied reader takes on substance in the real reader. This real reader is the pole opposite the text in the process of interaction giving rise to the meaning of the work. It is in fact this real reader who is in question in a phenomenology of the act of reading. This is why I would be more inclined to praise Ricoeur for getting rid of the aporias arising out of the distinctions made at various points between intended reader, ideal reader, competent reader, reader contemporary with the work, today's reader, and so on. Not that these distinctions are groundless, but various figures of the reader do not take us even a single step outside the structure of the text, of which the implied reader continues to be a variable. To give full scope to the theme of interaction, the phenomenology of the act of reading requires a flesh and blood reader, who, in actualizing the role of the reader pre-structured in and through the text, transforms it. 38. The aesthetic of reception, as we stated above, can be taken in two senses, either in the sense of a phenomenology of the individual act of reading in the theory of aesthetic response of Wolfgang Ricoeur, or in the sense of a hermeneutic of the public reception of a work as in Hans Robert Jause's Toward an Aesthetic of Reception. 39 However, as we have already hinted, these two approaches intersect at some point precisely, in I's thesis. Let us therefore follow the movement by which the aesthetic of reception leads back to this point of intersection. In its initial formulation, Jause's aesthetic of reception was not intended to complete a phenomenological theory of the act of reading but rather to renew the history of literature, which is said at the start of this essay to have fallen into disrepute, and not at all without reason. p. 3.41 Several major theses make up the program for this aesthetic of reception. The basic thesis from which all the others are derived holds that the meaning of a literary work rests upon the dialogical, dialogish, 42 relation established between the work and its public in each age. This thesis, similar to Collingwood's notion that history is but a reenactment of the past in the mind of the historian, amounts to including the effect produced, worken, by a work, in other words, the meaning a public attributes to it within the boundaries of the work itself. The challenge, as it is announced in the title of Jause's essay, consists in equating actual meaning with reception. It is not simply the actual effect but the history of effects, to use an expression from Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics, that has to be taken into account, which requires restoring the horizon of expectation 43 of the literary work considered, that is, the system of references shaped by earlier traditions concerning the genre, the theme, and the degree of contrast for the first receivers between the poetic language and everyday practical language. We shall return to this important opposition. Point 44 In this way, we understand the sense of parody in Don Quixote only if we are capable of reconstructing its initial public's feeling of familiarity with chivalrous romances and, consequently, if we are capable of understanding the shock produced by a work that, after feigning to satisfy the public's expectation, runs directly counter to it. The case of new works is in this respect the most favorable for discerning the change of horizon that constitutes the major effect that occurs here. Hence the critical factor for establishing a literary history is the identification of successive aesthetic distances between the pre-existing horizon of expectation and the new work, distances that mark out the work's reception. These distances constitute the moments of negativity in this reception. But what is it to reconstitute the horizon of expectation of a yet unknown experience, if not to discover the interplay of questions to which the work suggests an answer? To the ideas of effect, history of effects, and horizon of expectations must be added, following once again Collingwood and Gadamer, the logic of question and answer, a logic whereby we can understand a work only if we have understood that to which it responds. Point 45 This logic of question and answer, in turn, allows us to correct the idea that history would be no more than a history of gaps or deviations, hence a history of negativity. As a response, the reception of a work performs a certain mediation between the past and the present, or, better, between the horizon of expectation coming from the past and the horizon of expectation belonging to the present. The thematic concern of literary history lies in this historical mediation. Having arrived at this point, we may ask whether the horizon stemming from this mediation can stabilize in any lasting way the meaning of a work, to the point of conferring a trans-historical authority on it. In opposition to Gadamer's thesis concerning the classical, 46 Jaws refuses to see in the enduring character of great works anything other than a temporary stabilization of the dynamic of reception. Any Platonic hypostasizing of a prototype offered to our recognition would, according to him, violate the rule of questions and answers. For what, to us, is classical was not first perceived as something outside of time but rather as opening up a new horizon. If we admit that the cognitive value of a work lies in its power to prefigure an experience to come, then there must be no question of freezing the dialogical relation into an atemporal truth. This open character of the history of effects leads us to say that every work is not only an answer provided to an earlier question but a source of new questions, in turn. Jaws refers to Hans Blumenberg, for whom each work of art poses and leaves behind, as a kind of including horizon, the solutions which are possible after it. 47 These new questions are opened not only in front of the work but behind it as well. For example, it is after the fact, by a recoil effect of Mallarmé's lyrical hermeticism, that we are able to release virtual meanings in Baroque poetry that had hitherto remained unnoticed. But it is not only before and behind, in diachrony, that the work opens up distances, this also occurs in the present, as a synchronic cross-section of a phase of literary evolution will show. We may hesitate here between a conception that underscores the total heterogeneity of culture at any given moment, to the point of proclaiming the pure coexistence of the simultaneous and the non-simultaneous, 48, and a conception where the emphasis is placed on the effect of totalization resulting from the redistribution of horizons through the interplay of question and answer. We thus find on the synchronic plane a problem comparable to that posed by the classical on the diachronic plane. The history of literature must break a path through the same paradoxes and the same extremes. 49 Just as it is true that at any given moment, a particular work may have been perceived as out of step, not current, premature, or outmoded, Nietzsche would say untimely, so too it must also be admitted that, owing to the history of reception itself, the multiplicity of works tends to form one great tableau that the public perceives as the production of its time. Literary history would not be possible without a few great works serving as reference points, relatively enduring in the diachronic process, and acting as powerful forces of integration in the synchronic dimension. 50. We can see the fruitfulness of these theses with respect to the old problem of the social influence of the work of art. We must challenge with equal force the thesis of a narrow structuralism which forbids moving outside the text and that of a dogmatic Marxism which merely shifts onto the social plane the worn-out topos of imitatio naturae. It is on the level of a public's horizon of expectations that a work exercises what Jaws terms the creative function of the work of art. 51 The horizon of expectation peculiar to literature does not coincide with that of everyday life. If a new work is able to create an aesthetic distance, it is because a prior distance exists between the whole of literary life and everyday practice. It is a basic characteristic of the horizon of expectation against the background of which new reception stands out that it is itself the expression of an even more basic non-coincidence, namely, the opposition in a given culture between poetic language and practical language, imaginary world and social reality. p. 24. 52 What we have just indicated as literature's function of social creation arises quite precisely at this point of articulation between the expectations turned toward art and literature and the expectations constitutive of everyday experience. 53. The moment when literature attains its highest degree of efficacy is perhaps the moment when it places its readers in the position of finding a solution for which they themselves must find the appropriate questions, those that constitute the aesthetic and moral problem posed by a work. If toward an aesthetic of reception, whose basic theses we have just summarized, could link up with and complete the phenomenology of the act of reading, This was through an expansion of its initial undertaking, which was to renew literary history, and from its insertion within a more ambitious project, that of constituting a literary hermeneutics. 54 This hermeneutics is assigned the task of equaling the other two regional hermeneutics, theological and juridical, under the auspices of a philosophical hermeneutics akin to that of Gadamer. Literary hermeneutics, as Jaws admits, continues to be the poor relation of hermeneutics. A literary hermeneutics worthy of the name must assume the threefold task, referred to above, of understanding, subtilitas intelligendi, explanation, subtilitas interpretendi, and application, subtilitas applicandi. In contrast to a superficial view, reading must not be confined to the field of application, even if this field does reveal the end of the hermeneutical process. Instead, reading must pass through all three stages. A literary hermeneutics will, therefore, reply to these three questions. In what sense is the primary undertaking of understanding entitled to characterize the object of literary hermeneutics as an aesthetic one? What does reflective exegesis add to understanding? What equivalent to a sermon in biblical exegesis and to a verdict in juridical exegesis does literature offer on the level of application? In this triadic structure, application orients the entire process teleologically, but primary understanding guides the process from one stage to the next by virtue of the horizon of expectation it already contains. Literary hermeneutics is thus oriented both toward application and by understanding. And it is the logic of question and answer that ensures the transition to explanation. The primacy accorded to understanding explains why literary hermeneutics, unlike Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics, is not directly produced by the logic of question and answer. Finding the question to which a text offers a reply, reconstructing the expectations of a text's first receivers in order to restore to the text its original otherness, these are already steps in rereading, standing second in relation to a primary understanding that allows the text to develop its own expectations. This primacy ascribed to understanding is explained by the wholly original relation between knowledge and enjoyment, genus, that ensures the aesthetic quality of literary hermeneutics. This relation parallels that between the call and promise, committing a whole life, characterizing theological understanding. If the specific nature of literary understanding in terms of enjoyment has been neglected, this is due to the curious convergence between the interdiction uttered by structural poetics, forbidding us to step outside the text or to move beyond the reading instructions it contains 55, and the disfavor cast on enjoyment by Adorno's negative aesthetic, which sees in it merely a bourgeois compensation for the asceticism of labor. 56. Contrary to the common idea that pleasure is ignorant and mute, Jaws asserts that it possesses the power to open a space of meaning in which the logic of question and answer will subsequently unfold. It gives rise to understanding il donne à comprendre. Pleasure is a perceptive reception, attentive to the prescriptions of the musical score that the text is, one that opens up by virtue of the horizontal aspect that Husserl attributed to all perception. By all these features, aesthetic perception is distinguished from everyday perception and thus establishes a distance in relation to ordinary experience, as this was underscored above in Jaws's theses on the renewal of literary history. The text asks its readers, first of all, to entrust themselves to this perceptive understanding, to the suggestions of meaning that a second reading will thematize, suggestions of meaning that will provide a horizon for this reading. The passage from the first reading, the innocent reading if there is one, to the second reading, a reading at a distance, is governed, as we stated above, by the horizontal structure of immediate understanding. This structure is not simply staked out by the expectations stemming from the dominant tendencies in taste of the epoch when a text is read or from the reader's familiarity with earlier works. This horizontal structure gives rise, in turn, to expectations of meaning that are not satisfied, which reading reinscribes within the logic of question and answer. So reading and rereading have their respective advantages and weaknesses. Reading includes both richness and opacity, rereading clarifies but in so doing makes choices. It is based on the questions that remained open after the first passage through the text but offers only one interpretation among others. So a dialectic of expectations and of questions governs the relation between reading and rereading. Expectations are open but more undetermined, questions are determined but more closely in upon themselves. Literary criticism must take its stand on the basis of this hermeneutical precondition of partiality. The elucidation of this partiality gives rise to a third reading. This emerges from the question, what historical horizon has conditioned the genesis and the effect of the work and limits, in turn, the interpretation of the present reader? Literary hermeneutics delimits in this way the legitimate space for the historico-philological methods that predominated in the pre-structuralist era and that were dethroned in the age of structuralism. Their proper place is defined by their function of verification which, in a certain sense, makes immediate reading, and even reflective reading, dependent on the reading based on historical reconstruction. By a recoil effect, the reading of verification helps to disentangle aesthetic pleasure from the mere satisfaction of contemporary prejudices and interests, by tying it to the perception of the difference between the past horizon of the work and the present horizon of reading. A strange feeling of distancing is thus inserted at the heart of present pleasure. The third reading brings about this effect by redoubling the logic of question and answer that governed the second reading. What, it asks, were the questions to which the work was the answer? Yet this third historical reading continues to be guided by the expectations of the first reading and by the questions of the second reading. The merely historicizing question, what did the text say, remains under the control of the properly hermeneutical question, what does the text say to me and what do I say to the text? 57. What becomes of application in this schema? At first sight, the application proper to this hermeneutics does not appear to produce any effect comparable to preaching in theological hermeneutics or to a verdict in juridical hermeneutics. The recognition of the text's otherness in scholarly reading seems to be the final word of literary aesthetics. This hesitation is understandable. If it is true that aesthesis and enjoyment are not restricted to the level of immediate understanding but carry through all the levels of hermeneutical subtlety, we may be tempted to consider the aesthetic dimension that accompanies pleasure in its traversal of the three hermeneutical stages as the final criterion for literary hermeneutics. If so, then application does not constitute a genuinely distinct stage. Aesthesis itself already reveals and transforms. Aesthetic experience draws this power from the contrast it establishes from the outset in relation to everyday experience. Because it is refractory to anything other than itself, it asserts its ability to transfigure the everyday and to transgress accepted standards. Before any reflective distanciation, aesthetic understanding as such appears to be application. Attesting to this is the range of effects it deploys, from the seduction and illusion so dear to popular literature, to the appeasement of suffering and the aestheticizing of the experience of the past, to the subversion and utopia characteristic of so many contemporary works. Through this variety of effects, aesthetic experience as it is invested in reading directly corroborates Erasmus's aphorism, Lectio transit in mores. It is possible, however, to discern a more distinct contour for application if it is set at the end of another triad, which Jaws interweaves with that of the three subtleties without establishing a term-by-term correspondence between the two series. The triad here is poiesis, athesis, catharsis. 58 A complex set of effects is attached to catharsis. It designates first of all the effect of the work that is more moral than aesthetic. New evaluations, hitherto unheard of norms, are proposed by the work, confronting or shaking current customs. 59 This first effect is closely bound up with readers' tendency to identify with the hero, and to allow themselves to be guided by the reliable or unreliable narrator. Catharsis, however, has this moral effect only because, first of all, it displays the power of clarifying, examining, and instructing exerted by the work in virtue of the distanciation that takes place in relation to our own affects. 60 It is an easy passage from this sense to the one most strongly emphasized by Jaws, namely, the work's communicative efficacy. A clarification is, indeed, essentially communicative. Through it, the work teaches. 61 What we find here is not simply a notation from Aristotle but a major feature of Kantian aesthetics, the contention that the universal nature of the beautiful consists in nothing else than in its a priori communicability. Catharsis thus constitutes a distinct moment from aesthesis, conceived of as pure receptivity, namely, the moment of communicability of perceptive understanding. Aesthesis frees the reader from everyday concerns, catharsis sets the reader free for new evaluations of reality that will take shape in rereading. An even more subtle effect results from catharsis. Thanks to the clarification it brings about, catharsis sets in motion a process of transposition, one that is not only effective but cognitive as well, something like allegories, whose history can be traced back to Christian and pagan exegesis. Allegorization occurs whenever we attempt to translate the meaning of a text in its first context into another context, which amounts to saying, to give it a new signification which goes beyond the horizon of meaning delimited by the intentionality of the text in its original context. 62 It is ultimately this allegorizing power, related to catharsis, that makes literary application the response most similar to the analogizing apprehension of the past in the dialectic of the Gegenüber and of indebtedness. This is the distinct problematic arising from application, which, however, never entirely escapes the horizon of perceptive understanding and the attitude of enjoyment. At the end of our perusal of several theories of reading, chosen in view of their contribution to our problem of refiguration, several major features stand out that underscore, each in its own way, the dialectical structure of the operation of refiguration. The first dialectical tension arose from the comparison we could not help but make between the feeling of a debt, which appeared to us to accompany the relation of standing for the past, and the freedom of the imaginative variations performed by fiction on the theme of the aporias of time, as we described them in the preceding section of this volume. The analyses we have just made of the phenomenon of reading lead us to nuance this overly simple opposition. It must be stated, first of all, that the projection of a fictive world consists in a complex creative process, which may be no less marked by an awareness of a debt than is the historian's work of reconstruction. The question of creative freedom is not a simple one. The liberation of fiction as regards the constraints of history, constraints summed up in documentary proof, does not constitute the final word concerning the freedom of fiction. It constitutes only the Cartesian moment, free choice in the realm of the imaginary. But its service to the worldview that the implied author strives to communicate to the reader is for fiction the source of more subtle constraints, which express the Spinozist moment of freedom, namely, internal necessity. Free from the external constraint of documentary proof, fiction is bound internally by the very thing that it projects outside itself. Free from. Artists must still make themselves free for. If this were not the case, how could we explain the anguish and suffering of artistic creation as they are attested to by the correspondence and diaries of a Van Gogh or a Cezanne? Thus, the stringent law of creation, which is to render as perfectly as possible the vision of the world that inspires the artist, corresponds feature by feature to the debt of the historian and of the reader of history with respect to the dead. 63 What the strategy of persuasion, wrought by the implied author, seeks to impose on the reader is, precisely, the force of conviction, the elocutionary force, we might say in the vocabulary of speech act theory, that upholds the narrator's vision of the world. The paradox here is that the freedom of the imaginative variations is communicated only by being cloaked in the constraining power of a vision of the world. The dialectic between freedom and constraint, internal to the creative process, is thus transmitted throughout the hermeneutical process that Jaws characterizes by means of the triad poiesis, aesthesis, catharsis. The final term of this triad is the very one in which this paradox of a constrained freedom, of a freedom released by constraint, culminates. In the moment of clarification and of purification, readers are rendered free in spite of themselves. It is this paradox that makes the confrontation between the world of the text and the world of the reader a struggle to which the fusion of horizons of expectation of the text with those of the reader brings only a precarious peace. A second dialectical tension arises from the structure of the operation of reading itself. Indeed, it appeared impossible to give a simple description of this phenomenon. We had to start from the pole of the implied author and his strategy of persuasion, then to cross over the ambiguous zone of a prescription for reading, which at once constrains readers and sets them free, in order, finally, to reach an aesthetic of reception, which places the work and the reader in a synergetic relation. This dialectic should be compared with the one that appeared to us to mark the relation of standing for resulting from the enigma of the pastness of the past. To be sure, it is not a matter of seeking a term-by-term resemblance between the moments of the theory of standing for and those of the theory of reading. Nonetheless, the dialectical constitution of reading is not foreign to the dialectic of the same, the other, and the analogous. Point 64. For example, the rhetoric of fiction brings on stage an implied author who, through the ploy of seduction, attempts to make the reader identical with himself. But, when readers, discovering the place prescribed for them in the text, no longer feel seduced but terrorized, their only recourse is to set themselves at a distance from the text and to become fully conscious of the distance between the expectations developed by the text and their own expectations, as individuals caught up in everyday concerns and as members of a cultured public formed by an entire tradition of readings. This oscillation between same and other is overcome only in the operation characterized by Gadamer and Jaws as the fusion of horizons, and that may be held to be the ideal type of reading. Beyond the alternatives of confusion and alienation, the convergence of writing and reading tends to establish, between the expectations created by the text and those contributed by reading, an analogizing relation, not without resemblance to that in which the relation of standing for the historical past culminates. Another remarkable property of the phenomenon of reading, one which also generates a dialectic, has to do with the relation between communicability and referentiality, if it is still legitimate to employ this term, with the appropriate reservations, in the operation of refiguration. We can enter this problem from either end. We can say, as in our sketch of Mimesis 3 in Volume 1, that an aesthetics of reception cannot take up the problem of communication without taking up that of reference, inasmuch as what is communicated is, in the final analysis, beyond the sense of the work the work projects, the world that constitutes the horizon of the work. Point 65. But, from the opposite direction, we must say that the reception of the work and the welcome given what Gadamer likes to call the issue of the text are extracted from the sheer subjectivity of the act of reading only on the condition of being inscribed within a chain of readings, which gives a historical dimension to this reception and to this welcome. The act of reading is thereby included within a reading community, which, under certain favorable conditions, develops the sort of normativity and canonical status that we acknowledge in great works, those that never cease decontextualizing and recontextualizing themselves in the most diverse cultural circumstances. From this angle we return to a central theme in Kantian aesthetics, namely, that communicability constitutes an intrinsic component of the judgment of taste. To be sure, it is not to reflective judgment that we ascribe this sort of universality which Kant held to be a priori, but, quite the contrary, to the thing itself that summons us in the text. However, between this appeal structure, to speak as is or does, and the communicability characteristic of a reading in common, a reciprocal relation is established, intrinsically constitutive of the power of refiguration belonging to works of fiction. A final dialectic brings us to the threshold of our next chapter. It concerns the two, if not antithetical at least divergent, roles assumed by reading. Reading appears by turns as an interruption in the course of action and as a new impetus to action. These two perspectives on reading result directly from its functions of confrontation and connection between the imaginary world of the text and the actual world of readers. To the extent that readers subordinate their expectations to those developed by the text, they themselves become unreal to a degree comparable to the unreality of the fictive world toward which they emigrate. Reading then becomes a place, itself unreal, where reflection takes a pause. On the other hand, inasmuch as readers incorporate little matter whether consciously or unconsciously into their vision of the world the lessons of their readings, in order to increase the prior readability of this vision, then reading is for them something other than a place where they come to rest, it is a medium they cross through. This twofold status of reading makes the confrontation between the world of the text and the world of the reader at once a stasis and an impetus. Point 66. The ideal type of reading, figured by the fusion but not confusion of the horizons of expectation of the text and those of the reader, unites these two moments of refiguration in the fragile unity of stasis and impetus. This fragile union can be expressed in the following paradox: the more readers become unreal in their reading, the more profound and far-reaching will be the work's influence on social reality. Is it not the least figurative style of painting that has the greatest chance of changing our vision of the world? From this final dialectic comes the result that, if the problem of the refiguration of time by narrative comes together in the narrative, it does not find its outcome there. 8. The interweaving of history and fiction. With this chapter we reach the goal that has never ceased to guide the progress of our investigation, namely, the actual refiguration of time, now become human time through the interweaving of history and fiction. Point 1. Whereas in the first stage the accent was on the heterogeneity of the replies brought by history and fiction to the aporias of phenomenological time, that is, on the opposition between the imaginative variations produced by fiction and the reinscription of phenomenological time onto cosmological time as stipulated by history, and whereas, in the second stage a certain parallel became apparent between standing for the historical past and the transfer from the fictive world of the text to the actual world of the reader. What will concern us now is the confluence of the two series of analyses devoted to history and to fiction, respectively, even the mutual encompassing of the two processes of refiguration. This passage from a stage where the heterogeneity of intentional aims predominates to a stage where interaction holds sway has been carefully prepared by the preceding analyses. First, between the time of fiction and historical time a certain commensurability was assured by phenomenology, which provided a thematics common to both narrative modes, however riddled with aporias this phenomenology may be. At the end of the first stage, there was at least the possibility of asserting that history and fiction came to grips with the same difficulties that may, of course, be unresolved but that are recognized and brought to the level of language by phenomenology. Next, the theory of reading created a common space for exchanges between history and fiction. Here we acted as though reading concerned only the reception of literary texts. Yet we are readers of history just as much as we are readers of novels. All forms of writing, including historiography, take their place within an extended theory of reading. As a result, the operation of mutually encompassing one another, which I referred to above, is rooted in reading. In this sense, the analyses of the interweaving of history and fiction that will be sketched out here belong to an extended theory of reception, within which the act of reading is considered as the phenomenological moment. It is within such an extended theory of reading that the reversal from divergence to convergence occurs in the relation between historical narrative and fictional narrative. What remains then is the step from convergence to interconnection or interweaving. By the interweaving of history and fiction I mean the fundamental structure, ontological as well as epistemological, by virtue of which history and fiction each concretize their respective intentionalities only by borrowing from the intentionality of the other. In narrative theory, this concretization corresponds to the phenomenon of seeing as, by which I characterized metaphoric reference in my rule of metaphor. We have touched upon this problem of concretization at least twice, once when, following Hayden White, we attempted to elucidate the relation of historical consciousness standing for the past as such through the notion of an analogous apprehension, a second time, when in a perspective similar to that of Roman Ingarden, we described reading as an actualization of the text considered as a score to be performed. I am now going to show that this concretization is obtained only insofar as, on the one hand, history in some way makes use of fiction to refigure time and, on the other hand, fiction makes use of history for the same ends. This reciprocal concretization marks the triumph of the notion of figure in the form of imagining that, or more literally, providing oneself a figure of se figure K. The fictionalization of history. The first half of my thesis is easier to demonstrate. Nevertheless, we must not misconstrue its import. For one thing, it is not simply a matter of repeating what was stated in Volume 1 about the role of the imagination in historical narrative on the level of configuration. Instead, it is a question of the role of the imaginary in intending the past as it actually was. On the other hand, I am by no means denying the absence of symmetry between a real past and an unreal world, the object being instead to show in what unique way the imaginary is incorporated into the intended having been, without weakening the realist aspect of this intention. The empty place to be filled by the imaginary is indicated by the very nature, as non-observable, of what has been. To be convinced of this we have only to retrace our series of 3 successive approximations to having been as it once was. We then see that the role of the imaginary grows as the approximation becomes increasingly precise. Consider the most realist hypothesis about the historical past, the one I began with in order to situate the response of historical consciousness to the aporias of time. History, I said, reinscribes the time of narrative within the time of the universe. This is a realist thesis in the sense that history locates its chronology on the single scale of time common to what is called the history of the Earth, the history of living species, the history of the solar system and the galaxies. This reinscription of the time of narrative within the time of the universe in accordance with a single time scale marks the specificity of the referential mode characteristic of historiography. It is precisely in connection with this, the most realist thesis, that the imaginary enters for the first time into the intending of what has been. We have not forgotten that the gap between the time of the world and lived time is bridged only by constructing some specific connectors that serve to make historical time conceivable and manipulable. The calendar, which I placed at the head of these connectors, stems from the same inventiveness that can be seen at work already in the construction of the gnomon. As J.T. Fraser notes at the beginning of his work on time, if the very name gnomon preserves something of its ancient meaning of counselor, inspector, expert, this is because an activity of interpretation is at work in it, directing the very construction of this device, which in appearance is so simple. Point 2 Just as an interpreter does a continuous translation from one language to another, conjoining in this way 2 linguistic universes in accordance with a certain principle of transformation. So the gnomon conjoins 2 processes in accordance with certain hypotheses about the world. One process is the movement of the sun, the other the life of the person who consults the gnomon. This hypothesis includes the principle implicit in the construction and functioning of the sundial, P3. The double affiliation that seemed to me to characterize the calendar is already apparent here. On the one hand, the sundial belongs to the human universe. It is an artifact intended to regulate the life of its constructor. On the other hand, it also belongs to the astronomical universe. The movement of the shadow is independent of human will. But these 2 worlds would not stand in relation to each other unless people were convinced that it were possible to derive signals relating to time from the movement of the projected shadow. This belief allows them to organize their lives on the basis of the movements of the shadow, without expecting the shadow to comply with the rhythm of their own needs and desires, P4. This conviction would not arise, however, if it did not embody 2 kinds of information in the construction of the device, one concerning the hour, resulting from the orientation of the shadow on the sundial, the other concerning the season, resulting from the length of the shadow at noon. Without hourly divisions and concentric circles, we would be unable to read the gnomon. To place 2 heterogeneous courses side by side, to form a general hypothesis about nature as a whole, and to construct an appropriate device, these are the principal steps of invention that, incorporated in the reading of the sundial, make it a reading of signs, a translation, and an interpretation, in J.T. Fraser's words. This reading of signs can, in turn, be considered a schematizing operation, wherein 2 perspectives on time are thought together. All we have said about the calendar could be restated in similar terms. The intellectual operations are, certainly, much more complex, in particular the numerical calculations applied to the different periodicities involved with an eye to making them commensurable. In addition, the institutional, and ultimately political, aspect of establishing a calendar emphasizes the synthetic nature of the conjunction of the astronomical and the eminently social aspects of the calendar. Despite all the differences that can be found between the clock and the calendar, however, reading the calendar is also an interpretation of signs comparable to reading a sundial or a clock. On the basis of a periodic system of dates, a perpetual calendar allows us to allocate a particular date, that is, some particular place in the system of all possible dates, to an event that bears the mark of the present and by implication that of the past or the future. Dating an event thus displays a synthetic character by which an actual present is identified with some particular instant. What is more, if the principle of dating consists in allocating a lived-through present to some particular instant, in practice it consists in allocating a present as if, to follow the Husserlian definition of recollection, to a particular instant. Dates are assigned to potential presents, to imagined presents. In this way, all the memories accumulated by a collective memory can become dated events, due to their reinscription in calendar time. It would be an easy matter to apply the same argument to the other connectors between narrative time and universal time. The succession of generations is at once a biological datum and a prosthesis for recollection in the Husserlian sense. It is always possible to extend recollection through the chain of ancestral memories, to move back in time by extending this regressive movement through imagination, just as it is possible for every one of us to situate our own temporality in the series of generations, with the more or less necessary help of calendar time. In this sense, the network of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors schematizes in the Kantian sense of the term the relation between the more biological phenomenon of the succession of generations and the more intellectual phenomenon of the reconstruction of the realm of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors. The mixed character of this threefold realm underscores its imaginary aspect. Obviously, it is in the phenomenon of the trace that we find the culmination of the imaginary character of the connectors that mark the founding of historical time. This imaginary mediation is presupposed by the mixed structure of the trace itself, considered as a sign-effect. This mixed structure expresses in shorthand a complex synthetic activity, involving causal types of inference applied to the trace as a mark left behind and activities of interpretation tied to the signifying character of the trace as something present standing for something past. This synthetic activity, which is well expressed by the verb to retrace, sums up in turn operations as complex as those at the origin of the gnomon and the calendar. These are the activities of preserving, selecting, assembling, consulting, and finally, reading documents and archives, which mediate and, so to speak, schematize the trace, making it the ultimate presupposition of the reinscription of lived time, time with the present. If the trace is a more radical phenomenon than the document or the archive, it is, nevertheless, the use of documents and archives that makes the trace an actual operator of historical time. The imaginary character of the activities that mediate and schematize the trace is evident in the intellectual work that accompanies the interpretation of remains, fossils, ruins, museum pieces, or monuments. They are attributed the value of being a trace, that is a sign-effect, only when we provide ourselves with a figure of the context of life, of the social and cultural environment, in short, to use one of Heidegger's expressions referred to above, only when we provide ourselves with a figure of the world surrounding the relic that today is missing, so to speak. Here, with the expression to provide ourselves with a figure of, we touch upon an activity of the imagination that is easier to grasp within the framework of the following analysis. The mediating role of fiction, in fact, increases when we move from the theme of the reinscription of lived time within cosmic time to that of the pastness of the past. On the one hand, the historian's spontaneous realism found its critical expression in the difficult concept of standing for, which we expressly distinguished from that of representation. By this we wished to convey the claim of a Gegenüber no longer in existence today on the historical discourse that intends it, its power of incitement and rectification in relation to all historical constructions, insofar as these are considered to be reconstructions. I myself have emphasized this right of the past as it once was, by placing in correspondence with it the idea of a debt we owe the dead. On the other hand, the elusive character of this Gegenüber, however imperative it may be, has led us into a logical game where the categories of the same, the other, and the analogous give shape to the enigma without resolving it. At each stage of this logical game the imaginary imposes itself as the indispensable servant of standing for, making us once again come face to face with the operation that consists in providing ourselves with a figure of what was. Nor have I forgotten what we found in Collingwood, taken as the spokesman for the same, concerning the intimate union between the historical imagination and reenactment. Reenactment is the telos of the historical imagination, what it intends, and its crowning achievement. The historical imagination, in return, is the organon of reenactment. If we pass from the category of the same to that of the other in order to express the moment of what is no more in standing for the past, it is still the imaginary that keeps otherness from slipping into the unsayable. It is always through some transfer from same to other, in empathy and imagination, that the other that is foreign to me is brought closer. In this respect, Husserl's analysis in his fifth Cartesian meditation, dealing with the operation of pairing, Paarung, and the inference by analogy that is the basis for it, is here perfectly appropriate. In addition, the central theme of Dilthey's interpretive sociology is preserved here, namely, that all historical intelligence is rooted in the capacity of a subject to transport itself into an alien psychic life. As Gadamer notes in this regard, here mind comprehends mind. It is this transfer by analogy, to combine the themes of Husserl and Dilthey, that justifies our passage to the analogous and our recourse, with Hayden White, to tropology in an effort to provide an acceptable sense for the expression handed down to us by Ranke, one that takes its distance from every form of positivism, knowing the past wie es eigentlich gewesen, the past as it actually happened. The we which, paradoxically, acts to balance the eigentlich thus assumes the tropological value of such as interpreted as metaphor, metonymy, synecdoche, and irony. What Hayden White terms the representative function of the historical imagination once again borders on the act of providing ourselves a figure of, by which the imagination manifests its ocular dimension. The past is what I would have seen, what I would have witnessed if I had been there, just as the other side of things is what I would see if I were looking at them from the side from which you are looking at them. In this way, tropology becomes the imaginary aspect of standing for. One more step is left to be taken, it consists in moving from the dated past and the reconstructed past to the refigured past, and in specifying the modality of the imaginary that corresponds to this requirement for figurativeness. In this respect, up to now we have merely indicated the empty place of the imaginary in the work of refiguration. We must now say how it happens that just these features of the imaginary, made explicit by fictional narrative, come to enrich these imaginary mediations and how, by this very fact, the actual interweaving of fiction and history occurs in the refiguration of time. I have alluded to these features by introducing the expression to provide ourselves a figure of. They all share the property of conferring on the intending of the past a quasi-intuitive fulfillment. A key modality here is borrowed directly from the metaphorical function of seeing as. We have long been prepared to welcome the help that the split reference of metaphor contributes to the refiguration of time by history. Once we have admitted that the writing of history is not something added from outside to historical knowledge but is one with it, nothing prevents us from admitting as well that history imitates in its own writing the types of emplotment handed down by our literary tradition. In this way, we saw Hayden White borrow from Northrop Frye the categories of tragedy, comedy, romance, irony, and so on, and pair up these literary genres with the tropes of our rhetorical tradition. But what history borrows from literature can by no means be limited to the level of composition, hence to the moment of configuration. What is borrowed also involves the representative function of the historical imagination. We learn to see a given series of events as tragic, as comic, and so on. What it is, precisely, that makes for the perenniality of certain great historical works, whose scientific reliability has been eroded by documentary progress, is the appropriateness of their poetic art and their rhetoric with respect to their way of seeing the past. One and the same work can thus be a great book of history and a fine novel. What is surprising is that this interlacing of fiction and history in no way undercuts the project of standing for belonging to history, but instead helps to realize it. This fiction effect, if we may call it so, is also found to be augmented by the various rhetorical strategies that I mentioned in my review of theories of reading. A history book can be read as a novel. In doing this, we enter into an implicit pact of reading and share in the complicity it establishes between the narrative voice and the implied reader. By virtue of this pact, the reader's guard is lowered. Mistrust is willingly suspended. Confidence reigns. The reader is prepared to accord the historian the exorbitant right to know other minds. In the name of this right, ancient historians did not hesitate to place in the mouths of their heroes invented discourses, which the documents did not guarantee but only made plausible. Modern historians no longer permit themselves these fanciful incursions, fanciful in the strict sense of the term. They do, however, still appeal in more subtle ways to the novelistic genius when they strive to reenact, that is, to rethink, a certain weighing of means and ends. Historians, then, are not prohibited from depicting a situation, from rendering a train of thought, or from giving it the vividness of an internal discourse. Through this aspect we rediscover an effect of discourse stressed by Aristotle in his theory of lexis. Locution or diction, according to his rhetoric, has the virtue of placing before our eyes and so of making visible. 3. An additional step is thus taken, over and beyond seeing as, which does not prohibit the marriage of metaphor, which assimilates, and irony, which creates a distance. We have entered into the realm of illusion that confuses, in the precise sense of the term, seeing as with believing we are seeing. Here, holding as true, which defines belief, succumbs to the hallucination of presence. This most peculiar effect of fiction and diction assuredly enters into conflict with the critical vigilance that historians exercise in other respects for their own purposes and that they try to communicate to the reader. But a strange complicity is sometimes created between this vigilance and the willing suspension of disbelief, out of which illusion emerges in the aesthetic order. The phrase controlled illusion comes to mind to characterize this happy union, which makes Michelet's picture of the French Revolution, for example, a literary work comparable to Tolstoy's War and Peace, in which the movement occurs in the opposite direction, that is, from fiction to history and no longer from history to fiction. I now want to suggest a final modality of the fictionalizing of history, which, instead of abolishing history's intention of standing for, gives this intention the fulfillment it is lacking and which, in the circumstances I shall state, is truly expected of it. I have in mind those events that a historical community holds to be significant because it sees in them an origin, a return to its beginnings. These events, which are said to be epoch-making, draw their specific meaning from their capacity to found or reinforce the community's consciousness of its identity, its narrative identity, as well as the identity of its members. These events generate feelings of considerable ethical intensity, whether this be fervent commemoration or some manifestation of loathing or indignation or of regret or compassion, or even the call for forgiveness. Historians, as such, are supposed to set aside their own feelings. In this respect, François Furet's critique of the commemoration and loathing that have created obstacles for a fruitful discussion of the explanations and interpretations of the French Revolution is still valid. Point 4. However, when it is a question of events closer to us, like Auschwitz, it seems that the sort of ethical neutralization that may perhaps be fitting in the case of the history of a past that must be set at a distance in order better to be understood and explained, is no longer possible or desirable. In this regard, we should recall the biblical watchword, from Deuteronomy, Zachor, remember, which is not necessarily the same thing as a call to historiography. Point 5.